And more ads?
Yeah, so live, question mark, exclamation point. Here's the thing, whenever we go live, we don't go live right away, so I have no idea, like, what you guys heard at the start there. I was going 5, recording, rolling, and then Hunter was like, you don't scare me, YouTube, so that's where we are, with all that, so
I was giving, it's like, there's, like, dominance training with dogs, which isn't real, but you have to dominance train YouTube.
Oh, okay.
You have to be like, I am the boss, I am the alpha.
Oh, I see. Alright, so don't mind me, chat. I am just going to make sure that our stream gets posted on the internet, you know? So don't, like I said, don't mind me, I'm just here. But we didn't want to, like, do a sort of slow, like, ooh, you're listening to the music intro, because, like, we're ready, like, we're good. We're well rested, everybody's happy this week. We didn't get any threats to our life, so, like, 0 days, wait, no, 7 days without nonsense. 0 days without nonsense would be if there were nonsense.
Only one of those things is technically true for me.
Oh,
let's
okay.
go.
Well, tell me about that later.
I slept very poorly last night.
Oh, oh, you're saying you didn't get any threats.
I didn't get any. That's the one thing that's true.
I was like, what else did I say? I don't remember anyway.
I have not received threats.
Sorry, I ruined your joke. I apologize.
It's okay. No, but that's
Ashley,
a valid.
Hi, Cherry. Hi, Harmony.
That's
How's
a valid
going?
concern.
Can you guys hear us? Are we good?
That's how I know you're a good friend, because you were briefly like, "Who's sending you threats?"
Yeah, I was like, "Who's sending Hunter? I'll fight everybody.
I'll fucking kill him."
Oh my God! Don't say that at the beginning of the stream. Oh well, that's all right. Anyway, well, there's nothing we can do about that.
I said krill,
we'll have to
in which you throw someone
in Minecraft,
into
okay?
in Minecraft you would throw someone into a giant vat of krill.
Yes, exactly.
And then the krill
didn't do anything
would
wrong.
eat the skin off of your feet and give you this really deep skin.
Yes.
Like, you know, do you got any like little hard bits like right here, right on your feet?
Exactly.
The krill will get rid of that, and then you get eaten by a whale.
Why are we getting no data? Hello? It says that we're fine. Am I crazy? What's going on? No data, and then YouTube chat says that we're okay. I say YouTube chat as if there's another one. There's only one chat. Yep, we're good, Okay. Good. Sorry, guys, I have trust issues, okay? The other day, my stream crashed, and it was very sad, and it was very important. We
what were you
are
doing last
live
time?
with Hazbin Hotel. I was playing Twisted Wonderland, and things were getting, like, super, serious. With Hazbin Hotel discussion, please save me from radio static fan fiction. Okay, that's fine. That's a good thing to post on Twitter. Okay. Hi, how are you guys? How's it going? Hi, Lazu. Lazu's a member on the main Calxiyn channel, so I appreciate that. Thank you. I will update this graphic next week to also include people that super chatted us either in the last stream or this stream, but obviously, you know, we've been a little busy. I've been in the editing dungeon, and they don't let me out often, but, okay. So now, I've added everyone saying that we are live, so we are good. Hi, everyone. I'm recording. We'll also record as well. I'm not gonna put a goal yet. We'll wait. We'll see. You know, we tried last week. We were like, Hunter will react to Wish, and we tried and we failed. We'll try again. You know, I believe, but I want to talk about. I want a clip farm. Is really
I
what
have
I
a wish
at the beginning of the stream. Okay, so we have to talk about a couple things. Okay, happier things though, because like I said, nothing bad happened this week. Uploading our reaction. Luckily. Okay, but I have other news to report. And you guys have to promise that you're not gonna make fun of me, okay? So if you start making fun of me, I'll never trust you again, and I'll never tell you anything.
Notice how you're not pointing at me, so I am kind of free to
you already
feel and react however I will.
You can do whatever you want. Okay, guys, so don't make fun of me, okay? This is very sensitive. This is a very vulnerable time for me, okay? After I finished editing the reaction the other night, so this was Thursday night, I suddenly got a wave of, I don't know if you'd call it brain worms or what have you, but just that sort of sensation of like, something's happening. Like, something's happening right now. Like, this is a moment. If
this was 1,000 years ago, you would have been visited by angels.
Exactly. Like, it was exactly like that. Like, when Moses sees the burning bush in the Prince of Egypt. That's exactly what... So, like, just... Something came over me. I don't know how to explain it. And I was like, you know what? I should look up Alistair and Vox stuff on Twitter, right? Because this episode just came out. I said, see what the people are saying, right? It was a perfectly innocent, you know, well-founded investigation, okay? And then, you know, I looked at a couple more things and a couple more things and 30 fanfiction tabs later and a slow burn fanfic that has 56 chapters. I haven't finished it yet, though, so I shouldn't say later. In the process, I, like, suddenly became a hardcore, like, Vox and Alistair shipper in the span of, like, a couple hours. And it just, on set, like, it just hit me, you know? Because you guys, you know, you guys have to understand, right? Calxyn's for the girls, all right? Calxiyn, like, you know, I'm for the girls, and the girls are for me. Does that make sense? So, like, when I ship things, it's usually, I was raised in the Ruby Mines, okay? We didn't have MLM in the Ruby Mines, you know? Like, we had White Rose, and we had Bumblebee, and we had Monochrome.
It existed, but it definitely was, like, less. There was definitely less of it.
Oh, the title's cut off? The word analysis? Oh, well, that's fine, because YouTube, it's all different. Like, it depends on what device you're on. Anyway, sorry, that distracted me. So, what was I saying? Right. It did exist.
The
but
Fujiyoshi
like,
demons entered your soul
exactly.
through your computer screen.
They really did, though. But
and
like,
now you're imagining
you know,
a deer man
I support, well,
and a television screen.
It's very wholesome, okay? It's a happily ever after. I want domestic. I want to see them be evil together because, okay, so back what I was saying. So you guys have to understand, right? I support, I'm like, yeah, go Alhaitham, go Kaveh, go, like, Suzaku and Lelouch. I'm there, but I'm there, like, in the context of, like, like, I don't go investigate. You know, if I see a cute piece of fan art, I'm gonna, like, retweet it, but I'm not a participant. I'm a watcher. Yeah. Right? I'm on the outside, and I'm looking in, and I'm like, yeah, you guys go, you Fuyoshis or whatever you... Fujiyoshis or whatever you call them, right?
You do it. You make those boys kiss.
Exactly. But now I'm like...
Now do I want the boys to kiss?
I'm kind of obsessed. Like, I'm kind of obsessed now. And, like, to the point where yesterday I was gonna cancel my stream to finish the fanfic. Like, I was gonna cancel the Genji stream because I was like,
you know what you should have done? You know what you should have done?
You
should have done the Fujiyoshi scream. It's like, I know that the box says Twisted Wonderland.
Oh my god.
But what if I said I had a different subset of hunky animated boys I want to discuss with you today? Have you heard of our Lord and Savior, Radio Silence, I'm guessing is what it's called.
Well, Radio Static, I think, is if it's, they both like each other. Because here's what, so obviously Alistair's asexual, but, so I'm thinking of romance, right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking of evil partners in crime, romance, and like, because, okay, we'll talk about this later, but maybe now I'm just delusional because I'm gonna be one of those people, that's delusional now, but like, Alistair didn't want to reject Vox. He didn't, right? He only did it because he didn't want Vox to end up like him. Is this about episode 4? It's about everything. It's everything, guys.
It's
like, I see the light. It's about our Lord and Savior, right? Yes, exactly. So, I think Alistair, as we know him, probably isn't interested in romance in the canon of the show. But in a fanfic, I think that's fair game. You know,
I don't know.
Personally, I don't like.
It depends on how you.
I don't like to read, you know, spicy material about asexual characters. Just like I don't like reading stuff where like Ilya is shipped with Sun, right? Because Ilya's confirmed a lesbian. You can do whatever you want, and I'm not gonna attack you on Twitter.com. But I don't want to see. There's a difference
between, at least for me, of like what I think is acceptable. I'm generally of the opinion of like have fun. If you want to like dramatically change.
Can I have the grapes?
Here you go.
Thank you.
Have your cold bowl of grapes.
Yeah, thanks.
If you want to dramatically change, like, the canon, changing the sexuality characters, you're allowed to do that, I feel. But, like, you know, accepting the fact that a lot of people are going to be like, I don't really like this.
Yeah.
We can coexist, I feel.
So with that in mind...
Though people do miss the point, but out of character, that's such a common thing, really.
But I think, I don't know, man. Because maybe Alistair does want love. I don't know. I don't know him like that. He didn't tell me. So until he lets me know, I'm not sure.
Well, he seemed to be a serial killer, so...
But, you know.
And Vox
it
from the
doesn't
cult
even need
leader.
to be romantic, because some situations are more romantic when there's no kissing or, like, affection involved.
Here's the thing, I understand.
Like the criminal Jesse and James duo of, like, these people will do anything for each other, even if it's platonic. To me, I don't know. Like, okay, this is gonna sound kind of crazy, sorry, but,
yes.
like, isn't, like, Hunter and Heidi, you guys, isn't that kind of like the pinnacle of, like, you know, like a bond that transcends whatever? Because, like, we've been friends for like 10 years now, and we've been doing this,
I believe the word you're looking for is friendship.
Yeah, but it's stronger than friendship. I mean, I think so. Obviously, we're not romantically involved with each other.
Yes, this is true.
But there's a mysterious kind of third thing going on, I would say, right? Because, like, we've known each other for so long, and we do this thing, and we're still doing the thing. It's
so if we're magical yaoi, which one's the deer and which one's the television screen? I think I'm the deer.
I think I'm the television screen. I think I agree.
I think we figured out why this friendship works as well as it does now.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I understand
why. Brainwave to brainwave communication, right? Like, if you're willing to, like, kill for someone, that to me, I'm like, well, there you go. Like, as opposed to, like, you don't need to be kissing. That's romantic to me. You know, you may not be romantic with each other, but that's, like, the ultimate love, whatever, you know? Anyway, sorry, what were we talking about? You had something you were
I was just about to say, I totally understand why you got the Fujiyoshi brainworm from all of this. Fujiyoshi, for those of you, is a heterosexual, you're not heterosexual, but a woman who would not be involved in men getting it on with each other, having a sort of obsession and desire to read and watch and a
which
general interest
obviously we're using as a little tee-hee, not derogatory.
Yes.
Like, we're just having a little tee-hee.
But, like, I see stuff and you're like, oh, this is kind of bait.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm good at identifying bait.
So am I, but, like, that doesn't mean that it wasn't tasty, you know? That
oh, no. But it's, like, it's great. I know, and I'm sure if you're a largemouth bath of yaoi, this is delicious.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, it's so you have two characters. I think people always love the male characters that seemingly hate one another.
I know, I love hatred. I love Light in L, and I love, like, again, you know.
And I think it's because like hatred or animosity is oftentimes in writing expressed as a kind of obsession.
Yeah.
You're sort of Fujoshi? Am I not pronouncing that correctly?
Probably not.
My bad.
We both fucked up.
Fujoshi?
That's okay.
That's
anyway,
okay. My bad. You get what I'm talking about. Like,
but
the obsession is very close to love.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you're really into someone, there's a kind of an obsessive, you could say it's obsessive, you could say it's just like, there's a lot of consideration and there's a lot of focus on that one person.
Yeah.
And clearly Vox and Alistair are very, very focused on one another.
Yeah, exactly.
And so, like, it's just, I don't know. It's matters of degrees. It's the same.
Right.
It's the same, different sides of the same coin.
And, like, also think about, you know, like that classic, like, Light reading the porno in his room, and, like, L is watching through the like, just the unhinged sort of, like, mind game behavior, but yeah.
That's a classic. That is a classic.
I know. So I've, like, rooted for them again in the subtext
They're
of
obsessed
sort of
with
the
one
show,
another.
right? But, like, outside of that, I'm like, well, the show already gave me enough, so, like, I'm good, right? But, like, with this, I'm like, I don't have enough. Here's my thing, okay? And we will talk about the episode.
Fujoshi. Thank you.
We will talk about the episode soon, I promise. But, like, I'm not delusional. I'm not like, and they're gonna be good, and they're gonna get redeemed. No, all I want is, like, both of that, like, Vox is like, yeah, Valentino and Velvet, they were too, you know, stupid. Like, not stupid, but they weren't enough for me. Their ideas weren't big enough. And, like, me and Alistair are the ones that are gonna be dancing. So, like, he ditches the V's, which kind of, sort of was alluded to in the first episode when he was like, trust me, and whatever. And, like, that's what I want. I just want them, and you know, because I do truly think that Alistair only rejected Vox because of Rosie, and also because he didn't want Vox to end up like him, right? Vox actually, seemingly, like, has his power. We have to talk about people, like, how people have magic, by the way. Like, I have some questions to ask you guys about that, but I'm just like, there's a way, like, it's a misunderstanding. Alistair didn't mean to hurt him. Like, Alistair may be, like, kind of a psychopath sometimes, but, like, I truly believe that Alistair
he murdered dozens of people.
He didn't mean what he said. He said it, like, with the full backing of the animosity, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But, like, he wasn't rejecting Vox because he actually felt that in his heart. It was because he didn't want to tell him about Rosie, and because, you're inspiring to me, right? So being partners would mean, probably, in my imagination, that Alistair would have to reveal, like, hey, I'm kind of like the Wizard of Oz here, like, you don't have the power that you thought that I had, or, wait, I don't have the power that you thought I had, because Vox found him inspiring. Anyway, we have to actually talk about the episode because, okay, so here's the thing. So episode 3 is like the sad, forgotten child of this release window, if that makes sense. Yes. Everyone's so busy with episode 4 that we just forgot. We forgot. Like, nobody cares anymore. But yeah, I kind of felt that same thing with this is some crazy shipper cope. Guys, I just got here, okay? I only just got here, so you can't, it's not like I've been stewing for thousands of years.
I don't think you're arguing that something like this is actually going to happen.
No.
I think you're just enjoying
I would like the
juice.
Misunderstanding to be cleared up, but whether or not that actually happens is kind of suspicious. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. But I'm like, but maybe they could win. Like, maybe they could still win. Orpheus won't turn around this time, you know? Anyway, let's continue to, let's fucking start is what I mean. Sorry. Guys, this stream's gonna get demonetized, so if one person sends us a super chat, we'll probably be covered with the ad revenue that we're losing because we swore at the beginning.
Did we put the goal in for Wish?
Wish again? I'll do that in like maybe 10 minutes because I'm like, I want to give it the best chance. But okay, so we start with Emily just visited, right? And then she's like, we have to tell Vaggie, okay? I really like how Angel and Cherry kind of like just hang off of each other, and it's like, this isn't gonna start like a shipping thing because we already kind of know that Angel Dust like is into men. I'm sure people ship them, but it's like, it's not like, oh, well, they're heterosexual, so they're gonna be together. Like in another fandom, this would be like, oh my god, but they're leaning on each other. Of course they're gonna get together. But,
I
like,
mean, truly, name a more iconic duo than a twink and a redhead.
Right? This is a crazy hill to die on. What did I say?
We're not dying on any hills.
I didn't die on a hill yet.
We're appreciating high art.
Yes, yes.
Of yaoi on a hill or flat surface.
Okay, so Emily, I feel like that we don't need to like totally recap all that. So that's good though that everybody, you know, is celebrating. It was nice to see Charlie get emotional here. I thought that was great. But yeah, I like the joke here about like, oh, I thought we were not doing drugs anymore. You know? But yeah, I like how she's running out like I thought. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about Charlie being dumb, okay? If you wanted us to talk about Charlie being dumb, you came to the right
We
stream.
also had that whole conversation when we did the reactions.
Yeah, if you guys haven't seen the reactions, they are in the description. Obviously, you'll have to wait until we're done because you have to stay here with us because I said so, and apparently I'm the TV demon and Hunter's the
And I'm simply a deer caught in the headlights.
But yeah, so what was I saying?
Looking for
again?
a place to scratch my antlers.
We will talk about dumb Charlie, don't worry, but we will get there. How is she being dumb? You'll find out.
Oh, is she ever?
Okay, so this was hilarious. I love this guy's face. They've gotten so good with like just the little background. I mean, they had that before, but like, you know, obviously. So yeah, you know what else I wanted to talk about, right? You know what else I wanted to say? It feels like that, and I know why, because this is like the social media, like that's what the V's do, right?
Yes.
It's the media. However, here's my other problem with Charlie, other than the idiot plot thing, which we shouldn't talk about right now. I'm gonna be upset if Charlie isn't called out for her actions, because here's what I think the problem is as a content creator, right? I feel like VizV is putting a lot of her personal experience of being attacked on the internet into this situation.
Yeah,
right?
I could see that.
But like, it's apples to oranges, you know what I mean? In terms of like, okay, here there's only a single media outlet and Vox controls it, right? There's no way, I mean, okay, it's debatable, right? Because I'm like, well, why doesn't Alistair just do a radio show for Charlie? People still listen to him. That was the entire point of Stayed Gone, but whatever. Let's just pretend that there's no other way that Charlie can get her own words out, right? Whereas Visvi can post on her Twitter whenever she wants. Like, whether or not people listen is kind of a different story, but, like, there's just... Charlie is trying to stop genocide, and it's like, you're making a show and some people attacked you on Twitter. And I know that it's serious, because Hunter and I make videos and people attack us, and people attack us, and that upsets us too, you know what I mean? So I'm not saying, like, it's so unserious, but, like, our real world serious is not comparable to the show serious, where there's, like, death is on the line. Like, death is on the line here, right? You know? Because, like, you know, especially when we were doing Ruby stuff, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna tell this story very briefly. There was someone who hates the Ruby critics, or the hate-dom, and they came into my Discord server pretending to be them, like, they had an account of themselves, and then an account of a different person pretending that they were not themselves. Do you understand what I mean?
Oh.
So let's say it's, like, John and Amy, right?
Yes.
And so Amy was a black woman, right? And John was a white man. So this white man was pretending to be black. We figured this out because they accidentally went from referencing themselves in, like, the first person, like, I am this individual, to on their Amy account referencing themselves in the first person. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I banned them, and I made a post on Twitter because I found out that they were not just pretending to do that, they had an account where they were a Muslim woman, and they had generated these AI images because they wanted more credibility for their arguments, and they thought if they said, I am a woman of color and I think that this Ruby YouTuber is racist, that people would listen. So I called that person out on Twitter. Okay? This was like 4 years ago now, guys. Maybe even 5 years ago. I can't quite remember, okay? If you look up Calxiyn on Reddit, that person is posting about me once a week, saying that I'm homophobic, that I'm transphobic, and I'm like, what? Like, hello? Like, first of all, we're both queer. Hunter's anyway.
And so I'm the only one here that can confirm that, yes, Kaylin is very transphobic.
Oh my god. But yeah, like, so anyway, that person is still posting about me. And I find it very annoying and infuriating because, you know, and people just believe it at face value because it's Reddit, right? But at the same time, has it robbed me of an opportunity? Has a brand been like, we're not gonna work with you because we heard about this stupid shit on Reddit? No, right? So I understand, like, this is me trying to say that obviously I'm not a creator on her level, but I understand, right? I have like dozens of stories like that, whether it's, again, random people, even other content creators who are now like gone, right, from the Ruby space, right? So yeah, like, it sucks, you know, and I get it. And I get the paranoia because I also have OCD, right? And so I'm the type of person that is like, well, now, because of those past experiences, I need to, like, meticulously screenshot and screen record and, like, save everything, because what if something does happen one day and no one believes me, right? So I have a hard drive full of screenshots and, like, screen recordings like a crazy person. Is that a healthy thing to do? No, right? Arnold has even, like, intervened at some points, like, Cal, you can't keep doing this. Like, who do you think is gonna come for you? You know what I mean? Like, and all of that. But I'm like, but what if one day I need the screenshots, Arnold? So I'm saying all this.
You have your, like, Richard Nixon-esque enemies list.
To be vulnerable and say that I understand. However, I recognize that to an extent, that behavior makes me a crazy person, right? And that behavior makes me kind of a, like, a energy-sucking person to be around in terms of Arnold and Hunter when you guys hear about these situations, because it's like, Cal, no one's gonna, like, come for you, why are you doing all this? But it's, you know, because again, I have previous experiences. Google gave me $1, thank you for your $1, Ashley, but, so yeah, to continue, all of this to say, I get it. However, I agree with what Lazu said, and this is what put me on this train of thought, right? You have to Charlie needs to be called out in terms of how this is turning, like, what this is turning her into as a person, right? It's, like, it's fine to not, like, they don't need to victim blame her and be like, this is your fault, right? Because obviously the V's are spreading misinformation, and that sucks. But at the same time, you know, part of it is how you react. And so I'm kind of annoyed with people being like, but Charlie's traumatized and her friend just died. And like, yes, all of that is true. And all of that can be true. But, right, that's why in the content of, like, in the context of the show, a character like Vaggie needs to be like, hey, like, this does suck, and I get it, but, like, you can't stop that. Like, you can only control how you react, and this isn't healthy for you. Like, it's not healthy for you to be stressed out like this, and to be, like, obsessive, you know, like, put that into a solution where you can say your own piece, and if people listen, they listen, and if they don't, right? So, I say all this to preface with, you know, because I feel like some people are going to be like, but you guys don't understand, you haven't been in that position, and you're right. We haven't, right? Because we're not like these massive YouTubers, but we have been on the other end of those situations sometimes,
the thing, you don't actually, because most people just throughout their day will run afoul of a weirdo on the internet. You don't have to be that big to have a bunch of weirdos on the internet after you.
Yeah.
And I ultimately, when I watched this, I didn't think, oh, VizzyPop's complaining about, like, oh, people on the internet are mean to me because I'm VizzyPop.
Right,
and
but
so
I
I'm
did when
characters...
they said that thing about the red, like, oh, there's too much red, because that's been a criticism about her art. Like, there's more of those stuff, like, kind of sneaking in there.
Yeah.
And so that's sort of, like, why that's the angle I'm thinking of it.
But oh, that's funny.
Yeah, and her name is in Charlie's phone, which is kind of funny.
Oh, that's cute. It's a wing and a... I like that. What are the other ones? Wretched...
Voxtech, Wretched Waffles. Oh, there's some, like, heavy chanting in this Genshin Impact music.
Oh, no.
Let me change that. But sorry, what were you saying?
I will say this, that it's, like, it also kind of shows, I don't know, clearly, like, Charlie's kind of dumb. And we'll get into that a little bit more as time goes on.
Yeah.
So as much as, like, I don't know, as much as they do put it on the Voxes as being bad actors, the V's, sorry.
That's what they're going to be called next episode.
Probably. As much as the V's, like, they do plant the V's as being bad actors, they also show, Charlie's being naive and a little bit incompetent. So it's not like I was a perfect angel that did nothing wrong and these mean people come in because... the media and the social whatever are bad. Like, no. It's too even-handed for that. And similarly, like, I don't know, I feel like this is a really common thing in media, right? Where you have, you know, all different sorts of people. You have, oh goodness, what's the word I'm looking for here? All different kinds of shows. You have that thing where the hero is trying to do their best, but they're being misconstrued by the media around them. Right? Like, that's a common trope. Yeah. Including being, like, that is also being used by people who do not, like, are not famously chronically online.
Right,
and have gotten a bunch of shit by people online, like VizzyPop has.
Yeah. I don't think it's entirely, but I do see, like, crumbs of that, especially with, like, now I'm going live, so you can't take what I say out of context, and, like, you know, that's a reference to something that actually happened, like, anyway. So I know what you're saying, Hunter. It's definitely true. I guess what I'm hoping, right, is that they have that conversation at least. Because if they don't, that's when I'm going to have a problem. I don't have a problem that it's happening per se, right? But I do have a problem with, like, this sort of, oh, but Charlie always means well, and so that makes it okay. Like, Angel kind of saying, yeah, Charlie, I know you didn't mean it. Like, you never mean it. You know, I feel like that there has to be something that we address. And yeah, Charlie has always sucked at media interaction since the pilot. And so here's my sort of thing about episode 4. Alistair, and we'll talk more about this later, sorry, I'm jumping ahead, but Alistair wasn't built up to, I guess, but it was really surprising to us for Alistair to just be like, I quit. I think what they should have done at the beginning of episode 4 was have Charlie be like, I suck. Clearly I need media training. This isn't going well. And she asks her dad, because her dad's the fucking prince, right? And then Alistair's over here like, hello, I'm the radio demon. Like, if you wanted something, we could have broadcast it on my show. Yes. And then Alistair gets so offended that he quits. That, I think, would fix a couple things, because it's like, okay, but Charlie now knows that she's bad at this. She's trying to fix it, and if it still goes bad afterward, it's like, okay, well, Lucifer's not Lilith, so, like, we tried. But it's the fact that she keeps doing this and nobody's stopping her without trying. You know? Like, yeah, remember when Charlie agreed to let Vaggie help in episode 1? Like, what is Vaggie even doing? Like, what is she doing? I don't know. Right? Like, no one is stopping her. And so everybody's enabling her. I think that that's my other problem, right? And so people are like, oh, you know, Twitter user discovers that characters have flaws or whatever. And I'm like, that's not the problem here. It's that a character having a flaw is fine, but it's when it's seemingly gonna go unaddressed by the narrative that people start to get annoyed. Like that sort of, we talked about this with Frozen 2, like, oh, Elsa abandoning her family and running into the woods is apparently her superpower, and Elsa, that makes everything okay, you know? Like, it's that sort of thing of like, oh, but this is your superpower, so we're not gonna say it's a flaw, right? Like, it's the thing that makes you special, and I'm like, no, sometimes the thing that makes you special also needs to be held in check sometimes.
Sometimes,
you know?
The thing that makes you special makes you worse.
Yeah, well, and so, yes, right? But yeah, I agree with you guys that he doesn't care, like, Alistair doesn't care what's happening at the hotel, really, and so he's like, I quit. Nothing useful is going on, and he's annoyed, and he's still, like, mad that he lost to Adam. I just think that that would have been a nice little thing to tie in Alistair leaving and Charlie trying to learn at the same time. So, like, is it necessary for Alistair to leave? Not really, but it's more of, I think that that would have helped with Charlie and her situation. Yeah, we have to talk about Charlie putting an angelic spear on the tip of the train and all of that, stuff. But yeah, like, Vaggie says, like, this is not, like, a good idea, right?
Yes. Vaggie really should be running the hotel. Charlie should listen to everything Vaggie's going to say. And the fact that Charlie so, like, blatantly ignores Vaggie's good advice again and again and again in this episode leads me to believe that they're gonna have some kind of, like, tension.
I hope so, also, because look at this shot, right? Dictator. Like, yeah, she is Lucifer's daughter. Lucifer is Pride, right? I'm sure, amongst other things, right? Aren't they in the Pride ring right now, or is this a different ring?
I forget. So, like, I don't know, and it's...
Seven Deadly Sins, question mark?
Yeah, the rings of hell. That's the weird stuff about, like, hell. Like, Lucifer, Satan, is just, like, shows up very briefly in the Bible. They talk about, like, the war in heaven. That's the thing. I think a lot of, like, the layers of hell, that doesn't come from the Bible. I think that comes from Dante's Inferno and the Divine Comedy. So, whatever hodgepodge that Vizipop have decided to construct in her own world.
Pride ring is where all the sinners are. So yeah, like, Charlie's the daughter of Lucifer, but shouldn't we also call out Charlie on her pride, right? Like, I feel like that's the thing. Oh my gosh, sorry, you guys. Oh, anyways. Did I fix that? Okay. Anyway, like I said, I don't have a problem with characters having flaws. What I have a problem with is when everyone else is stupid to allow the character's flaws to flourish. Like, I would have been okay if Lucifer tried and failed to give Charlie her princess media training, right? Like, I think that would have been fine. But I think that, like, this is going to be, I hope that this is going to become a bigger thing, because I'm a little annoyed right now, but we'll get back to that in a little bit. We kind of sped run through the exposition there, just because we streamed for 4 hours last week, and that was a little too long, and I want to talk about radio static, so anyway. Can we talk about
the things that are very important?
How Vox is just, like, hanging out in Velvet's room, by the way?
Yeah, I don't know.
He has his own office, right? He's just, like, big chillin'. Like, this is so funny. And, like, look, they're having a little tea party. Like, what are they doing?
Their relationship would be so strange, like, completely incomprehensible to mortal men.
Yeah. I think that, like, it's so funny. Like, I don't know, and, like, Valentino is not here. What's Valentino doing? I guess
something else, I guess. I don't know. Just the girls having fun, having a little bit of tea.
I really like this, I really like this conversation with Cherri and, Angel and Husk. However, I'm pretty sure that, Cherri says some, like, no-no words. So, we're gonna, oh my god. Sorry, guys, I streamed Genshin for, like, 6 hours yesterday. It was fun, but, like, anyway. Pentious was a big softie, crying, right? I really liked this scene, though. Like, I like how they're talking about, like, they've really let things happen this season, and so, you know, for all my criticism about Charlie being a little annoying, I will say that, like, they've let these scenes be serious, and they've let characters kind of, like, talk to each other more. Like, it's just been really, really nice to see things like we're sitting in the moment, and we're not just speed running through the nonsense. You know what I mean? Or just speed running, period. I suppose there is no nonsense.
So in that photo, it does look very much so look like Cherri's dipping her ponytail into her
the
drink,
glass.
right? If it wasn't for the proper sort of perspective, it does look like she's just like dipping it in her hair and then drinking it by wringing it out of her ponytail.
But yeah, I thought this was cute, and like Husk he was almost playing matchmaker a little bit, because he was like, oh, you know, like, I know what you're feeling, right?
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so we can't.
I just like that all these people are like just like, yeah, Pentious was just a little softy. Little bambino, which he was.
I think we can probably show this, right? But yeah, like, see, like, Husk is kind of like, hey, like, if you want to go find it, you know, like, there's some information out there, right? Velvet makes love potions. Witches make potions. That is true. Yes. It was funny that the other episode she was like, burn this like the witches who wore it. So, like, she has witch standards, I guess. Like, she's not against witches. She just, you know.
She feels how she feels about witches, I suppose.
But yeah, Cherri's like a hazard to the YouTube moderation.
I really like. I like that Cherri's also like a hazard to the, I don't know, structural stability of the hotel. Like, I've never seen her walk out of a door before. I've only ever seen her blow a giant, like, gaping hole in the side of a wall, and just run out wildly into the night.
Yes.
That's such a wonderful character quirk of hers.
All right, guys. I am trying to do the super chat goal again for Hunter to react to Wish. Because we're like Sisyphus pushing up the boulder, and apparently we never learn. But yeah, I like Vaggie just coming in like, okay, right? I thought that was funny. Oh, the little pigs in the background.
I forget his name.
Fat Nuggets.
Fat Nuggets.
Which, I don't know why, because nuggets are like chicken nuggets, but... Oh, hello, random people just walking around the hotel. I guess there are sinners hanging out here, but then at the end of the episode, we see that some of them leave, right? Yeah, so see, like, she's like, Alistair, guess what's going on? Like, you know, the V's are here, right? And then Alistair's just like, and anyway, I don't know if he's hiding his staff from them also. I don't know if he's hiding the fact that his staff is broken. But yeah, I love Velvet's, like, little, like, afro puffs or here, I guess. But how she's, like, styled her hair is really cute, and the little hearts. I love Vox being, you know, kind of polite-ish.
I do like that they have Velvet always in a new outfit.
Like every frame, she's almost in a different outfit.
It's very believable. It's kind of the inverse of your sort of classic cartoon character dresses the same way every day.
Yeah. And so you see, like, Alistair's already, I don't know if there was a frame where he was still there in this shot, but, like, he's already gone. Which I think is just so funny. I love that he just was like, anyway, never mind.
I'm trying to think of it. There was a cartoon. I think it was a Canadian cartoon.
Yeah?
I don't know if any other Canadians are in the
Look at them
audience.
in the background.
Oh, look at my little baby boy. I think it was called, like, Girl Stuff, Boy Stuff.
Oh, I don't know.
Do you remember that one?
No.
Oh, I think it was maybe that one. It might have been another one. And one of the times, like, it took place in, like, a school or a high school, and one of them went out to like, prom or something. Mm-hmm. And it's just like, why are you're just, you know, you're dressed in shorts. It's like, yeah, so you're dressed the same way you always dress, too. Like, they acknowledge that they briefly... I forget exactly what the line was.
Are you sure it wasn't the Weekenders or something?
Maybe it was the Weekenders.
I don't know.
Part of me feels like it wasn't the Weekenders.
Somebody do some research about that, because I'm not sure.
Part of me feels like it was more niche, and when I think of niche shows from my childhood, I often think of the Canadian ones that didn't do business in America.
Braceface. I remember Braceface.
I remember
Do you remember Braceface? Yeah. I mean, 16 is the big one that you guys probably, if you're not Canadian,
or Total Drama Island.
Yeah,
that was the other one. That
Spider Riders, which nobody ever wants me to talk about, but it's okay. One day, the Spider Riders video essay. See, that's how you guys know that, again, like, I'm not like, oh, Calxiyn's grifting and she only complains for views. No. I'm probably going to stop Good Sense to make a Spider Riders deep dive at some point and go against against, like, I should be making the Disney leading man video, but guess what?
Tiger Leaf, fellow Canadian. I don't know if you recall that. Like, try to think of, like, some, like, 2000s animated shows that, like, took place in a school or a high school.
Canadians are real.
They were
That's
Canadian.
Funny.
We are real. But we do exist in a kind of Mr. Ben, where the whole thing was a guy wearing a new outfit, and that outfit led him on adventures. That's cute.
Oh my god, do you guys remember Franny's feet, where her father was a cobbler, and he would fix up the shoes, and then she would step into the shoes, and then she would go on the adventures? And it was so cute. And, like, there was one where it was, like up north or something, like, in, like, Alaska.
Yvonne of the Yukon?
Yeah, or something like that.
I remember Yvonne of the Yukon.
And she was with, like, the, I don't know, the indigenous tribe up there. Is this teal super chat 2 or the 5? Oh god, guys, are you guys colorblind? Oh no, now I have to check. I think the teal, yeah, 5 is teal. Yes. Oh, do you guys notice that I have our Patreon thing the same color as the YouTube super chats? It's a very small detail that nobody would notice. But yeah, so I really like how they kind of grill Charlie here. Again, you know what would be really fun? Sorry to be this person, but, like, you know how in Anastasia they have learned to do it, right? Where Dimitri and Vlad, and it's like, I never cared for Stroganoff. You said that like a Romanov, right? And they teach her all the facts about the Romanov family. Again, in my hopes and dreams, they would do that with Charlie and Lucifer to be like, listen, okay, you gotta stop fucking up in public, man. Like, we can't keep doing that anymore.
When I see Vox, I also think of Romanoff, Anastasia Romanoff, because I also want him to get shot by communists.
Oh my god. Anyway, so I was just thinking about, see, that would be a nice training song. I'm thinking about the context of the song. So I like this. Like, you won't be protecting people? Interesting. I think it would also be hilarious if they weren't writing anything. And that they were just, like, sort of bullshitting. Because what do they need paper for? Aren't they recording all this anyway? You know what I mean? Like, it's already being broadcast. And yeah, she's like, my dad hates sinners, and I'm like, bestie, nobody asked. Like, maybe don't offer that information. Media training. Guys, I don't know if you guys know this. My other degree before musical theater school is in professional communications. Now, obviously, right, I, as Calxiyn, am not perfectly media trained all the time, I will admit, right? Okay.
For example, earlier this very stream, you'll know we talked about Yowie for 20 minutes.
But I know not to do this, right? And so I'm like, media training's very important. Like, I guess they did say the family, that the Morning Stars currently just, like, the populate, but, like, Lilith would be included in family too. She could have played that off with, well, my mother, you know, my mother loves the sinners and she left me with this responsibility to empower you. Like, you could bullshit that. You didn't need to mention Lucifer. Nobody cares about him.
She's just incompetent.
Yeah.
And there's a level of, like, incompetence that I can accept. Like, when you're going against the V's right now, okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
It's a little later on. With
I'll
the
make
nifty
a
stuff.
comms major out of you, yeah! That is what I want, like, I'm not joking. I can't believe I missed peak content, don't worry, Bonnie Bell. We'll talk, it'll happen again. Don't worry.
I think Coolsville sucks. I made that exact reference, in the reaction. Because this whole thing reminds me of the cinematic classic Scooby-Doo 2, Monsters Unleashed.
What? I don't remember what we were talking about.
Nor do I. You were talking about how you wanted, like, a song between
right.
Vaggie and...
this is pretty self-explanatory, guys. I'm sorry if you guys think I'm going too quickly through episode 3, but, like, nobody needed all that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is all pretty straightforward in terms of how they're manipulating Charlie and, like, getting their story, and Alistair's not here, so I guess we'll cry about it later. But yeah, what I think, here's my thing, too. I know that Emily didn't have that much time, you know, and she had to think fast, but if I were Emily, I'd be like, you know what? I'm gonna put a book together of everything that's happened so far. So if I ever see Charlie again, let me, like, you know, write this down and pass this along to her. So I'm not saying she should have done that when she opened the portal and flew through, but I'm saying maybe it would have been a good idea ahead of time to, like, prep a diplomatic document or something. Like, isn't that kind of part of your job? So anyway, like, that kind of bothers me how, like, they literally have no proof. You know what I mean? Because they have no proof. Yeah, guys, the thing is like leaderboard. It's like, oh, if you talk or if you give super chats or whatever, like, you'll be higher on the board. I don't know, it's like a fun little thing. But yeah, so Emily only had 1 minute, so I'm not gonna hold that against her for doing it in that minute, but she probably should have started on that like a month ago when Pentious, because if it were me, I'm just saying, if it were me, I would be like, oh, this is a rare scientific event. I should start recording this on the daily basis, like Pentious day 1, Pentious day 2, right? Because he's been up there for like a month or like a sort of mysterious amount of time that they didn't, you know, they say it's a month and then Alistair says he's been at the hotel a year and we don't have to like think about all that, right? But yeah, so that's the other thing that I'm like, come on, Emily, you should have been a little bit prepared to give Charlie something. But I know in that moment she couldn't have conjured. But at the same time, I don't know, she has magic, maybe she could have, but I won't hold it against her, not yet. Don't you forget Reaper, guys, you guys are trying to tempt me into talking about radio stat, and we're gonna talk about it. We have to go in order.
First, you gotta eat your meat before you get your yaoi pudding.
Yeah,
Plot meat, so. Yaoi pudding.
Oh man,
Pink
I wish
Floyd
we had pudding.
Reference.
But yeah, she's so cognizant, she's like, you go up, you know. But yeah, so she's like, how are you gonna prove this?
I also like how she just never thought of that. I don't know, like, that really bothers me.
I think I think that she thought that people would just take her word for it.
I guess so.
But I'm like...
I understand that she's naive, and that's, like, well done, but you kind of don't want it to be, and I mentioned this in the reaction, like an idiot plot.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, this person is dumb. They're doing and saying dumb things.
You know what the other thing is, Hunter, that I think I have a problem with? So Emily has been with Pentious the entire time, right? Obviously, I know why they didn't do this from a writer's perspective, but I'm talking about, like, from the perspective of, like, the characters, like, why the characters didn't do something. We know that Vox has technology. Heaven has technology because we saw them air Christmas Santa Claus or whatever. I'm in love with Santa movie 5. So when Emily was doing that, why didn't she take pictures of her and Pentious and like all the stuff they were doing to give that to Charlie?
Right? Yeah, the super chatter mentioned that.
Why aren't they using the Heaven Embassy? They have holograms. They could have talked.
No,
right? Even though Heaven's closed down, they didn't really explain that.
Very good point. I don't know if you consider that like a plot hole or like a plot contrivance.
I'm gonna say that that's a plot speed bump in terms of like they could fill it later and like they could explain that Heaven's like in lockdown, which means even the telephone signal doesn't work.
And like no one's in the embassy, like, I guess.
We don't know. Because we as the audience don't know, it's hard. But like pictures, Emily could have just taken pictures and just sent, and like this isn't like, oh, a cinema sins, ding. Like this isn't me trying to be like, oh, but why didn't if they just flew to the Lord of the Rings mountain, everything like,
in the Universal logo, there's no clouds in outer space, ding.
Yeah, like that sort of thing. I'm just asking like from a legitimate, like I don't think that Emily thought this through at all. She could have taken a picture of Pentious. Just a little, because like they have technology. It's you know, it's frustrating. Like at least, cause see, if they had pictures, what they could have done, even if they wanted to like, right, even if they wanted to keep this, Vox could have said, oh, but like in the age of AI, you know, people be doing anything. Like he could have just made another excuse. So like, it doesn't. To make Vox more competent, we don't need to make Charlie stupider, we just need to make Vox more clever, right? You have pictures, and then Vox recreates those pictures with a snake and shows you, oh, but those pictures could be photoshopped, right?
Yeah.
All of this, like, is subject to be, right, whatever. How could Emily know? That's true. Emily couldn't have known, but like Emily didn't need to be like, oh, I'm gonna get these pictures in case they need proof. It could have just been, see, Pentious is okay, Charlie. Here you go. Here's some mementos to remember him by or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it could have been for a different purpose. You know, it didn't need to be that Emily was worried that Charlie would think that she was lying. It could have been a nice, cute little thing, and then Charlie could have used it later. But yeah, I feel like this was to make Vox a little more smart than he, you know.
Does Hell have AI? I assume Hell is the type of place that you don't want to go to. So I assume there's a lot of AI down there.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, like, I feel like that wouldn't be too hard to, like, work in, you know? And so, that's, like, the thing, right? Is that there's a way to still do this and have Vox kind of be the insufferable doubter, right? But, like, you didn't need to do all that. Like, you know, like, we could have had it be, again, Charlie actually did have evidence, and, like, no matter what she gives them, they still won't believe her, right? And that would have made Charlie going more and more insane a little more
sense, or
right?
it has reasonable build-up. Mind you, like, I'm not saying that the song she does here, where she sort of spins out, Vox GPT, oh my goodness, like, that's in her character. That's not her being dumb, that's her being Charlie.
Right.
Like, it is a thin line between, like, what I think is an acceptable characterization of hers and what is, like...
Also, Vox can turn his head, like, all the way around, which I don't know what all that's about, but...
So later on, when Alistair and Vox are making love, he can just, like, spin his head right around and be like, so I was thinking, Alistair.
Do you mean Valentino?
Right, yeah. Well, I'm saying for your yaoi fantasies.
Oh, I understand. Okay,
not that they would be having sex, obviously, but...
I thought you meant, like, in the scene with Valentino, he would turn around and look at Alistair the entire time.
Now that you say it, yeah, it does kind of look like they had sex, so I could see him doing that as well.
Yeah, okay, so we might just be stupid, but I would like to defend ourselves for a minute. I didn't realize that's what was going on. In that scene. I thought that Vox had just undressed to go to bed. I didn't realize that they had just finished doing, like, the devil's tango. I guess I'm just stupid because everybody else thought that. But, like, I didn't realize that...
The devil's tango? I'm sorry, I let that one slide.
I didn't realize that Val was tied up. I thought he was just, like, you know, when you're doing the little head behind the hand.
After
like,
you've done you're stretching after the devil's tango.
I thought he was just, like, hanging out. I didn't know that they had just... Anyway. But yeah, then I saw some tweets like, that's so crazy that they did it right with Alistair watching in the
I feel like I made a reference to Alistair in the special chair. And the
I didn't know. I didn't realize
special
that.
Little boys.
I might be stupid, but anyway.
I also like that he has four arms. So like only two of them were tied up. The other ones were on his phone.
Yeah, well.
Kind of undermines the entire point.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just like...
People are into that? I don't know.
They're doing their best. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, okay, so this is something else that I thought was interesting that not enough people are talking about. He's, like, seeing how... I think what's happening here, I could be wrong, I think that he's trying to see how fast they respawn. Because here's the thing. So this was something I was confused about. And then I had to look it up because I didn't understand. So, apparently, sinners... can respawn, right? We knew that. As long as they're not killed by angelic steel.
Yes.
My question was like, okay, well, why doesn't Alistair just kill himself and then he'll respawn? But people had a good point in my Discord that maybe he would respawn with the angel injuries, so it wouldn't work. And I was like, that's okay. I accept that. Like, stamp of approval, that's not a plot hole. But what I'm saying is that they may, what am I saying, actually? Oh, he may be trying to see how fast that works. If this is, like, to kill, right? We see how fast the bug is killed and then it respawns, right? Because there's less material to put yourself back together. But apparently it's kind of like Salem from Ruby, where she's just a pile of goop and then she eventually gets put back together.
Molds herself together.
So that's interesting because we haven't seen... Obviously, this bug is probably not a sinner. Probably. It's probably a Hellborn. So, I don't know about all that, but that's what Baxter may be trying to figure out is like, okay, but how fast can we make it? How fast can we, like, put people together? Oh, the trailer? We didn't watch that. No. Forming a band? Okay. I'll take your word for it, but we didn't watch.
We didn't watch the
sinner?
trailer,
I don't know. But I think Hellborns are also the same thing. Like, Hellborns, the same thing happens to them too, right? Yes. Because in Hell of a Boss, when they try to kill Stolas, it still has to be angelic steel. So you can't kill Stolas like normally. You still have to use the steel, right? Yeah, so we have to,
I will say, despite being in a quote-unquote shared universe, Hazbin Hotel and Hell of a Boss couldn't feel more different.
Oh, no, they do. What? Why are you guys laughing? What's going on?
All roaches are sinners. They must have done something fucked up to land up in there. Land up in there?
Land down there.
Have you noticed that I mentioned earlier I didn't sleep very well last night? Are you seeing the fruits of that labor?
I'm gonna try to speed run
consequences of those actions.
The Cherry thing because I'm afraid that she's gonna say more Australian words again.
Is that what we're calling it now?
Sure. I think that's better. But yeah, you see how he blushed? Like she did the. So you were partner. And like, look at him blushing. I think that's cute.
Yeah, partner.
Pentious bisexual king. Like I like it. You know, I could go for it. I love how they gave them like the Wednesday window though. Like that was so funny.
The Wednesday window?
Yeah, like in Wednesday, how Enid and Wednesday have this like stained glass mural.
Oh, right.
That's what I said that in my reaction, and you didn't have a response.
That is, I didn't notice.
And so I was like, this is exactly like Wednesday.
It is. We have not watched the second season on Wednesday.
No, we haven't. I mean, probably for good reason. I mean, we're busy, but
yeah, that's very cute.
Wow, guys, Soliana and Udine are looking a little different here. I don't know. But yeah, I really like the scene.
I really want them to sing, oh goodness, I Got You, Babe.
Oh my god.
The Cher and Sonny Bono song. I Got You, Babe. I think that'd be humorous. We could do that.
It is, you do a very good voice. But yeah, okay, clearly there's some Singe from Arcane stuff
I already have
on
a bit of a list.
Going here. Like, this is reminding me of Singe. That's all I keep thinking about. And I like Hell's
Look at how
Fair.
happy that little egg
What,
boy
the egg?
is.
Oh, for
yeah,
the gun?
and look at how proud. He's such a sweet boy. He was always the sweetest boy in hell.
And yeah, so there's just a fucking battle ring, I guess, for people. Okay, so here's my question. Can you guys answer this for me? Do you guys know? Because I don't know, and I tried to look it up last night because I'm tired of not knowing things that Visvi said in a live stream 4 years ago and people... Anyway. Okay, how do the overlords actually get their power? This is something I'm a little confused about. Because is it like you have a little power and then people have faith in you and then you get more power, right? Because obviously Velvet has social media power, so hers at least probably works like that.
I think they've made reference in the past of like owning souls. So I feel like the more souls you own, the more powerful you are.
Right, but then my question is, do you need to like literally own the souls, or do the souls just need to be like, they support you? Is it kind of a faith thing? Because like, you know, in Genshin, sorry to bring up Genshin, but like, there's this idea that the gods are powerful based off of the faith of their, you know, people believing in them, right? Yes. They grow more or less powerful. Yes. So, do you have to own the soul, or is it like just... Because how did Vox even get so powerful? Because does Vox even own any soul? Like, I guess they own those souls that they contracted as the star, the adult star, the lady in the other episode.
Oh,
I guess they owned her soul, but then they threw her away. So it's not like they sucked her soul out and took her magic.
I think it's a classic, like, you know? Devil went down to Georgia thing. Like, you...
Related to their sins? But that would mean that it's, like, biological and you can't get any stronger. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm kind of like, so can you get stronger or can you not get stronger? Like, because I don't understand. Because, like, they didn't suck her soul out, right? They let her go. They were like, you're useless. Bye. The girl that the V's transformed in Hazbin Guarantee, I'm saying, right? So that's where I'm like, I feel like that it has something to do with the faith somebody has in you, and that could also be why Charlie's powers aren't very strong, because nobody believes in her, but maybe that'll be something revealed later. I think Vox owns all his employees. Okay. That's okay. At least to me, it's a whole Rosie and Alistair. Yeah, like, how... I'm assuming that Bon Bell, it's sort of like... Okay, this is so random, sorry. I'm reading this book series called A Deadly Education by Naomi Novik. It's very, very good. It's really good. And so, basically there are these, I think they're called conclaves. That doesn't sound right. Anyway, there are these, let's call them guilds, okay? They're these guilds, and there's like a New York guild and a British guild, and like China has one, and it's kind of like, it's basically like Harry Potter, but better. Like, it's so much better. And they're in this school, and everything in the school is trying to kill them. There's, like, demons in the school, and so they always have to be high alert. They have to check their food because there's demons in the food. It's so good. Anyway, so the New York kids have power sharers on their wrist. and they get power, they get mana from the New York Conclave or the New York Guild or whatever. And so one of the boys is killing demons like crazy, and every time he kills a demon, he gets mana. So he has a one-way sharer where they're using the mana he generates, but he doesn't get it. He gets like a limit per month or else he'll blow it all killing demons or whatever. So I'm imagining that that's kind of how the Rosie thing works, is that she's making Alistair stronger by sharing her power with him. But obviously that has a limit, and we'll talk about that in another episode. And yeah, like there's some questions there because people think that Rosie is a Hellborn, but then I thought Hellborns weren't in the Pride Ring. I thought only sinners were in the Pride Ring. And then also, like, there's some questions. That's all. But we'll get there, right?
Is not, like... It's like, you know, J.R.R. Tolkien had the Silmarillion. Visipop had a stream from 3 years ago you didn't watch. Like, the lore is... I don't know. It's tucked away in sort of...
But yeah,
obtuse places.
So you see Vox here making a deal with Baxter. But I'm like... So, like, I don't know, does this, like, you make things for me also means that he gets more magical power? Because obviously this deal's beneficial, but do they also get, like, does this also give Vox magic? That's what I don't understand, because I understand the idea of making deals, but like, does Valentino having more adult stars actually give him any power? Other than the monetary power? Like, I'm saying magical power. Do you know what I mean? Like, does Angel have some sort of natural magical power that was sucked out of him and now it's Valentino's? That I don't understand. Like, I'm not sure. I think if Rosie's a fallen angel, we will talk about Rosie, guys. Don't worry. I know you guys are like, Cal, we don't care about episode 3. I'm like, I'm trying to make you guys care about episode 3, okay? Because nobody else cares. I know. It's sad. Oh, so this is what happened. It killed one of the egg boys. That's what drew the violence. Caused the divorce!
Egg violence. Oh, they're so frightened. You know, Pentious is just a protective mama, you know?
Yeah. So, okay, so let's hide this again. So she blows up and she's like, oh, you know, he's so strange. I didn't know all that about him. I'm allergic to recollecting. All right, we're at our screenshot limit. How are we doing? We're making good time. I'm approved of this time.
I'm approved.
I'm approved?
I'm approved.
Oh, you're...
You said I'm approved.
I know, sorry.
The rest of this is entirely unapproved. But I'm approved.
Don't talk to me or my sons ever again. Oh, I just came by. I missed a lot. Not really. We're still working on it. We haven't even gotten to me talking about Vox and Alistair. Oh, man. Anyway. Okay. So, here's the thing. I thought that they were under lockdown. Yeah, Cherri, I think, is really, really funny. But I can't show her dialogue, because you know, obviously the super chats are better than ad revenue, but I am trying to, like, keep a semblance of the stream monetized. Anyway, but yeah, you guys, I mean, obviously you guys know you can support us on Patreon. That's better. The super chats are better. Everything is better than YouTube ad revenue. But I thought for some reason people were gonna be under house arrest. But everybody's walking around outside, they're just kind of sad, I guess, so, sure, okay. But yeah, I did like this, though, because Pentious is without Emily, so I don't know what Emily's doing, but I like that he's going outside by himself, right? And he's having his little Heaven's Light moment of like, oh, look, there's a couple. I don't even know if this is like a romantic couple, but he's like, oh, there's people and I'm all alone. I really, really liked this song. So you guys can't bully me and say that I don't like pop music anymore, okay? Because that's not true. What I really love about this song compositionally is you have this Pentious sound, and then you have Cherri sound, and then by the end of the song, they blend together, and it's beautiful. That's what I want, right? And, you know, this is something that a lot of musicals do in different ways. Like, usually it's less genre and more compositionally. I think I used this example, I think, in the reaction, but, like, again, this is random just off of the top of my head. If you listen to something there in Beauty and the Beast, Belle's instruments are like, da-da-da-da-da, and the Beast is like, like, you know, because it's sort of like he's clumsy and it's brass and, like, all of that sort of thing, and then they blend together, and it's nice, right? That's a nice way to differentiate characters and, like, personalities is kind of like the prosody of making the instruments sound like them, which I know is kind of a weird thing to say, but like some instruments sound, you know, elegant and some of them sound kind of like fumpy, right? And so, yeah, in a context where we're using genre like Beauty and the Beast does, the instruments is a good way to do that. But in Hazbin, where they're doing a bunch of different genres, they gave them basically they're similar, but two different genres, I would say, of music, right? And so I thought that this was great. Like, I thought that it was awesome. So, if anybody wants to say that I hate all pop music, I don't. It's just, I really liked this. This isn't really what I would listen to either in my, like, normal life, I guess I should say, but, like, I really liked how they blended. That's all I want. I just want sound that reflects the character, okay? I want my little musical theater reactions, and I just, want
I'm also always impressed whenever, like, someone in the show with a really dumb voice, not dumb voice, but, like, very silly character voice has to sing.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, Pentious has to go, in these Elysian nights.
Yeah, and I, lost in a memory of how it used to be, right? Because memory, right? It's not a perfect rhyme, but, it's kind of nice, right? Clean it up. We'll talk about that later. But yeah, when it was only you and me, what I will say is they not now, but I did notice this another time, that, they keep kind of reusing the three, the triple rhyme thing over and over instead of changing it up. But I think this one has changed up because we have slights and we have knights, I think, or have we already moved on from the first? I don't know. That may be, something where it's these are two separate verses, and he's rhyming it with the first line of the first verse with the second line of the second verse. Do you guys understand what I mean? Let me, investigate that really quick, because I don't want to say something. I typed Genshin. I'm so sorry. What is happening?
Are we both tired?
I know. I was up all night tossing and turning thinking about Vox and Alistair. Okay, yeah, so I would say that these are probably two different verses. I don't know. That's hard. I'm not entirely sure, because the Genius Lyrics has them all together. Because I would say these Elysian Nights is supposed to be, matched with, no, but then they do these, I found home in those messy fights. So I don't know, actually. That's a little confusing. I would have to check that. I still like this song, though, so don't worry about it. It's not that important. It's just I'm noticing that, noticing that the form here, I'm a little confused, because we start Elysian Nights alone in these golden skies, lost in the memory of how it used to be, when it was only you and me, and then I think, oh, you know why? I think it's because they don't have a, indent here. It should be, and our old petty slights, I think, should be on its own line, so maybe these are two separate verses, but I guess what they're trying to do is Nights and Skies, which is a slant rhyme, and then Slights and Fights, which that's a little suspicious, because Skies doesn't fit nicely when you have, 4 rhymes and only one of them's a slant rhyme, but I would have to investigate that. Either way, I didn't mind the lyrics. There's nothing where I'm like, oh my god, it stayed gone and I'm getting, war flashbacks. But there may be some suspicious, there might be a little suspicious things going on with the structure that I haven't, completely investigated yet. But I really liked this. I liked, just Pentious he's literally singing in the rain, even though this is not what singing in the rain sounds like. Right? Oh, man.
I recall it being quite different.
But yeah, rhyme scheme, I need to investigate that a little more. I love how I was like, guys, I'll make PowerPoints and no, we're too busy. I'm sorry, I'm tired.
Huh.
This is not supposed to be a substitute for a song analysis, right?
Yes.
And then I wouldn't want this to be, because this isn't a live setting where we're still trying to let the show marinate, again, not a substitute and not my permanent opinion, but I loved this. They say time heals all wounds, but the wounds are what I miss. I really like that. Maybe I'm corny. I don't care. I thought that was great. I thought that, he misses the wounds, right? It's too perfect here. There's no conflict.
Yeah.
Right? Everything's a little too happy.
That little bit of frustration was, in retrospect, quite nice.
I know, meant more than just I thought that was great. I loved this. I loved this, sorry, girl that only listens to one type of music, I guess. But, would you agree that this is kind of like an Avril Lavigne-ness, or do you have a better comparison?
I wouldn't go Avril Lavigne.
Please,
when I think of Avril Lavigne, I think of, I'd have to be listening to right now to get the best comparison. Because Avril Lavigne is, a little more rocky, where this one feels...
Aficionado is what I was gonna say.
This one feels more in between of, a power ballad and, a sort of rock song.
I was thinking of, hey, you, I don't
Like so
that,
pop
like,
rock.
Kind of
so
that.
yeah, so power ballad and like pop rock.
Yeah.
Right in between that. So I guess you could say Avril Lavigne.
But yeah, if you think of something better, let us know, because Hunter's the one that, you know, listens to more music than I do. I'm trying, all right? I was thinking about that Hunter and I should do, like, an exchange stream where Hunter listens to a musical album, and then Hunter picks 3 albums. I mean, you guys gave me all those songs, and then I was supposed to make YouTube shorts, but, like, YouTube shorts take me, like, an hour to make, so it's not, like, it's not an easy thing to do. I'm still trying to figure it out. But yeah, I just loved her, like, running around. Yeah, I think that her structure may be a little bit different, but that's fine because she's a different, like, she doesn't need to match Pentious because this is her part of the song, because we have, like, brawling and calling, right? So that's, like, that's kind of different than whatever was going on with, Pentious's Elysian Night Slight Skies and...
Girlfriend is not a good song, but I don't believe Avril Lavigne wrote that. I believe Dr. Luke did, which is upsetting.
Does she usually write her own music?
Her first album, that's the very famous one that has like Complicated and Skater Boy on, I believe she wrote most of that. I do think that Girlfriend was written by Dr. Luke, though.
Okay.
Who's known as a
I
not
know
very
that.
good guy.
She
was probably at least a little bit
internet.
involved in that.
I heard about Katy Perry or whatever, that thing that happened recently.
Yes, right, yeah, because
so let's talk about this. So can I get a poll in the chat about, like, is Cherri just selfishly bored, or is this a front? Is what I'm trying to ask.
Or she's being honest? Is that allowed?
Well, basically what I'm saying is, like, does she actually care about Pentious, or is she, like, just bored? You know what I mean? Is she just sort of using him? Do you guys, because I saw some, like, pretty fervent debate about this, where people were like, no, Cherri doesn't care about Pentious, she's selfish, and she just misses the entertainment, and she, like, gets high on the adrenaline, and she doesn't actually love him. And I was like, I don't know about that. But at the same time, whenever we talk about Hazbin, somebody talks about a live stream that happened 4 years ago, and then I get, like, nervous that our read of the character... How do I answer yes or no? Just with your opinion. Like, do you think that she actually, like, she's just saying, oh, I'm so bored, right? And, like, it's sort of a tsundere, like, oh, it's not like I like you.
Oh, that's what you mean by a front.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
So
it's
a front
like,
is like, oh, she does actually really...
Right?
I see what you mean.
So, do you guys understand what I mean by front? Feel free to change your answer if you misunderstood me. I'm sorry, I didn't make that very clear. But I'm basically like, you know, is it like, oh, it's not like I like you or anything, I'm just bored without you, right? And so she's denied, like, no chance, no way, I won't say I'm in love, right? Is it that? Or is it, that she is, like, genuinely she is just an adrenaline seeker? It's both? Okay, that's an acceptable answer. That's fine. I saw some, like, I would go as far to say slander. There was some Cherri slander of, like, she doesn't care about Pentious, and all she cares about is the violence, and, like, she doesn't love him.
No,
and, like,
Australian woman will ever love you. They only want to cause you pain.
Because she can be bored, too. Like, that's okay, but I'm just saying, is it, like... drugs? I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? Like, does she feel about Pentious like taking drugs, or is it just like she's only bored and she doesn't care about people, and like, because that was a very not generous read, I thought. I thought that she is realizing that she used to like, that she does have feelings for him and that now it's too late, almost, right? And this is just her way of expressing it. I don't know if I wouldn't say that she's just bored, you know? Exactly, she never got a chance to explore it, so how does she even know? I feel like that's part of what she regrets too, right? She never got the chance, so even she may not know the answer. But I don't feel like it's like this Alistair, like, tee-hee, I'm only entertained by you and I just use people. Like, I don't know, I thought that was not right. That didn't seem very nice. Like, I don't know if that was true. Yeah, exactly. Why is she staying at the hotel? Exactly, Bondbell, exactly. Okay, so we have successfully defended Cherri from the haters today. I guess. But yeah, I like this little, like, scene of something that, I'm assuming this is something that happened in the past and she's not just imagining, like, this is an actual thing that happened instead of a dream.
Yes.
You know? But yeah, I thought that this was great. I like their little, like, kill that vandal, like, scrambled. Like, I thought that, like, the little, you know.
the little fight scene in the middle of the song was very cute.
Yeah. Exactly, she wouldn't get a key. Exactly, guys, exactly. Okay, good. We're on the same page. But yeah, I really liked, like, you know, I usually don't like them talk singing, but I thought that this was acceptable. They don't need to be like, it's going to blow. Like, this isn't like Les Mis. They don't need, Valjean, at last. Like, they don't need to be doing all that, you know what I mean?
Do you think that, Valjean and, what?
Javert?
Javert is like also
old man
old man Yowie?
Yowie?
Do you think that's Yowie too? Is that like they hate each other Yowie?
I don't know.
Are the kids into that? Are we doing French Revolution Yowie?
I don't know. You're gonna look it up and you're whipping out your you're like, oh, we gotta fact check this cow. Okay, I'm satisfied with that poll.
We gotta see the
Sorry,
Yowie.
I'll try to word myself better. I don't know if you guys can tell, but this, like, the keyboard's balanced on my knee right now, so it's kind of hard to type. I need a lap desk. That would be nice.
I hate the AI overviews.
Yeah, I know.
Because they will always be like, yeah, I think I know what you mean when you say Les Mis Yowie. I know what you want.
You know what's funny? In the fanfic that I was reading, Alistair and Pentious, it was like, oh, you know, we want to fight each other. Like, can you do Tuesday? No, I have something on Tuesday. What about, like, you know, what about Wednesday? No, I have a doctor's appointment. Like, it was very funny, and I like that they were scheduled fighting each other.
So that is funny. 75% of the Les Mis
is Javert.
is like MXM.
Is it Les Mis like the movie, or is it Les Mis like the
novel? It's just Les Mis.
Okay,
so it's all together,
just
like musical, book,
We're just
everything.
shoving it all in there.
Well, we don't need to describe the acts in great detail, Cal. Come on, this is a family show.
Man.
We couldn't even say what kind of chair that Alistair was in later.
She's coming to like Sundere. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad we're all on the same page, chat. I remember 16 and stoked. Bestie, Sakuna, how far are you in the stream? Are some of you guys not synced up with where we are? Some of you were like watching on 2x speed trying to catch up.
Oh dear.
But yeah, when they join together and the composition joined together, that's all I want, okay? I thought this was great. You know, again, like, you can't exactly do this in the context of Gravity because it's a solo.
You know what I realized?
I wanted this
energy,
compositional energy in
This
Gravity
reminds me of the window in Sir Pentious and Baxter's.
Sort of, like blue and then his
they're two
was
different sides.
Orange, but yeah, I kind of like that.
And
it's
kind
the same
of red,
sort of
orange, like a
situation.
warmer color and a cooler color. So it's like, oh no, you have actually someone that will love you and be nice to your
And it's also like the heaven and hell, and like their color schemes too are very like different now, you know? It's nice. I did check and I was 5 minutes behind. I do agree though that the composition is a lot better overall this season. So there will be no more Gravity slander today, I promise, you know.
Girl boss with a boy failure.
Like, I kind of softened. I'm never gonna listen to it again, but like, I'm kind of like, like, I've gone from like, oh man, the potential to like, just like, meh, right? Yeah. So I still think about the potential, but it doesn't keep me awake at night now the same way that other songs are. But yeah, so it's kind of in that space now, you know? What was I saying? Girl boss, boy failure, yes. Yeah, so I'm glad that, like, I was afraid when this song was called Piss, okay? I was afraid.
I was
getting Urinetown flashbacks. I was really worried. Like, I'm not gonna lie. But I like that they kept it. I don't know why they called the song Piss, though.
Beating the piss out of you?
Like, she says beating the piss out of you. I don't think he ever says it. So, I don't know. But I guess, like, yeah, I don't know what I would call it otherwise if I had to rename it either. I don't have any better
piss,
ideas.
I thought, because you said cherry bomb and piss, I thought it was like, oh, like getting pissed. Like getting drunk.
Right.
I thought it would be like a drinking song. I was way off.
Yeah. For the bit. But yeah, I don't know, like, what else I would title
More
this.
pissing.
No. I'm sad that the name is Piss. Yeah, I can't even put it in the YouTube description. I keep saying Cherri and Pentious' love song. Like, I can't write that.
You can't say piss.
They both sing at the end of the song? Okay, that's acceptable.
You used to say bad words. You used to be able to say bad words on YouTube. That's what made YouTube compelling.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
So I'll
You had
check
the
that off and
angry
say that's
video
okay.
game nerd putting in more swears than could be comfortably fit in the same number of syllables. Truly, titans of profanity. And now we can't say piss?
Well, in the description, I didn't want to. But yeah, I think there's a couple things happening. It's pissed off, like, you know, oh, oi, are you taking the piss?
Oi, oi.
Right? I said that in the other video.
Oi, oi,
like,
I'm
is this some
Cherry
big
Bomb.
joke that I would realize that I have feelings for this person and they've been redeemed? Like, so I think beating the piss, I think taking the piss, and then being pissed, right? Yeah, but I like this. I like that, like, he's like, could this be love? And she's like, I don't know if it's love. So that kind of almost implies to me that, like, he's never felt love before, but she has, and so she doesn't know. Does that make sense? Right? Because Pentious was like a hermit, right? So I don't think anybody ever loved him, whereas Cherry might have had other relationships, right? So, but yeah, their little
Pentious.
heartbreak was so sad. Pentious never gets to, he never gets to finish, oh no. But yeah, I still taste the blood, I still taste your blood, like, I thought this was crazy, and all I kept thinking about was my nemesis from, Phineas.
Oh, you mentioned that twice. I'm not familiar with that song.
No,
is it about like Doofenshmirtz?
It's Doofenshmirtz and Perry, and like Doofenshmirtz gets assigned a new like animal, and it's a panda. I can't remember his name, but then they go on like a Dr. Phil like talk show and talk about like why Doofenshmirtz doesn't want the new nemesis, like he wants his old nemesis back. Anyway, there's a whole, it's funny. Like, it's like, I miss when we didn't get along, you know? Oh, okay, so again, information that was probably said in a live stream. Cherry's backstory is related to an abusive relationship, if I recall. Okay,
Lord.
so that's interesting. She's Aussie? Yeah, guys, was my accent not good enough? I'm sorry, I was trying, okay?
That was an intentional joke,
like,
kid.
Oi, you know, I thought that was good. If I was doing British, you have to come to my Twisted Wonderland stream, because I do British all the time.
Oi, oi.
Oh god, somebody give me a riddle dialogue line and I'll do it. You
Peter
blew a
the
hole
Panda.
right through my soul. I loved that.
Can
While I
we
was
talk
beating the
about
piss
how
out of you.
Cherry has one bra strap?
I know.
Like, the girls are girlin'.
Well, you
so,
know.
like, how does, like...
Well, here's the thing. Here's the other thing I read. I don't know if
You
this
know
is
why
true.
You know why Cherry Bomb doesn't respect Pentious? Because Pentious could never build anything as powerful as that bra.
Oh my god. Hunter, I don't even remember the thoughts that were in my head now.
That's
They're
fine.
gone. Oh,
You're thinking, you were thinking about Old Man Yowie, now you're thinking about boobs. and changes.
Sorry.
Typical
Let
bisexual.
me find it in my mind space. Oh, I don't know if this is true, but the streets told me that, like, they don't have physical forms. Their physical form is their soul, so maybe that's why Velvet's able to change clothes so quickly. Like, that begs the question, are people actually wearing clothes?
Then Cherry must have big souls.
Well, I'm saying, like, the bra is her soul keeping it up. Like, it's at her will. The clothes are, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know if the clothes are
Only
real.
through pure spiritual powerful can you get lift like this.
That's all I'm asking. I don't know.
That'd be crazy.
No Velvet impression. Guys, you would have to give me one of her lines. I can't just start talking in an accent on camera. You got it twisted. I can't do it. Not right now. Also, my throat hurts. I've been streaming too much. Twisted Wonderland might get canceled tomorrow. I may need a little break. I have to also dunk my wig in
Piss.
No, not piss. I have to boil it anyway.
Piss.
Yeah, so, I didn't notice this. She's
They're all
having
just sitting around?
a therapy session with these other two random fucks. I didn't notice that. We have said fuck a lot this stream. We might get in trouble, like I said. That's what YouTube
And we
super
can't
chats
say
are for.
we can't say the name of the special chair.
Oh my god. Anyway, yeah, so I don't know if they wear clothes. They definitely have clothes. Vox puts clothes on in one scene, but I don't know if like they need to have clothes or they just do it to feel more human is kind of more what I meant. Like, they definitely, there are clothing stores, right? Because doesn't Rosie have an emporium? But I'm just sort of like, well then why would you buy clothes? Is it like a status sort of thing? Like, oh, you could buy your clothes instead of having to manifest them on your bot? I don't know.
Like a loser? Loser.
Well, I don't know about all that, but I guess, I don't understand how this, like, their bodies are manifested by their souls thing would work either. I guess, though, because if angelic steel, like, deletes your soul permanently, like, your soul can't manifest a body anymore. So I guess that kind of makes sense.
I guess so.
Well, nobody needs okay.
Here's the thing,
well, listen,
if your soul manifests like that and you experience the physical world as if you were in the real world, even if you're a soul, what does it even matter?
Well, here's
like,
my question.
It's
when you get
the
to hell, are you naked then? And you gotta go find clothes, buck-ass naked? You must come with clothes on, right? Yeah, the default outfits are part of their essence. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, something like that.
Huh.
I don't know, man. We saw Velvet Magic clothes on to a girl. I think that the default being part of their essence, I think that's okay. I'll accept that. I'll allow that. You know?
Yeah.
That makes sense. But yeah, obviously, like, Velvet, like, magic stuff, like, she's in a different outfit right now. Like, she changed her clothes again.
Oh, yeah, she's in a...
Oh, yeah,
really
Serpentis appeared with a new outfit. But that's, like, a color change. Yeah, so he wasn't naked.
That's true.
So, okay. Yeah, so they do come with one default.
Wait after Labor Day.
Oh, man. This whole conversation started because of Cherri's bride. No, I'm so sorry, you guys. If you guys have watched Calxiyn Cares Too Much videos only, like, this must be a very stark contrast, because I'm like, I script myself, and I choose my words very carefully, and now, like, you guys see what I do with Hunter, you know?
You see what, the necessity of editing.
Oh, yes. But yeah, so Vaggie just didn't notice this entire time that, but Velvet is serving. She is serving. I really like the skirt. I like her hair. She's just always serving, you know? But yeah, so I like how it's like, I think he's a reporter, right? Yeah, okay, so Angel Dust, this was strike one, Charlie, okay? Didn't consider how Angel Dust would feel about this at all, right? First of all, with Vox, because even, like, if Vox hasn't done anything, they enable Valentino. They don't care, right? And obviously it's hell and people are bad or whatever, but, like, they don't care, you know, about what Valentino's doing to Angel, so. Not everything needs an in-depth explanation, I know, but it's funny.
If only Vizipop could stay out of the live streams, and we wouldn't have to worry about any of this.
Oh yeah, she also had blonde hair during the flashback, so that was fun. Cherri did, so at some point she changed her hair, so that's nice, like, passage of time, right? Angel being paranoid that, like, Valentino seeing this was really interesting. But yeah, again, Charlie, listen to me. Doesn't this remind anyone of, like, a situation that happened in season 1? Like, I'm pretty sure this Charlie, listen to me, this exact thing happened, right, in the Poison episode.
It's just sort of, I don't know, it's Charlie being kind of dumb.
Yeah.
In a capacity that's just sort of almost cruel, which seems like out of character for her, like she would really try.
And it's just too bad because I'm like, I think the reason why she didn't send Angel off somewhere was because she wanted to redeem him. Yeah. But, like, the fact that they wouldn't have a conversation first is kind of crazy. Like, that's kind of crazy. And the fact that,
like, she kind of, see, like, you know, you make the mistake once, that's believable for her character. But the fact she's basically making the same mistake again with Valentino, it's like, it's sort of frustrating, is it not?
Yeah, like, I feel like the obliviousness has gone too far, you know? And, like, because in my imagination, I would think that, like, season 1 Charlie would have sent Angel off on, like, a fake errand with Huss to get him out of the hotel while they had Vox here, you know? But Charlie cares more about, I think, proving that her plan works, you know? And Angel, I guess, is the closest to getting redeemed, but, like, oh boy, that was something that we can't show on the stream.
Uh-oh.
That's okay. Guys, like I said, the hope, I don't know, man, the hope is already gone. Anyway, but yeah, I get it, like, you're the closest one to getting redeemed, but maybe you guys should have all talked about this first. But yeah, what's really interesting in Charlie's, you know, train song is, the speedrun song. We'll talk about this in a minute, but just, like, what she thinks, like, dress more modestly, feed the homeless, do your chores, and I'm just like, okay? Was Pentious also doing his chores? You know?
Also, the modesty thing, it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, like,
it's a little like, Charlie, you're supposed to be, like, a good person. I don't know.
Yeah, I give Charlie a bit of a pass sometimes, right? You know, with like Pentious hopium, right, and stuff like that, but like I feel like that there's too much of a pass happening here. At least she can act like this, but the fact that even like Husk is like, hey, you know she's not gonna, well, Husk goes from don't be a moron to, she's not gonna stop asking you, so you might as well do it. And I'm like, peer pressure? Like, that's not okay. Like, you can't say that, and so that, like, I don't know, man. That stresses me out a little bit, how they're like, she won't stop asking, so you might as well humor her. And I'm just like, that shouldn't be, like, Husk changed, like, from 5 seconds ago. You know what I mean? 5 seconds ago, he was like, this is a bad idea. And then, right, they sort of go, oh, well, she's not gonna stop asking, so you might as well. I love Vox's just, like, the tiny eyeballs.
Oh.
But yeah, I love the V's this episode. They did
vicious,
did wrong
as
things,
always,
but
yes.
like they did nothing wrong in terms of, to me, they did nothing wrong. Yeah, to see, Husk is like, Charlie picked him because he's gonna make it, right? And so then it like kind of changes to, hey, like, what do you say? Best case, you make it, Like, she's not gonna stop asking. And I don't know how I feel about that. I kind of, she ain't gonna let up. And I'm like, you won't stop asking, so just do it? I'm like, no, you can't do that. That's not nice. Achoo! Oh my god, sorry guys, that was gross. Oh. Yeah, exactly. No respect for Angel's feelings. And, like, I hate that they had Husk justify it too, so part of it is now his fault, and I'm like, Husk wouldn't do that. That was the writers trying to fiddle around, I think, right? So that's annoying. I find that annoying, I understand people's defense of Charlie that, like, oh, but she's traumatized, but, like, that only goes so far when they don't call her out. Again, if they call her out next episode and she gets a dressing down, I will, like, apologize for the Charlie slander. But, like, it's this episode in combination with episode 4 that episode 4, I would say, I'll give it the pass this episode, but episode 4 where Vaggie just lets her go off with Nifty who has a documented problem being on camera, like, that's where it's like, Vaggie didn't do enough, Okay, so this song, I feel like this isn't, like, super memorable. Like, I've tried to listen to it a couple times.
It's one of those, I feel like I'm starting to see a bit of a trend here.
Yeah.
That this season of Hazbin Hotel really likes having kind of humorous songs where it's like, look at all these things happen all at once.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We had that with the Pentious Journey Through Heaven.
Yes.
And there was one other one that I feel like I'm forgetting. And then there was this one. This one was at least interesting because it was ordered in a list.
Yeah.
Right, so it wasn't just like series of incredibly random stuff. It's like, oh no, it's kind of in order. It has one consistent theme. Like, it's not quite as chaotic. I liked it. I thought it was very humorous. I thought it worked. Oh my god, another.
And they're just they're just like lounging out here.
He's drinking through a straw into a screen.
So this answers some questions about how his mouth works, which we were talking about.
Are you asking? Oh, you have a lot of questions about how his mouth works.
We talked about that before we went live. Don't you remember that we were speculating? We were trying to figure it out. That's all I'm saying.
I think this is all you. I don't know what you're talking about. You're the one who's concerned about Vox's mouth here.
Don't say that. Okay, so somehow
I always assumed people would
come out of the. And that must be what's happening, right? It's like 3D. Or were they talking about 4D, I guess? Like,
do you remember that old, once again, Canadian television, the old, like, PSA where, like, the TV would talk to you and be like, hey, I'm a TV. It sucks.
Oh,
I just sit here. But you
yeah.
go outside. And it was like a 3D animated and the TV had a mouse and it opened up into this black maw. Is it like that?
Oh, you know what I saw the other day?
What did you see?
Okay, so we've been
watching... Does it involve Vox's mouth?
No. So we've been watching HGTV. Okay? Because this is so random, but anyway.
This is fucking very
We
random.
upgraded our internet, and so now we get, like, free channels we didn't get before, whatever. So there was, I swear to God, but I haven't found it documented online, so this is gonna sound like I made this up, okay?
Whew.
There is a Canadian PSA going around where there's a robbery, and the guy calls the police, and he's like, the robbers, they broke into my house, and the police are like, It doesn't look like anything's been stolen except for your time. Don't engage with online internet trolls. And, like, that's the PSA. That's, you can't, like, that's the crime. The trolls are robbing you of your time.
That's odd. I mean, here's the thing, good point. It's just a weird thing to have a government PSA
I know, and
about.
it was like, by the government of Canada, and I was like, really? And I never saw it again, but I swear it's real. I keep looking and I can't find it. And that was, I keep looking up time theft because that's what they call it, but then I only find like workplace time theft
just
because
put, like,
that's
recent
what, you know,
government, Canadian government PSAs?
I can't find it. I liked it. I really did. I loved it. I thought it was such a good point, right? And then there's just this guy with his phone, and he's like they stole everything from me, and the policeman is just like, okay, but we can't help you with that. You gotta log off, bestie.
We have a
the
list
policeman was like, we can't help you reclaim your time. You gotta touch grass. But yeah, I tried. I can't find it. I posted it on Twitter, and nobody found it.
Huh.
Like, nobody found anything. But the problem is when you look up time theft, you get, like, wage theft and, like, time theft in, like, a job office setting. So I couldn't find shit. But yeah, the don't feed the trolls, I thought it was great. Come on, Angel, you're far from shameful. I don't know if I love that, but, like, as a rhyme. But, like, you know, again, this is, like, a song that is, you benefit from seeing it in the show, as opposed to, like, earlier we were talking about Learn to Do It as a montage, which I think the lyrics of Learn to Do It are more funny. Yes, it's cute. So, like, that's my thing where I'm like, you know, it's good to rely on visuals, but to rely on it so much that, like, the song is kind of like you had to be there. I don't know, there are other musical theater songs like that. So, like, this did what it's supposed to do. I would give it, like, a B-, but am I ever gonna listen to it again? I don't know. You know, it's fine. It's fun.
It's fine. It's cool.
Yeah. Okay, so we have this, like, rabbit person.
Chihuahua man. Oh no.
Did he get run over by the car? I guess he's like, no.
Oh,
I guess it's on the road.
Oh, no. I guess not.
Yeah, I was like the perspective here confused me. I like how his car has a little, can I make a prediction right now? But I don't understand how this would work. I feel like somehow Vox is gonna get eaten by his own shark. And he's gonna die at the end of the season.
That would be good.
But I'm kind of scared because I don't want him to die because he's my new favorite character now. And last time my favorite character was about to die, we were like crying before we recorded the reaction.
You know, you're here for Man Yowie. You're not here for Man Vor.
But, you know, like, Neo didn't die, so everything was okay. But, like, he could, like, but if he's eaten by the shark, would he actually die, though? Because, again, right, they just pulled himself back together, though. The shark's not made of angelic steel, so even that I don't think could happen.
I mean,
but I thought it would be, like,
it would fucking suck to just be stuck in a, like, shark's stomach.
Sure, but I thought it was gonna be a full circle moment where Vox is, like, it was his own pride or something, and the shark was like a metaphor, but now I'm realizing that that's not gonna work because they can only be permanently killed by angelic steel. So unless he falls in the shark after, I don't know. Anyway.
He gets stabbed and then eaten by a shark.
Yeah, something like that. Like that would maybe work. Anyway,
what if he gets thrown into like a pit of angel sharks?
Angel shark. Well, I meant his own shark because it would have been like, oh, my creations against me, you know, because I'm assuming Baxter helped make the shark. And why would the shark listen to Vox?
Vox's mouth is so weird because he has cheeks there.
That's what I'm saying. They're popping out of the screen.
Cheeks.
Did you guys ever have those toys as a kid where you pushed the like they were like these not pins, but they were like
little
these
rods,
right?
Yeah,
and you pushed on the
through.
rod,
Yeah,
and then you made your handprint. I think that's how Vox's face works. I think the shark will be used to eat the other two Vs, but then how is that gonna work though? Because how do you finish them off? How do you get them? I don't know. Like, how do you get them forever? Right? Like, it's only angelic steel, so wouldn't they just respawn later? Imagine if he revamped the shark. That'd be crazy. That's an interesting
Unless
theory.
they, like, somehow send them to super hell.
Super hell?
Yeah, you know, just more hellish hell. Super hell.
But yeah, do you guys think Vox is gonna die? I'm a little, I don't like that idea. I'm sad. I don't want to be sad today. Anyway, I like them. They're fun. In season 1, the model Val ripped apart. Velvet said she needed to pull herself back together. Exactly. Yeah, so that was on the wiki when I tried to look up this question. that they had to, like, they basically, are we sure demons can only be killed by angelic steel? That's what the streets told me. I don't know. That's what I read on the wiki. That's what the wiki says. If that's subject to change...
That's also kind of what the show implies.
Yeah, because they kill each other for fun, right?
Yes.
You know, shove the barbed wire up that guy's hole or whatever, happy day in hell, right? Yeah, exactly. They kind of wrote themselves into a corner by making them only killable with specific weapons, because then we can't really get that, like, Vox is eaten by his own creation moment.
Unless... Super hell is all I'm
Super
saying.
hell! But this is where all the sinners go. But yeah, I like how this song devolves into, like, Charlie trying to make Angel into Pentious. I thought that was, you know, good, right? To show that she's, like, again, she's not all there, you know? But yeah, they talk about, oh, maybe it's self-sacrifice, and that's basically how the song ends. So, again, serviceable for the show, but...
But not like, I mean, it works. It's like a humorous little song that kind of pushes the story forward, and that we realize that, like,
yeah,
eventually Charlie comes with the harebrained scheme that we're gonna try to, like, I don't know, recreate the situation resulting in Pentious being redeemed.
Yes, yes.
Putting a bunch of people's lives in
danger, which we're gonna talk about. Oh! Okay, so here's my other question. Do you guys think that Vox was actually the cult leader? Because now I'm starting to think that the twist is gonna be that Vox was not the cult leader, but Vox was like the cameraman for the real cult leader, and that in life he was sort of just a loser, and maybe he killed the guy out of jealousy, and so that was his crime or something, you know? Because here's my other question. Does that, if you, for example, were like Pentious and you did something that wasn't that bad, but like not great on Earth, can you just go around murdering people down in hell and it's not gonna add to your tally? I guess not, because they don't stay permanently dead, so I guess everything's okay. But for example, like,
you're just having a hoot if you're killing people in hell.
I'm just saying, like, how do I explain this? Like, does Valentino abusing Angel get added to his sin count? Or are the only sins that happen the sins, like, on Earth? And, like, when you're in hell, you can just do whatever and nobody cares. Because that's another thing. Because Vox has done bad things since, right? But I don't know if that would count in this system. I don't know. Right, but yeah, he does have charisma, guys, but what I'm thinking of is that he copied the cult leader in the mirror or something. Like, he wanted to sort of be him, like he trained himself, like, you know what I mean? So I think that he's grown into that, like he's kind of become that person, but I don't know if on Earth he was that person. I'm starting to think that they're gonna do both of them are frauds, because, like, it's gonna be a parallel with Alistair.
I guess so. I mean, Alistair's also already been so wildly detoothed.
Yeah.
That if it just continues like this, I don't know.
Well,
I do like the idea.
But not everyone needs to be like that, right? Yeah. Velvet can still be bad.
Vox is powerful, but the idea of him being a fraud is kind of compelling, right? Because it gets at the center of his, like, he's a manipulator. Of course he would lie. Of course he would be dishonest.
Yeah, because they're all like the cult, as if they know. Like, do you know anybody that's died down here that were part of the cult? Like, is there evidence that there was cult activities happening? Like, has anyone investigated whether or not the cult is real, right?
Like maybe he's saying that just to, like, I don't know.
Like, to make himself seem, like, bigger than he was, right? Like, I don't know, man. I wonder how Pentious ended up in hell for withholding evidence of Jack the Ripper. I think it was inaction. Like, I think that that's a crime, you know? If you see something, say something. That's probably a crime. I don't know if, like, in the Bible they say that. You know, like, I don't know if you see something, that's a Canadian PSA for the,
see something, say something is about, like, I think that became a thing after 9/11. It was like it was like a watch for terrorism thing. Yeah.
Okay, well, they say it on the subway, like,
so when our Lord and Savior George W. Bush,
you know, like, if you see something sketchy on the subway, say something about it, you know?
Apparently in the subway by our place, in Toronto, I guess, which is
yeah. You're gonna tell a sad story on the stream
no. Just that apparently they have like cameras there now, and if someone's behaving badly, they'll just be like, "This person is doing this, and they shouldn't be doing that."
Oh, the publicly over the speaker?
Yeah,
oh, that's great. I thought you were gonna say somebody died.
They're like, so if someone is using drugs or drinking alcohol on the train, they will call them out. And it's like, do you think that's gonna work?
Oh no.
They're gonna be like more boisterous about it. They're gonna cheer. They're gonna do a keg stand in the middle of a train. Like, that's not effective. I'm sorry.
But yeah, Oh, you guys are saying it's like 7 deadly sins, so it's like sloth almost, right? Here's something interesting that they probably won't do. Because we're working off of the, Bible stuff, but Aristotle has this thing about vices and virtues and the golden median. And so, for example,
lay it on me.
If you're a coward, that's you're deficient. You're deficient of courage.
Yeah.
But if you're so headstrong that you rush into battle and you're stupid, you have too much courage. So the golden medium is when you are
the middle path
in balance. So like Aristotle would say in non-Christianity terms that cowardice is a sin, right? And then being prideful is kind of the opposite. So I don't know if that probably doesn't work for whatever. Somebody name all the sins in the Bible right now.
The deadly ones?
No, I meant the 10 Commandments.
Oh, I bet you I could.
Though. Aren't there like 600 or something?
So
did I even make that up?
So in the Torah, like there's in like the Book of Laws, there's like 600 or 800. But they kind of pared them down to 10.
Oh damn, they got.
Well, 10 are the important ones.
Oh no.
I think I can do this. No, so it's don't kill.
Okay.
Don't steal. Don't covet thy neighbor's oxen. Which is a shame because my neighbor has a wonderful oxen. Infidelity, so don't cheat on your wife.
Okay.
Respect your parents. Oh, honey, I was so convinced, and here we are.
Lord's name in vain.
Oh, right, yeah, Lord's name in vain, strange gods, keep the Sabbath holy.
Okay.
So don't hold any gods other than don't hold any strange gods. Believe in the Lord thy God. There's 2 more.
Guys, not those ones. We're talking about the commandments, not the
10 commandments.
How far behind are you guys? Please refresh. I'm concerned. You guys are like 5 minutes behind what we're talking about. That's not good.
Silly.
10 command. Yeah.
Father and mother, murder, stealing, lying. Can't lie.
Okay.
Can't lie. And no white after Labor Day.
Did you mention adultery already?
I mentioned adultery.
Okay. I don't know.
Can we?
Are you gonna look him up?
I guess so.
All right, Danny Doobad. Here's my beef with this scene, okay? I'm kind of fine with putting Husk in a deadly, like a life-threatening situation. That's okay. I get what we were trying to do. Here's my problem. Is this not angelic steel? And Vaggie should have been, what is wrong with you that you'd put an angelic weapon on the thou shalt not bear false witness?
We forgot you were supposed to keep the Sabbath holy.
No, you said that.
I said that?
Yeah.
Thou shalt not take the Lord's name in vain, no strange gods, mother and father, kill, adultery, steal, lie. Did I say lie?
Yeah, we said lie at the end. Maybe you miscounted. Maybe you did get all of them.
Yeah, maybe I got all of them. I think white after Labor Day is still a good idea.
This is crazy. This should have never happened. There's no, like, and listen, again, if you guys want to argue, oh, Charlie is, like, bad and unhinged and, like, she's emotionally volatile or full of grief or whatever, like, that's all fine. My problem is, why isn't that the first thing out of Vaggie's mouth is, why the fuck would you put an angelic weapon on the end of this? If anything went wrong, right, it would have permanently killed Husk.
Yes.
For what? Right? Like, Charlie going crazy is one thing, but no one is saying anything, right? I get that she had the emergency brake, but it doesn't matter. You know, in theater, you don't use real knives. There are reasons for these things, right? I get that, like, he's in danger, but can't he be in only a little danger? Like, he doesn't need to be in, like, permanent danger. Can't he be in mild danger? If the threat wasn't real, together. It would still be a major inconvenience to die. Like, it still hurts.
I mean, that's part
it's still
of
pain.
That is part of hi Arnold to you as well.
Oh, hi Arnold. Sorry, I'm saying hi to you because I talk to Cal every day, and I don't think I've talked to you since the holiday.
Yeah, no, in regards to that, like, it plays into her character weakness.
Yeah.
That she goes she's very theatric and she goes a little far.
And I get what you guys are saying, that the threat needs to be real, but here's my argument. Like, well, Angel being hit by Valentino is suddenly that okay just because they can heal themselves? No.
Yes.
That still hurts. That's still causing physical and emotional pain. So my problem is that, and I know what you guys are saying, right? That you guys are saying, hey, like dying, you know, that she did this because the stakes needed to be high. I get it. I understand. But my problem is that, like Husk being run over by a train is still gonna fucking hurt, right? Even if he puts himself back together, he's gonna be in excruciating pain. Is that not worth saving people? Like, you know what I mean? Is that not good enough for heaven? It needs to be a life-threatening circumstance? Like, if Hunter was about to fall out of a tree and I caught her, is it like, oh, well, you only stopped Hunter from breaking her arm? Like, that's not a good enough deed. You know? Like, that's kind of crazy. I think that's fine. Like, that's okay. And I get that, like, oh, but what does Charlie know and what doesn't she know and whatever. But, like, you could argue that, you know, Pentious, when he sacrificed himself, that they weren't in a fully life-threatening situation either, that there were other ways out of that. Pentious had no way of knowing, because he gets zapped right after, and it doesn't matter. His sacrifice kind of doesn't matter in the context of the finale, because he gets zapped right away by Adam. It distracts Adam for like 5 seconds. It didn't really change the turn of the fight. My comment, Arnold, Hunter answered you. Hunter said hi. So...
I'm here, buddy.
Yeah, you know.
We're chatting.
It's just... Ugh. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, this is kind of crazy. So, yeah, you guys are right. Like, maybe this is within Charlie's, like, behavior. But Vaggie should have been like, what are you like, what is wrong with you?
Yes.
There are better ways.
Vaggie's supposed to be, like, that was the thing about her, is that Vaggie was kind of a little bit hot-headed. And we're just not seeing that here.
No.
Like, Vaggie's so...
was she even here? She flies from somewhere and...
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, not only is like, Charlie extra dumb, but Vaggie's kind of also out of character. She should be sort of calling Charlie out on her shit right now, and that's just not happening.
And, like... It's frustrating. It's frustrating. And, like, why is Charlie not using her powers also? She's like, don't you disrespect my friends. I'm the only one who gets to bully my friends, not you. And then she gets angry and then she uses her powers? And I'm like, well, why didn't you use your powers when they were in danger, though, bestie? Like, this is all really frustrating. Because I feel like they didn't adequately call her out. That's my problem. That, like, if Vaggie had just been like, that was so irresponsible, and what's wrong with you, and how could you use an angelic weapon on the end, I would have forgiven. I would have been forgiven. Like, I would have had forgiveness in my heart, okay? It's the fact that that Vaggie doesn't say anything. Because we can, like, I have a different opinion than some of you guys, but you guys make a good argument for, like, Charlie thought that it needed to be permanent circumstances for Angel to get redeemed or whatever, right? Like, it needed to be a real threat. Fine. But, like, why doesn't Vaggie have any argument for that, you know? Like, why does Vaggie not be like, you're using the weaponry I entrusted you with for eval, right? Like, it's her spear, isn't it? I love how, like, Velvet does not,
totally
she doesn't give a
I also
fuck.
don't know when exactly they got around to cutting the
brakes?
Yeah, I wonder if he even did cut the brakes.
Well, it doesn't seem to work. Her remote doesn't seem to work. So I think it was earlier when she was like, oh, I have this handy remote, and they looked at each other. Yeah, Nifty's driving the train. Alistair's... Wouldn't Alistair be mad if Husk was permanently dead, too? Like, I feel like that, again, if we wanted to sort of make it so Alistair is getting mad and thinks that the hotel is useless, I feel like what they could have done if they didn't want Vaggie to save them and then Vaggie not criticize Charlie, I would have had maybe Alistair do it and be like, Bestie, nasty. What are you doing to my thrall, though? Like, I don't care what you do to Angel Dust, but, like, I own Huska's soul. I need that, man. What are you fucking with my thralls for? That's what they're called, I think. Thralls? The souls that they owned?
Yes.
So, like, you know, not because Alistair actually cares about Husk, but just he needs Husk's power, right? We see that in episode 4. Husk comes to the rescue, you know, when he's fighting with Valentino and the other Vs, right? So, like, that's my thing, is like, okay, fine, you don't want Vaggie to call out Charlie because they're girlfriends and she has, like, other things on the, you know, she has love on the brain and the rose-colored glasses.
I also love that, like, Husker, with his wings, can't
now
fly
he can,
away.
But, like, I think it was just they wouldn't have gotten out,
Big gay cowboy protection
right?
move.
So, like, why doesn't Alistair just intervene in this situation? Then you could have had a brief Alistair and Vox look at each other and don't say anything.
Also, the fact
you know?
that it's just kind of one
like, where
spear
do you
strapped
come
into
from?
the front, it wouldn't be that hard to, like, have that miss on accident.
Yeah,
Because
that's
it's
kind
like,
of true, too.
it's entirely like you could
But
just sort of
apparently getting
stand
run over by
off
the
to the
train
side
isn't
and
enough.
it would miss you and you'd get hit by the train and that would suck, but you'd probably survive.
But yeah, exactly. I was using that as he saves Husk. Exactly. Like, I would say, hey, you know, get Alistair to do this, and then you have Alistair getting so annoyed with Charlie that he quits. But the fact that Vaggie does this and doesn't scald Charlie after just pisses me off, and it doesn't make sense. And I don't know, man. It just bothers me. I hope you're having a good day, Arnold. I love you. I hope that your, I don't know, your work is going well. I'm not sure what you're doing today, if you're still here. Man.
Unrelated.
Sorry,
Arnold, I like you as a friend.
I'm just like, yeah, so she's like, what the fuck happened? And I'm like, was Alistair even there? No, but he, like, disappeared earlier in the episode. That's why I'm saying, though, he could get, like, my spidey senses are tingling.
That was the thing that annoyed me with
like,
Alistair as well, is that he was so gung-ho to be there, and then all of a sudden he seems like, I don't want to anymore, and then he leaves.
Yeah. He's probably listening. I feel like he never stops
like,
listening,
That's the
you know?
issue with the plot in general right now in these last 2 episodes. Things don't happen because of, like, oh, this happens, therefore this happens, tefore this happens, like
They're
oh,
getting
and
railroaded, no pun intended.
Yeah, they are getting railroaded. It's like, okay, Charlie has to behave. Charlie and Vaggie both kind of have to behave out of character in order to get these things
to happen.
So we have to make, right? And we want this to happen, and I guess they didn't think of any other way to get there, so they sort of railroad that.
But I see the vision is clear to me.
They want, like, Alistair to go be sick of this stuff and then go and see Rosie and then come back or get captured by the Voxes, but it all just sort of feels, sorry, the Vs. But he just sort of decide, like, he's like, well, I'm just going to do that now. Like the motivation just isn't really there.
And I know what you guys are saying, that he's been salty ever since he got beat up by Adam.
They all feel like Sims characters.
Yeah.
Right? They all feel like they're just sort of like, well, I guess I'm doing this. Well, then I guess I'm doing this now.
Yeah,
well,
I can
guess I'm doing
accept
this
flawed
now.
characters, but I cannot accept when the flaw of the character is a flaw in the show. I think that's a great way to put it. That's why I'm annoyed. You know, I'm not trying to be like one of those CinemaSins people of, oh, well, why didn't they just do this? Like, you know, I'm saying this out of good faith, like, genuinely, right? Bippity boppity, that cat's soul is my favorite. Yeah, like, kinda. Yeah. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, kinda. I do like this conversation. I thought that this was well written, at least. Right? And, like, you can't be serious. You're mad. Like, you're mad, right? Like, I thought, you know, yeah, flawed characters, not flawed writing. Exactly. Like, this was nice. I approve of this, but I feel like you're right, Hunter. It's like they couldn't figure out a way to just make this happen. And I'm like, just make Vaggie more angry. Oh, this was an ad-lib by Keith David, by the way.
That's really funny.
As, like, an old school,
you.
like, form of punishment that doesn't cause long-lasting damage, I guess was the idea. Like, that's the first thing that came to his mind. But yeah, this conversation's great. Vaggie, bad. Charlie, bad. Alistair, not bad, but they could have utilized Alistair to make him, like, the person instead of Vaggie, so then Vaggie could be, like,
in fairness,
you don't need to be like, oh, Vaggie, why are you not yelling at Charlie, right? If she wasn't even here.
I will say that, like, Aster, you kind of see it because he's been sort of sulky and
Alistair,
sorry. he has been sulky and not as present this season.
Yeah.
So it's kind of there. It still feels like it comes out a little bit out of nowhere.
Yeah.
He's not as bad as Charlie and Baggy. And honestly, Charlie only gets worse in the next episode.
Yeah. So, okay, we have to reconvene with our screenshots, guys. Okay, that's them in the limo. I'll remind you that you invited us here. Hazbin fell after season 1. I don't agree with that,
I disagree with that. I think the show got better after
season 2 is so much better. It's just,
one.
this stuff is annoying, but, like, the actual, I think... Is that a weapon? I think it's Vaggy's. Like, I don't know if they still have leftover spears from the extermination day, but...
Presumably, right?
Sorry, guys. We're, fixing the screenshots.
We're watching in very fast motion all these characters fight with one another.
Yeah. I don't understand how they always make the men work so well, but the women feel like a gamble. I don't know. I don't know either. I know what you're talking about.
I mean, here's the thing. In the first season, I kind of felt like the V's, including Vox, were kind of shallow.
Yeah, I would agree
was
with that.
was like menacing, but he was kind of one note that he was sort of menacing, right? Like Lucifer was a lot more three-dimensional, I would argue.
Lucifer?
Satan?
Yeah.
In the first season.
Oh, okay.
He was a lot more three-dimensional, right?
Yeah.
Baggy in the first season, I would say, and continues. I mean, they kind of gave her less stuff to do so far.
I do like Vox's sound effects. That was something that Alistair had a laugh track in the pilot, and they never did that again, which was sad. But yeah, like, I feel like, and again, we can say, oh, but maybe Vaggy's saving the scalding for later, but Vaggy's like, look, Charlie, Angel is not Pentious, not like, look, bitch, don't put my spear at the end of a fucking train. Like, this is what she's trying to say to her, not like, oh, you could have put him in, like, permadeath because of your behavior. Like, she's so gentle with her, and like, I don't know. This isn't the problem. Angel not being Pentious is like, that's like the 5th issue here. There are 4 other disrespecting Angel's boundaries, for one. Like, with the Vox even, like, with Vox even being here. The spear at the end of the trail, like, I can kind of, exploiting Angel on television, just like Valentino. Like, there are bigger problems, Charlie. Like,
I feel like I will forgive all this dumb Charlie stuff. You can say that, like, oh, it's partially because she suddenly realized that, like, her idea is working, so she's kind of in this manic episode trying to, like, prove this thing that she knows to be true.
And again, manic episode, sure. But, like, people always use, oh, you're criticizing this character for not acting perfectly and they're in a mental health crisis. But, like, is everybody else too? Like, Vaggy is so subdued this season. Like, she used to be so much more outspoken, I thought. Right?
Yeah.
Or am I crazy? Do I, like, is that copium? Was she always like this? Do you know what I mean, guys? Like, yeah, and, like, not now, not today, in front of all the cameras, and she's like, no one's gonna remember the lesson on boundaries? No, we didn't remember. No one's gonna judge you. Like, this is going to a point of obliviousness where I just can't deal with that anymore. Like, what do you mean no one's gonna judge you? Vox just said that you're an irredeemable piece of shit. Vox and Velvet are judging you here. Do you think that suddenly, like, I guess in her mind, it's like, oh, but if we redeem you in the next 5 minutes after learning what your sin is, they won't judge you anymore. That's not how it works, right? They're still gonna judge him, even if he got redeemed, right? So she doesn't care about that. You can tell me we can redeem you and no one will judge you. It won't change that Vox and Velvet, they're definitely, what do you mean? No one's judging. They're right there.
In the background,
with
judging
in
between
drones.
them.
Like, I don't know, man.
That's like kind of a fun visual sort of metaphor.
Yeah,
or
if she's called out for this and it's done really well, like I said, I'll be less annoyed, but now I'm just super annoyed because we could have used, again, even if Vaggy calls her out unsuccessfully, this is something that I said in another stream or video.
Yes.
Every scene is a conflict. That doesn't mean that you always get what you want. That doesn't mean that the character always has to win. But they have to try to win, and Vaggy's not trying hard enough to win, in my opinion. Like, in these scenes, right? So yeah, Vox just dropped the Angel lore that apparently all you guys knew about, because again, stuff was given on the internet, I guess. Yeah, so they killed your dad. Oh, and we see Velvet using her powers, right? Which I didn't notice before, but this is part of her, like, social media power, right?
It is interesting how in the first season we didn't really get much of that at all. In the second season, they are really focusing in on that.
Yeah, and now she uses her powers.
Yes.
And I'm like, you can't bully Angel, only I can bully Angel! Like, that's kind of crazy. Like, that's kind of crazy. Like, you know what I mean? And you didn't use your powers to save Angel and Husk, you just ran around like an idiot. Here's the other thing, so we'll talk about this more when we get to Rosie and whatever, but people are theorizing that, I don't know, in the mythology of Lilith, because Lilith's not in the Bible, I guess, but in the mythology of Lilith, they're saying that Lilith was barren, so that it would be interesting if the reason why Charlie doesn't have Lilith empowering the people with the song powers or anything like that is because she's only Lucifer's daughter, not Lilith's daughter.
There's, a lot of time. Well, here's the thing. There's also versions that Lilith just didn't want to lay with Adam.
Right,
did not want to have sex with him.
Oh, no, but I'm saying after she was cast down, she was barren.
Oh, maybe.
That's what I read. Hot take, I hope Angel doesn't have a good reason for the thing. That's an easy way out. Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think about that, Hunter? Because I'm like, but I feel like I agree with you on principle, but for Angel, I feel like that was the case. Does that make sense?
I think that does. I don't know, because when we look at, I don't know. I think the kind of ideas that these people are, the reason why there are, enough bad dads. There's a lot of bad dads. That's a very common thing for people.
Yeah.
They have a bad childhood and it sort of affects them negatively into their adulthood. And I don't know, I'm not against that. Because I think it's the truth. It's the reality of the situation.
Thank you for the super chat, by the way. I can't remember what we said anymore, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I agree with you, but I don't agree this one time. Does that make sense? Like, if they, for example, Husk. If Husk was, like, gambling and drinking and had all these vices, he doesn't need, like, you know, when I was poor and I was an orphan and, like, this whole thing. Like, I would be okay with that for Husk or whatever, but I feel like that with Angel, what they're trying to do is that Angel was a product of his circumstances, you know? And, like, that's supposed to, and, like, we talked about, oh, is this a metaphor for poverty and everything, like, in terms of Hazbin and, like, you know, the literal gated community of heaven and stuff. And so, if we're talking about kind of, like, the idea of inequality and things like that, I feel like that Angel being in a not great situation and having to kill his father works with those themes, and that's why they would do it, and so I'm okay with that, as opposed to like, oh, but we don't want to make Angel do anything too bad because we gotta woobify him. I don't think that it's a woobifying as much as, like, yeah, poor people that, if their needs are not met, they're going to steal. People in bad situations may kill their abusive fathers, right? Like, it's, I will
say that if you look at Pentious', like, you see Pentious and you're like, I understand he's this very nervous, socially anxious person, doesn't really know how to operate in the outside world. Yeah. Like, he was morally sort of undermined.
Right, yeah.
By the fact that he didn't want to sell out one of his clients.
Yeah.
Right?
So, like, we already got the Pentious didn't have a sad puppy, he wasn't abandoned or whatever.
Like, so you look at Pentious and you're like, you know, that's unfortunate for that guy. He felt apart from the world, and so when it was his time to, you know, go in there and make a change, he didn't. He sort of kept himself quiet and he just looked after himself. So, like, you see that, like, I see why you did it, but it was still a bad thing what you did.
So I feel like we already got that, you know?
You know, so I look at someone like Angel Dust, and I think, okay, there probably will be aspects where you're like, I understand why you made that decision, and that's an unfortunate thing that happened to you, but it was still a bad thing you did that you shouldn't have done.
I think that it might be a bit more murky, basically, than like, I just killed my dad, because
Because he's a bad guy.
Like, we already have people that are just kind of bad, you know?
Yeah, so I look at that and I don't think...
But I don't think it'll be... You,
I agree with you.
I feel like that if...
It won't be just a bad dad. Like Angel Dust will, if they do it well, I think be somehow sort of responsible for at least part of it.
Yeah, like, it was premeditated, but his dad was shitty. I feel like that's fine, other than it just being self-defense, like, you know, I was defending my sister, right? Because...
And wasn't there a thing about him being involved in the mob?
Yeah, there
so
was
maybe
that
it's
too.
like
Apparently, those people don't matter. It's just that he killed his dad.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's like a mafia hit business. He wanted to take over the business.
Yeah, like basically, I agree with Lazu on the level of like, I do want the show to explore that. You know, like people like Valentino that like they don't, you know, like have this big sad thing of I was in foster care and I turned out this way. Like, I do want them to have a character that's kind of like that just they did bad things in life and there's kind of no excuse for it. But I feel like that Angel, they've been trying to kind of convey this thing where Angel's a product of his environment and kind of a spiral of bad, right? Like he got into drugs to forget the pain, right? But he wouldn't have done the drugs if there was no pain, right? For there to be pain, bad stuff. Like, you guys understand what I'm saying, right? So I feel like that's, you know, not something entirely agreeable. Yeah, that I can work with that because I feel like they already did that with Pentious, so I'm like hopeful, you know. But yeah, this was just crazy. I thought this was diabolical. Like, I can't believe she said that. Like, I won't allow you to push around my friends. I'm the only one that can bully my friends into doing things that they don't want to do. Like, that's crazy.
And they already know that they won. They already know that they have, like, a one-up on her.
And
look!
And then the Vaggie's pulling out her angelic spear!
Why
so
don't you just kill
question.
them already?
Yeah,
that's a good question.
I have been thinking about that. Like, what would stop you from just killing Valentino with an angelic spear? Like, this is, I don't want to say that this is a plot hole, right? But this is a question that I feel like hasn't been adequately addressed, right? What is stopping anybody, like, for the last 7 years, knowing that angelic steel can permanently extinguish a sinner's soul? What is stopping sinners from using it against each other? Now, Hell of a Boss shouldn't necessarily be taken as has-been information, but Stolas has angelic steel to kill, Stryker has angelic steel to kill Stolas. Yes. And so this creates a really big problem where you could just knife Valentino in the middle of the night, right? Because now they have all these weapons from Carmilla, so I understand why up to Carmilla, right, Out for Love, they wouldn't, like, Angel wouldn't be able to do that, but, like, why? And that's true. You're right, Lazu, that a lot of media has that, well, why don't they just kill the villain? But this is like, you're right there! Get him! Like, well, strike while the iron's hot. I guess the argument is that people like Vox, and so that would cause political problems. But see, the show never talks about that. The show never talks about, like, politics in that sort of way, that, like, this would cause a political incident, right? Like, this is a random sort of example, but, like, in Twisted Wonderland, in Book 7, Malleus causes a diplomatic incident because when he puts the sleeping curse on everybody, Kaleem is from a wealthy family, Leona's the second-born prince, right? Vill's a famous movie star, which isn't really equal to those other two things.
Not really,
but anyway,
not even remotely.
There are diplomatic, like, tensions because Malleus, who is the prince of Briar Valley and is a fae, has seemingly caused injury to, like, 2 human characters that have a lot of power and status in these other nations. So there's, like, a big deal about that. So, like, I'm not saying that right here they need to kill Vox, but my question is, why doesn't Angel steal a knife and kill Valentino? Like, you know what I mean? Or not Angel per se, but, like, Husk.
Yeah.
Somebody, right? Like, that's kind of what it would probably be hard, but hard, that's not 0.
Not impossible.
It's not impossible. So I know that Charlie says we need to be better than them, but, like, they don't need to be better either. What's stopping, like, what's stopping Vox from, like, killing Carmilla if he doesn't like her? Like, that's kind of what I'm saying, too, right?
Those?
Like, forget about Angel, right? You know, what's stopping Carmilla from killing people that she doesn't like? That's where I'm sort of, this is devolving, because you can say, oh, Charlie wants to be the bigger person, but here are two people that, you know, they don't care about being the bigger person, and, like, you know, people should be putting out hits on people is what I'm saying. I think this is so unrealistic. Especially, aren't there, like, turf wars and shit? Like, that's the whole point, is that, like, oh, you know, we'll be unstoppable, me and you. There's new overlords rising up every day, like Vox says this to Alistair. So clearly there's, like, competition. You know what I mean? So I'm just like, I don't know, man. I'm just saying. I understand why Charlie and Vaggie aren't doing it. What I don't understand is why Vox, Velvet, and Valentino aren't torturing people that they don't like with angelic weapons. Right? And Valentino being the sort of, like, sadistic, you know, dentist from Little Shop kind of person that he is, right? Like, I feel like that he would definitely use an angelic weapon on Angel. I know now, right, Angel punched him and there was a whole thing, right? So now it's like, oh, you can't hit Angel in public anymore. But, like, I feel like that they're kind of underutilizing the angelic steel stuff, and here's how I think they could have fixed it. The streets told me that, oh, it's not the steel itself, it's the power. It's the holy power that the angels have, right? Which isn't true, because Carmilla makes the angelic steel weapons, and they use it on the angels, but whatever, let's just pretend that that's true, even though that's stupid, right? If they had done it that way, they could have been like, the steel is powered with, like, 3 or so uses, and when the angels leave, it's just a regular knife now. Like, they could have done something like that, and that would kind of patch up the plot holes here, because this is a world where people, they love killing each other, they love violence, right? So why is no one doing any more violence, you know? So I'm confused. I wish they went power of love. That's what I thought too, because the song is called Out for Love, and Carmilla's like, you need the power of love. No, you fucking don't. You need angelic steel. That's what I thought they were gonna do, was that it's powered by love, and like, oh, well, the angels think they're acting in God's love, so like, they're covered, whatever. But you need to be acting out of love to power the weapon. Like, that's what I thought it was. It bothers me. I'm annoyed. I think I heard Archie. Let's see if Archie is around. And then I
Mid-anger Archie break.
And then when we when we go to the next episode, I may get, do you want anything?
I'm okay right now.
Yeah, I don't know what oh my god. I don't know what I'm gonna have. I may need to cancel the Twisted Wonderland stream. Why? I streamed for 6 hours yesterday and I'm getting so mad. Like, I'm getting so heated. Oh, man. Yeah, Archie, I totally forgot what we were talking about. Oh, do you think that I can be redeemed? Like, this was like a threat. This was loaded. I loved this.
I will say that's, I mean, if you want to go grab the stuff now, I can just talk for a bit. Do you trust me to be in control? Okay.
Just be careful, because one of the hotkeys will end the stream, so just focus on the arrow keys, don't press anything else.
Got you. Something that really kind of bothered me about the Vs, especially in the first season, and I mentioned this, I believe, in the, reaction, thank you. Can you tell I'm a little slow today?
That's alright. You're doing great. I think everybody clap for Hunter. I think she's doing great.
Okay. He's like an asshole and a bit of a buffoon. He bounces around. Obviously, he's powerful, but he mostly is powerful because we're told he's powerful. You don't really see him menace people. He doesn't really have that kind of energy. But in this scene where he looms over Charlie and says, "Do you think I could be redeemed?" is legitimately like quite frightening, because it's sort of like it very like quietly, I don't know what you would call it, like quietly insinuates a certain amount of oh, I'm getting claps, my heart. It insinuates like, do you think I could be redeemed? You know the things I've done? And it just suggests his evil. All we know is that he's a cult leader and that he's done bad things. And that's kind of the perfect way to make someone frightening. Because if you show them do something horrific, that can be effective, and it often is effective. But it's only going to be as scary as, you know, you can make it in the show. Whereas if... Oh, I get hearts too. As if you just insinuate it, it's like your own imagination builds that up for you. And it really does, like, work wonderfully for him. Which is really nice because he goes, like, he's actually, like, a proper villain now. Whereas previously, I don't know, someone did mention in the chat that season 1, they thought season 1 was better. And I have to really respectfully disagree there. Like, Vox alone, what a monster. I don't understand why Cal wants to read yaoi of him. Anyways, I'm sure they're all leaving. I'm just discussing, I don't know if you can hear Cal in the other room. I am discussing Valentino and Vox and the V's and whatnot. Just, we're talking about how menacing.
Why is he a monster? What did he do?
Well, because it's that. Oh my goodness! Wow.
Sorry, hold on.
Did you just get 2 sandwiches?
My mom made these for us.
Oh, that's very Italian of her.
So.
That's lovely.
We can eat. All right.
Where should I put this? Because this is a giant.
Just put that on the ground for now. Hold on.
Okay.
I gotta fix my skirt over here.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah, that's a good spot. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, that's not
I think
gonna
we're
work.
at the end of the stream. Or at the end of the...
No, we're not. I wasn't clicked into it.
Oh,
Hold on,
I see.
Okay, hi! What's going on? What were you guys
Everyone was
talking
clapping
about?
for me.
Yay! Clapping! Good job. Okay, there you go.
Al's the biggest monster.
We are at the end?
Well, here's the thing. The real question of whether or not Vox or Al is the bigger monster, I used to think Alistair, because they did such a good job of having be so menacing. But they kind of fucked that up with the next episode, where we actually get things revealed about him.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then we have, of course, which kind of undermines how menacing he is. He just like, oh, you behaved menacing, but you're kind of you're a paper tiger. There just isn't much beyond you there. And then, of course, we have you betrayed me. How could you do that?
I will say, though, that I think Alistair's scheming is what makes him, like, threatening. Like, you see how quickly he formulates a plan to get out of Rosie's stuff. So I think that that's okay, but I know what you're saying, right? He was shrouded in such mystery.
And it's the whole, like, you're still my friend. It's okay. It's like...
It's not okay!
Charlie just assumes, like, her well-meaning attitude forgives all of her bullshit, which is not the case. I don't know. I'm looking at obviously Vaggy's upset at what's happening with Angel deaths, but part of me also feels like, I don't know, you could... I don't know, it just doesn't quite... I feel like we really do need, like, a Vaggy sitting Charlie down and, like, you know, kind of pushing her out of her own bullshit.
Been, again, at the beginning of next episode, but what do I know?
I don't know. I guess they just wanted to do other things. They wanted to have an Alistair episode. An Alistrode. I was trying to Yeah, it didn't work. Anyways, let's give him some space. Oh, with good fucking advice from Vaggy. It's almost like you should listen to her more often.
And then we see the V's in their car. They're laughing.
They're just having a great time. They're like, oh, we're gonna destroy this person. Yeah. Do you think that, like, I don't know, do you feel like the V's, or Vox in particular, this idea of this, like, major... No, I guess that person still exists. Because I feel like when I think about, like, person, like, twisting the knife and you think of newsmen. I think of, like, Bill O'Reilly.
Like, famous, like,
yeah.
like, Velvet, like, the idea of a famous influencer is kind of nonsense because, like, influencer fame is relative to the niche.
Yeah. Like maybe Mr. Beast, but Mr. Beast is not really
Like, even a beauty YouTuber is a beauty influencer, not, like, a social media all-around influencer, you know? I know what you're saying.
But I also, like, I look at Vox and I think, like, that kind of archetype of this person who's behind the scenes, like a provocateur who's, like, you know, changing things and influencing people and being a sort of, I don't know, a propagandist. On one hand, at that level, I don't know if propagandists at that level exist anymore. You have people... You know, any number of, like, weird internet trolls, right-wing pundits, talking head people on YouTube.
Joe Rogan, though?
Maybe Joe Rogan's kind of stupid, though.
But, like, Vox is a televangelist,
I look at Joe Rogan
so
as a really dumb guy who has a big audience, who gets other people to take it. Tucker Carlson's a good example, like Ben Shapiro.
I think Vox, like, he doesn't just do, like, obviously, he doesn't just do cult stuff anymore because... Like, what cult are you gonna get people to believe in down here?
Yeah.
Right? The religion's been confirmed, right? You know, so he had to pivot into like movies and tech and we're spying on you. So he's like Elon Musk if Elon Musk died and became like, or sorry, the other way around. If like Elon Musk became this after being a televangelist. And do you know what
Elon Musk is just too bad at it, right? Like, to really like, and he's destroying his thing. Like, Twitter is not a successful or X, sorry, the everything app is not a successful thing for him. The kind of person, like, he's like, they're trying to be like Vox is like Roger Ailes, like the creator of Fox News, but that guy doesn't really exist anymore. You have sort of smaller people doing that job.
Well,
to an extent,
you could argue though that hell's kind of in a weird time period though, because
I guess people
think
are still
about
watching the
people
TV.
dying and like people. Sorry, this is gonna sound stupid. People dying and people being alive.
People living,
but what I'm saying is, Vox died what 70 years ago, right? So like, if you imagine that most people have a normal human lifespan. The 2025 people that are our age are not dying in mass enough to be changing the culture down here. At least I hope not, knock on wood and all that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not saying that, like, I'm not saying that.
Obviously, our cast has died young, but I'm saying, like, people, like, lifespans are getting longer, so it kind of makes sense that, like, yes, like, Velvet's a social media demon, but she's not in 2020.
I don't know.
You know, she's, like, social media, like, in 2015, at least, right?
I look at, like, someone like Vox, I'm like, part of me feels like that guy doesn't exist like they used to, you know?
Right,
like, he almost feels like
that's the point, 70 years.
Yeah, I guess so.
2025,
That's
70
true.
years ago was what? 1950?
Yeah.
So, they don't exist.
Yeah, I don't know. That person does exist, but like, because you're naming individual people who have a lot of, I don't know, like a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like influence, but they are not like the owner of it. They're not like this.
Yeah.
You know, that person doesn't really exist in the way that they used to. They're used to just be like, you know, monopolistic, like news barons.
Oh, the song is not vibing with this. Hold on, Hunter, can you stop for a second?
Sure. And I guess I bring that up only to suggest that I feel like that character feels out of place. Not out of place, but like out of time. Which I guess if, you know, if we're talking he comes from the 1950s, I guess that makes sense that he would feel out of time. And I guess, like, I don't know, that's in a lot of ways worse than it is right now.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah.
Yeah, Velvet's the youngest and newest overlord.
But then again, like, in the real world, there is no Velvet out there. There is just, like, the algorithm, right?
I kind of wonder, though, like, how do I explain this? How many sinners are there? We know there's overpopulation, but, like, I would hope hell's kind of... you know how in the other stream that you were talking about, like, oh, the monoculture? Yes. They're all in the Pride Ring. There's nowhere for them to go. You know what I mean? So, like, imagine if all of YouTube was just Ontario, right?
I don't know what you're getting at right now.
Like, we would be influencers with that sort of, like, if it was that small, and we're the only people, right? Because we live in Ontario. If we were the only people that if Ontarians can only watch Ontarians, how many Ontario YouTubers are there? That's kind of what I'm trying to say.
This is a really weird thing, kind of out of context. And then they run the ads and they destroy everything, I guess is the point. But
do you guys understand what I'm saying? They're all here, regardless of what language they spoke, regardless of their culture. They're all in the Pride Ring.
Well, I don't think there's been trillions of humans. Like, I think in all of human history, there's been like 100 billion. For like
doesn't hell have other floors, but all the sinners are stuck here.
Yes.
Yeah. So, like, you know, I feel like that's kind of what it is. Like,
how many people do you think,
in hell?
If hell existed?
I'm gonna say a good million. I don't know.
Do you think?
A good million people in all of human history? I don't know. I'd have to do the math. Can somebody find out? Oh, Arnold looked this up the other night. Arnold looked up how many people have ever died because he's like, all those other people died, and so I can die too, and it'll be okay, or something. Like, it was that train of thought. I'm like, yeah, I guess nobody's ever come back to complain, except for the ghosts, so... I guess you're onto something.
I don't know, I don't know, part of me feels like, I don't know, I buy, and we mentioned this previously, like the whole hell is empty thing.
Yeah.
But like, because like, I don't know, eternal suffering for what is, you know, no matter how massive a finite amount of suffering you, like, give out in the earth, I don't know. I don't know if I'm, like, Hitler, like serial killers and above, I feel like you're in there, you know?
Off topic, but do you think if Angel Dust got hit by the train, he would have been in heaven? I don't know, because we don't, like, okay, here's the other thing. Pentious had to save somebody.
Yeah.
What do you do when you murder someone? You have a baby? You raise an orphan? Like, what do you do? Like, that's my question.
You Frankenstein them back from the dead?
Here, you can have the plate.
Okay.
I'll finish in a minute.
Okay.
Okay, billion. I don't know, man. And some of those sinners died, too, probably, in the extermination. I'm gonna say... I feel like half is too many. There aren't that many bad people in the world. I'm gonna say a third of that.
Yeah, so like, yeah, 1 billion. So that's how many people have died. Or how many humans have ever lived.
Yeah.
It was about 100 billion people.
I'm gonna say 30% of people go to hell in that number. Is that too many?
30% of people.
So what's 30% of 117 billion?
I don't know. 30 seems high.
30?
I feel like
25?
I feel like you do. I don't know. I feel like it's like you do the top 1% of evil.
Right.
I
don't know.
You know?
I don't know though, because like sex before marriage is against the Bible, right? Like, so like even if you like, how strict are we going? You know, with this, is it like you ate like bacon and you're done? Like, is it like that sort of thing, or is it, you know, the real bads, right? Is it God's commandments? Because
I mean, if
we
we're
all
going,
use the Lord's name in vain,
if we're
right?
going,
we're all gonna go down there.
If we're going strict, then like most people who have ever been born were not around. Like, after Christianity. Christianity only exists 2,000 years. So if we're going by those rules,
that's true
all
too.
the billions of people who lived before that 2,000 year period, they're toast, presumably. And then there's all the people who are not aware of it. Yeah, most people then. Probably a majority of people if you're doing
here's
strict.
the other thing. Do you think that, like, if you believe in some other religion, you're, like, there's the underworld? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you live, like, if you believe in the Greek gods, you went to Greek heaven. Like, do you guys think that there's other heavens and hells in a hell of a boss? Like, it Hazbin Hotel. Why are you laughing? Please don't choke right now. Sorry. Did we read that super chat earlier? Oh, yeah, we did. Thank you, Lux, for the super chat, by the way. I'm so sorry, guys. The food is digesting. It's gotta be more than 50%. I don't know, though. Like, heaven does say they outnumber us, but, like, that could be,
if we're going
like,
strict,
I
think it might be like 90, over
propaganda.
90%, possibly. But if we're going kind of peace and love Christianity,
like Jesus,
empty. Yeah, if we're going Pope Francis, then empty.
Yeah. I mean, I hope in the real world it's Pope Francis, but clearly that's not what's going. Okay, how did these guys work? Like, what were you? Conjoined twins and you both did a crime? Like, what's going on with all that? But yeah, anyway, the propaganda news thing, we don't really need to, like, I don't know if there's anything for us to find in here, other than Charlie tried to call her mom again, which is why I said that she should go to Lucifer, and, like, you know, it should be this whole thing with her and Alistair and whatever. But yeah, the commercial aired, it was bad, it was not good.
Poor baby.
But that people are returning their keys because they're leaving, but Cherri is staying, and that's basically where, the episode ends. Like, I decided to stay, and that was all nice, but... So, all of that to say, episode 3 was kind of bad. Not bad, like, it wasn't horrible, it wasn't the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm just saying, like, relative to how great
strong,
we started. I love how, like, we're just passing the sandwich.
We're passing the sandwiches. Pass the sandwich on the left-hand side.
It's okay, I'll finish and then you can have it.
Then we go. I mean, I can roll.
Okay. I thought we were gonna, give us, like, 3 minutes about episode 3. Does anyone have any pressing episode 3 questions that we somehow didn't answer in this 2.5-hour discussion right now?
My God.
So don't move on yet, and we'll just wait for them to catch up.
I enjoyed it. I just think that the Charlie stuff was almost, like, kind of okay in this episode. Right? Like, because it was like, okay, it's just like, this all takes place, like, an hour or the next day from when she learned about Pentious's fate.
Right.
So I almost kind of forgive her having this bizarre manic episode.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess maybe that's the justification you can make. And, like,
Guys,
it's a fair
wish reaction. Sorry, go ahead.
It's a fair justification. I feel like you can make that argument, and I that might work for some people. I don't know if it works for me, though.
I think...
But I can at least, like, if I went to the writer, it's like, okay, I can at least see that.
I think Charlie works for me. It's everybody else who doesn't. It's Vaggie, really. My beef is kind of with Vaggie.
Yeah.
Would you work for Charlie if she was hosting a musical? I'd be a little scared. Do I like Vox or Val by the end of this? By this point. Definitely Vox. Velvet's just a kind of a static, like she hasn't changed or we haven't learned more about her.
I mean, I think Vox is definitely the star of the show, and I think he knows it, right? I think everyone knows that he's going to be the more significant of the V's.
But this episode could have been an email. Yeah, kind of.
This episode could be an email. I mean, I liked the songs.
Yeah.
I thought they were both a lot of fun.
Carried by Pentious.
Yeah, I think they both did what we want, which is they kind of moved along the plot. I think the stuff with Husker and it was a little bit, I don't know. I don't know. It's okay. I really get, it's one of those things where I really only get frustrated in the next episode, where I'm like, I can take a one dumb Charlie episode, but two back to back are a little frustrating, and I will forgive it if they acknowledge it, if they have the Vaggie and Charlie conversation, and then I'll be like, okay, you know what, it was earned, it was fine. But if we just let it fly, then it's like, okay, everyone's acting out of character. This is not working for me.
I agree. But
I liked it. I think the humor was strong again. I think the dramatic moments were a little weakened just because of how dumb Charlie was. That's the thing about Charlie, is that, like, with the poison sequence, Charlie's going in there and stopping what's happening. She's very righteous about it.
Yeah.
And that's the issue, because in her righteousness, she just makes it worse. That was a very good Charlie moment in the first season, because it displays her character. She's kind of naive to the world and how these things go. She thinks that she can just make the good happen, but there's no guarantee of that, right? Where this time you have Angel Dust go up to Charlie and be like, no, you don't understand. If he sees me, this only makes me worse. I don't think that the Charlie that saw how Angel Dust was being treated by Valentino would just be like, okay, well, who cares? We'll just move forward with it anyways. That just strikes me as a real betrayal.
Because I was annoyed by Poison too, but like how it ended. Like, because they kind of had this like mutual, oh, it's okay, I knew you were trying to have like the mutual apology thing that I talk about, that I hate that, I don't love it. Right? But what I will give that credit for is that Charlie realized how badly Angels has been treated, and she didn't know that. She didn't see it with her own eyes before.
I agree, Ruby Sakurai. We do need Charlie consequences in the next episode.
I don't like how it ended. More so how Poison the episode ended. I don't even know if that's the name of the episode. How that episode ended.
Well, the episode with Loser Baby and Poison.
Versus how it started. How it started, I'm like, this is acceptable.
I will say, did you remember people dislike, I don't know, there's an Instagram account I follow called Bad Song of the Day, and it's fascinating, because a lot of the time I don't even like, it's not even about like shitting on bad music, because I never post about the music being bad or anything. It's mostly just out of like curiosity of like, wow, this is just like weird and strange, and I find it interesting. They posted Poison.
Oh.
And I'm like, is Poison that bad? They just said they didn't like how it sort of
maybe
tackled.
To like people that like, you know, like pop music and
I guess
stuff.
So. They didn't like how it tackled the issue of domestic violence, I suppose. Which is fair. I don't know. I haven't listened to it in a while. So, or no, I know we did listen to it when we rewatched it, but it's just, I haven't like really dug into it recently. I'm curious to see how people feel about that.
I don't know. I know that people were mad about the visuals, but in terms of if you just listen to the song, I don't know how much you'd have to take criticism with, if that makes sense, you know? Like, you have to understand what I'm saying. Because I feel like that the metaphors that they use in that song, like Valentino being like ingesting like, you know it's gonna kill you, but and all of that stuff. Like, I feel like I feel like it's probably the visuals people more had a problem with.
I could see that. I could see that.
I don't know.
It was...
Sorry if that was like a non-answer.
Yeah, like, I mean, the idea of like... Because you kind of like, you have your cake and eat it too. You have a bunch of images of this, of angel dust in various sex acts functionally.
Yeah.
While talking about how terrible it is. I don't know. It's.
I think if I had to guess, I think what people were probably upset about was there was behind the scenes stuff, right? In terms of who worked on the scene and just, you know, stuff with, there's always stuff with VisV, right? And so I think that that's what people were probably upset about compared to just like in a vacuum. Obviously, there's always going to be those people that are like, ha, you know, the villain did a bad thing. That means you glorify the bad thing. Like, there's always going to be those people, but I think it was more, do you know what I mean? Guys, I gotta go. No, you didn't hear me talk about Fox and Alistair yet. You can't leave. Okay, well, if you have to go, hopefully, you'll be able to watch the VOD, but thank you, Lux, and thanks again earlier, for the super chat. We appreciate it. I can't open my sticks, Hunter. Can you open them?
The Pocky?
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with me, sorry. Okay, so I think that I gave you guys enough time in terms of Cal answers your episode 3 questions or whatever. Like, I think that everybody had their chance. Okay. I think you need to drop this. That was not, like, that was not forceful, that was not strong. Right? They work for Vox, they're just gonna do the same thing that the V's did. Just stay with me and the guests, right? So you see that, like, you know, there may be a personal thing to, like, in terms of their personal relationship.
Wow, I cracked open this thing. It reeks of strawberry.
Oh, I love it. The artificialness of the strawberry.
Oh my god.
Are your hiccups gone? Are you okay now?
I don't have hiccups.
You did a couple minutes ago.
I did? Oh my god, I didn't even notice.
Well, I guess they're gone then.
I guess they are.
I was gonna tell you to drink some water.
That works for me.
Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, there's like the personal thing of we're not spending... If they make this, we're not spending enough quality time together, I'm gonna, like, crash out next week.
Yeah, because that's, you don't really
that's
get
what
at
it kind of feels like. Stay with me today, and the guests, also the guests. And I'm like, bestie, what do you mean? What are you talking about? So that kind of makes me a little bit like...
I mean, it could be the thing where it's like sometimes when you're in relationships, it's difficult to broach sensitive topics,
that's
right?
That's true, but I hope that, like, that's not the only conflict is basically what I'm saying. But you do see Charlie's face here, which I appreciated that, like, frame that she had to, like, pull herself together, but I just hope that it's not gonna be that, like, you're not spending enough time with me, because, like, we don't need to be doing all that. You know what I mean? You good, Hunter?
Yep.
Yeah, I know, we started a little late, so I feel like
you're
gonna be here for a while.
That's fine.
But yeah, they won't be able to edit it, like, with that video, and, like, Vaggie is not telling her that that's not how it works, and you're doing great, by the way. We haven't seen her do anything. I'm just saying. Like, I feel like that this was just to appease her. No one has any questions about bringing Nifty. She's just, like, sad in the corner.
Yeah.
What is happening? I went offline for a second. Uh-oh. You guys okay? Did I just get one guide? Let me know. Let us know if we got one guide. Hopefully, knock on wood, everything's fine. But yeah, like, I hope that it's not just about the relationship. You know what I mean? We have Alistair in his room in the swamps, I guess. Like, I like how his whole room is a swamp. Like, I just think that's fun. Like, that's where he died, but I guess...
Yeah, he was born in the bayou.
Also, he was smoking. I didn't, like,
dies in the bayou.
That.
Rots in the afterlife in the bayou. That is weird.
Wait a minute. Why is there a giant... Oh,
so that's why his teeth are so
I
yellow.
No,
that makes sense.
Yeah, like, look at this. Oh, I see, though. It's the perspective. That's fine. I got distracted. I was like, why? That's a real cigarette. That's the one in the mirror. Anyway. But yeah, I didn't realize he was smoking, which, you know, okay. You're already dead. Like, I'm sure it's fine. But I didn't know that Alistair smokes, or maybe I forgot. Okay. Val, this is talking to Angel. Okay, we're gonna probably pause and read a lot of these messages. Island is occupied by horny dinos, and I want you to be the first one they blank. So if I was you, I'd start blanking up. Oh wait, I forgot you're like being blank at that hotel. Well, you're in for a surprise when you come into work. I've already ordered the sand. Okay, so it sounds like there's this Jurassic Park sort of situation here. Just let me know when you're getting bored over there and I'll kick Tiffany out of your dressing room, or maybe I won't. She's gonna wipe the award. Okay, so they've kind of already replaced Angel, I guess is the implication of that long text message. I love how Alistair has Lucifer's cup. That was the only crumb that the Apple radio shippers, I don't know what you guys are called, Radio Apple.
Podcasters?
Sorry. No, Radio Apple is if you ship Lucifer and Alistair. See how much I learned this week in the last
I will
2
call
days?
them Podcastle because podcasts come from iPod's Apple.
Oh.
And it's like radio.
That's cool. That's crazy that like
Maybe?
no one knows where podcasts come from anymore.
People forget that it was like broadcasting from your iPod.
Like that's
podcast.
Nuts. Oh yeah, and the pilot is not canon anymore because they've never met Katie Killjoy, which I thought kind of sucked. Like that was a little sad. It's like I feel like that they're doing kind of the Kruby thing of like this is canon until it contradicts something. Yeah. And so anything that's not contradicted is canon and everything that's contradicted is not canon anymore. All the ship names, you know what? I will say, I like how Hazbin Hotel has like the good ship names like Ruby does and not the bad ship names.
Which is just
like mashing the names together, right? But yeah, I love how it's like, oh,
deer season.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't think that it's each other's cups, actually. I think I was wrong about that. I think this is to antagonize each other.
Yes.
I didn't realize that. I thought the duck one was...
I also think it's like a Looney Tunes season, reference.
But I thought that the duck one was Lucifer's cup. I didn't see that it said season on it. Never mind. Damn. Okay, so they just hate each other for real. I thought they were drinking out of each other's mugs. I didn't realize. Oops. Anyway. I like this joke, like, who are you again? Like, that they don't even, like, know each other, right? But he's just like, oh, we were just having the best conversation. And, like, he must be listening in with these radios, right? But I like how this room's decorated. That's fun. I don't know what these are. Elephants, I guess? Sure, go off.
Yeah, that's odd.
That's
I don't
random.
know what those are. Little, like, gnomes?
Yeah, someone around here has to actually help out Mr. Useless. What do you actually do here? And, like, if this pissed him off so bad, maybe go do something? I don't know.
I don't know.
The only reason why they're saying you don't do anything is because you didn't, like, they're like, I quit. I'm tired of being subject to this abuse. And I'm like, but sir, you didn't do anything. You are doing a poor job, like, objectively, right? I think this pissed him off too. I didn't hear this when we were doing the reaction, right? That Lucifer was antagonizing him about Adam. So that probably also made him mad. You see his eyes change here, right? But yeah. I think that, like, still though, the I quit is kind of crazy. And I'm like, dude, if you wanted people to respect you, you actually gotta do something, man. Right? And he's walking, see, I thought he was hiding that his staff was broken, but he's not, so that's
I love how
odd
it's so
that
bent,
like,
it's like,
view, you know?
It has a giant crook in the middle of it, seemingly.
But yeah, him just being like, anyway, I quit. And I'm just like, okay, but like, my work here is done, but you didn't do anything. Like, that's what I'm saying,
I guess it's
the
pacing that bothers me. Everything, like, that's also probably part of it. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's going so fast. And we're not, like, things feel kind of truncated.
I would have liked to see Alistair rejected, like,
you don't have time for people's motivations,
rejected 3 times. Like, oh, Charlie, I can help you with this. Nope, never mind, we don't want to talk to you. Like, I wish that they had done that sort of thing. So at least 3 times Alistair tried to help and he was shafted and now he's mad about it, right? Anyway, Vox News, which that's funny.
Vox.
I don't know if they
that is funny. I do like that.
But yeah, the little Vox. Look at this guy. This is what I will say. Visby always has some fun background characters. Look at this guy whose head is literally the clipboard. I love that. Like, isn't that kind of, what is it? Biological determinism, though, or whatever. Like, what is it when, I don't know how to explain this. He's born for his job.
Yes.
Like, so isn't that kind of crazy?
He's born entitled cardial diet.
What if you were born something and, like, that's not your job? Like,
what are those things called?
The clipboards?
The clip.
I'm like, what if you're born as a microphone, but you're like, you have stage fright? Like, what's gonna happen to you? You know what I'm saying?
That's the thing in My Little Pony.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I don't know what
like
I
they
was
have
saying.
the like on their flanks, they have their cutie marks,
Yeah,
which
like,
determines what they will do.
Your cutie
Well,
mark.
because there's one pony that just has like a broom on his, and he like sweeps the streets.
Oh.
Like imagine, presumably it brings him happiness.
I guess.
But like, imagine just being like, oh, I've been deigned by you know,
God.
fate and God and the natural order to be a street sweeper. Not that there's anything wrong with sweeping streets, but it is a sort of strange thing. It's like, oh,
sorry, guys.
that person got like a president thing on his flank, so I guess he'll be the president now.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm... Yeah, downplaying the role of environment in social context. So, like, that's, like, kind of what I mean. Like, you're just born the way you are. It doesn't matter, you know? You get your mark after you discover your purpose, but, like, still, though, that's kind of diabolical. When you guys said Rip Mick, I also got scared and thought you meant our microphone died. So they gotta be happy, but still, it kind of sucks, though. It must kind of suck at least a little bit, you know?
I know that they gotta be happy, but that must be odd as shit when
but
that guy...
That doesn't apply to Hazbin, though. So Clipboard Man, he was like, I was an accountant! What the fuck, right?
That's what I talked about this, like, for Calxiyn Cares Too Much, I want you to do, like, My Little Pony.
Yes. What was the context of that again?
It was just, like, I liked the idea, because, like, there's a lot of songs, and there are a lot of musical elements in My Little Pony, especially the earlier seasons.
Yes.
They do proper numbers.
Oh, I see.
So it would be kind of compelling for you to do, like, I don't know, Broadway snob reviews.
Oh, you wanted me Winter's wrap-up?
Oh, Winter wrap-up was the one I referenced, because that's just, like, the sort of famous one.
Velvet looks great. I was gonna set a new goal, but now I don't know what to do.
10 things and I'll review Winter Wrap-Up
oh my
on
god, the My
TikTok.
Little Pony.
Well, there actually is a My Little Pony movie that is
I know
a musical.
there is. But, yeah, so they're meeting for the first... She is huge. Like, what's happening?
It is weird. She's all legs over there.
But yeah, I don't know if we need to talk about her not random. She's very calculated homophobia.
Yeah, it's very funny that she's incredibly homophobic.
But yeah, I like her joke about, like, oh, Charlie's not camera ready. I thought that was funny.
I also like that she's horny to Vox, and I don't know if that's just her kissing up to the boss.
Yeah.
Or is it like, I don't like homosexuals disgust me, but I will fuck a television man.
I will, you know what? I'll do the My Little Pony goal, but it has to be a YouTube short, okay? Because, like, a video costs, like, that would be, like, $200 to make. Like, that's not realistic, but I will give you
But I also think it could just be good for business, you know? Like, reviewing My Little Pony song.
Actually, hold on, can I... I'm trying to think.
Winter wrap up. Okay. Also, all of My Little Pony's free on YouTube now. At least the, like, Friendship is Magic stuff, which is kind of fun.
Yeah, I'm like, but wouldn't people like that more if it was a song review? Like, I don't know. Because now I'm hesitant.
I can give you the good ones.
Because I'm like, a YouTube short, like, doesn't it deserve a big video? But then I'm not gonna make you guys give $200.
Winter Wrap-Up works as well because it's like one of the first episodes of the show.
That's true.
So like, if you could watch 5 episodes and get all the context.
Wait, what we should do is we should react to My Little Pony. I've never seen it.
Huh.
Like, I'll put that as the goal.
It is. I'm sorry. I just saw.
My Little Pony episode 1. What is it? 1 and 2 probably.
Yeah, it's the first 2 episodes.
1 and 2 reaction. Let's
Question
put
mark?
that. Okay, I'm good with that, because we have to watch the show first, so we might as well react to it, too. Well, we're already all there. We might as well. Okay, anyway.
And I can give you my theory about how Ponyville's a sundown town.
Well, what? That's not good. Oh, dear. Well, somebody earlier in the chat was like, do you guys think there's Nazi town like Cannibal Town? Guys, it's a fun little show. I don't want to talk about that.
I wouldn't be surprised. Like, yes, this is where the dictators and the despots go. That's Hitler. That's Stalin. There's Pol Pot.
But yeah, I've never watched My Little Pony. Okay. Breaking news.
What's poppin', Mao?
Charlie Morningstar speaks out after release of the Hazbin premiere. Seems kind of sucks. She's clearly backtracking. I used to respect her until she spoke up. Like, we get it. You're woke. Other news, Velvet's long-awaited newest lines of makeup has just hit stores. Pentagram. wide. Voxtech, trust us with your beauty. Local drunk reports that he swears he saw Lucifer Morningstar aggressively chasing birds around Pentagram yesterday. That or it was a giant flying rat. We cannot confirm or deny these claims. Still scary. Ex-Hotel member claims that Charlie Morningstar has a whistle that when blown controls all the sinners in the area and made them attack anyone she points to, and that no one has ever escaped her grapes. Grasp. I think they spelled it wrong, like
that
as a
would
joke.
be funny, yeah. Crepes.
Yes.
I like that.
I don't know. That's all. Whoa, the goal reset? Yeah, because it ran out. We ran out of time or whatever, and if the goal doesn't hit, then it's dead. I don't know. That's how YouTube
Next time
works.
we do this, we're just going to have to accept that our videos will be 4 hours long and then just make it longer.
I guess so. That's true. But it's only 3 hours. Like... Jamie didn't get to, yeah, we have to, the problem is, guys, like, I'm so busy, even taking commissions, it seems like a crazy thing to do right now, just because I'm, like, so busy with my life, but we might do commissions again next year after Hazbin's over and everything, but don't worry, guys, here's what I'll say. After Hazbin is done, I will accumulate all of the super chats that went towards the goal from the different streams, and if it's more than 10, we'll do it. Does that make sense? I'm not gonna behold you to the stupid YouTube, like, oh guys, we didn't hit 10 super chats, right? I think we got 3 this time and 4 last time, so I think by the next stream, we'll get it. If we try to, we'll just put them all together like Voltron, and so, yeah, we'll get Hunter to react to Wish. That'll be you guys' Christmas present.
Voltron?
No, Wish.
Oh, Wish, sorry.
Wish.
I don't know why I heard Voltron. I think I'm having a stroke.
I was saying, oh, we'll combine the super chats together like Voltron. I don't know what to believe anymore. My head hurts. Coming up, Vox tonight. We know it's the middle of the day, but Vox sure has a lot to say, so he's making a special exception.
Oh, no.
I just love this stuff. But yeah, I love this guy.
I like how he's kind of French, too.
Yeah, he looks French. I don't know how they conveyed that. This guy's asleep at the wheel over here. There's
actually, you know what? I think that's a reference to, oh my goodness, what is his name? He's a famous film director. He's known for making these kind of campy gay films. He had a very thin mustache.
Oh, no, never mind.
Oh, thin mustache man. What is his name?
Clown on Miss Morningstar. After that, we will return to regularly scheduled programming. Sources confirm that Charlie is not holding an accurate depiction of Hazbin Hotel. It's missing all the gun violence and abuse. Voxtech would like to clarify that Angel Dust is the sole property of Voxtech.
John Waters. I think that's an intentional reference to John Waters.
If you wish to inquire about working with Angel, please contact Voxtech. In other news, who is more jacked? Alistair or Vox? The answer is Vox. I'm not sure why it was even a question. Yeah, so obviously they're talking
Holy
about
crap, this bitch is still
he bent
going.
the truth, whatever. I'm reading the bottom just because I think the bottom's kind of more, you know, we already know this. We have nothing to talk about with this.
Because this is like, it's kind of played up, but like when you watch a lot of these, like, I don't know, a lot of pundits, it is just gish galloping. It is just if I'm able to be like loud and talk over you, I can like.
That's why we need media training.
And this is why people should shut the fuck up.
Well, yes. Sinners are asking what to do in case of a Black Hatter encounter. I don't know what that means. Like hacking? Like, are they talking about like, what is it? There's white hat hackers and then there's black hack. Oh my god.
Black hat? So like, yeah, so like hackers that are evil or nefarious.
I don't know
criminal.
what all that's about. But yeah, so Charlie's not doing well. It was bad. Like I said, we already criticized this at the beginning, which is why I'm speedrunning through this. It should have been, Dad, give me media training. Oh, you chose Dad over Alistair? Alistair's mad, right? And then Charlie still fucks up anyway. Like, that's fine, right? But like, why? Lucifer's like, oh, you're useless and I'm helping. And I'm like, where were you? Why didn't you come on the news?
I also would, and like that's, you kind of knew it was going to happen. You knew she was going to get gish galloped.
Oh, we just had salami.
Sinner meat salami. That's made of people, though.
Well, you never know. My mom made the sandwiches and I didn't.
You're implying your mother's a cannibal?
I'm just joking. Anyway, I love how Alistair took the random flowers. Apparently, he's also singing Happy Day in Hell or Has Been Guarantee here. That's what I was told. I didn't pick it up myself, so may need to turn my audio up next time, but I only rewatched the part where they started fighting, and I rewatched that part all over.
Cannibal Town looks really nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad, right? right?
Very like picturesque small town America.
I really liked, oh, don't you know it's rude to show up on a lady unannounced. Like, I thought that was cute. And I like how she, magicked, I think. Did she magic her clothes or just, like, the tea?
You know what Trixie Turner is? I think it's a reference to Black Hat from Villainous. I was thinking about Villainous the other day.
What's Villainous?
Villainous is like an older, I think it was a Mexican animated series that they released a couple episodes, very short, like a couple shorts on YouTube back in the day. And it was like a series of like supervillains living together. And it has a very similar Visi-Pop art style. And I always wondered if like which came first, because I know Visi-Pop has been around for a while on Tumblr and whatnot. Yeah. I wonder if there's any cross-pollination. I even think that there's a character with like a TV with a head.
I don't know.
I don't know. I have to look that up.
Okay. Let me say this. People were like, Hazbin fans always get mad when their theories aren't right. Okay, listen. That's not what I was mad about. Here's my thing about the Rosie reveal, okay? I think it's fine, in theory, right? Like, but my problem is I feel like relative to the secrecy that they were hyping this out, oh, Alistair's been gone for 7 years.
This is Villainous?
Oh, that's
interesting. You kind of see the vibe?
Yeah, that kind of looks like Vox. That's fun.
Yes, it is odd.
What was I saying? So, relative to the secrecy, I feel like that this was not it. I feel like that they should have added a Rosie reveal of, like, an extra little sprinkle of some information, and I would have been satisfied. But the problem is, and I know that common sense is going to dictate that most of us understand that something's up with Rosie and this is not normal Overlord powers. But think about, like, your most regular viewer who doesn't know what's going on in the live streams that we keep, right? That didn't see Visvy's tweet on Twitter about how Rosie's built different. Like, you may assume that all of the Overlords can do this, which makes Rosie seem weak. Now, obviously, Hunter and I, with our critical thinking and seeing Rosie's golden powers, are going to assume that that's not, like, Rosie's built different. She's either an angel, she's connected to Lilith, something's going on with her that's not fucking normal. However, right now, I understand why people would be disappointed, because it's like, oh, she's just an Overlord, as far as we know, like I said. Like, I feel like relative to the secrecy, I don't think this was worth it. What would have made it worth it is some reveal about Rosie being whatever, right? Lucifer's sibling. Because like, Lucifer's not the only angel that fell from heaven, right?
No.
In this show, it might be that way, but other angels fell with Lucifer. Like, it wasn't just Lucifer. Okay. At least, we have to remember, there's the Bible, and then there's, like, I looked up Lilith last night, and they said Jewish mythology.
Yes.
So I think
in
Jewish mythology, there are more angels that also fall. So there could be like 7 angels and that represent the 7 deadly sins that aren't, though, as Ammonius and those other people. And like she's one of the angels that represent those things, as opposed to the Hellborns.
Yeah, in Jewish mythology, a lot of angels fell after the fall of man, and they became like golems and giants. And
so like she's communicating with Earth. We kind of theorize that maybe angels go communicate with Earth because that's why they closed heaven, because otherwise why the fuck are you closing heaven? Where are people going, right? That hasn't been explained yet, but so that's my beef, is that I think the reveal should have been more Rosie-centric, and yes, I want to know this stuff about Alistair, but I just want a crumb of like why Rosie's able to do this, because right now it's kind of lame, man. It's kind of lame, that's all. And people were like, again, Hazbin fans get so mad. I had to delete comments, by the way.
Just because, like, Alistair was built up as this deeply threatening person, and Rosie's just kind of there.
Exactly, but
so they did a poor job, I think, of like setting up Rosie relative to Alistair, if this is the case.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? Like,
sorry.
I kind of got the impression that Alistair was on the same level, if not higher.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, so, yes, we'll talk about that. Sorry, what I was trying to say before, but I interrupted you, and then we kind of got lost in the sauce. I had to delete comments, so just, like, if you go look under the reaction and you're like, but Cal, there aren't that many, I had to delete some, because some of them were, like, full cap, like, you guys are fucking stupid, why does every Hazbin fan feel like they're entitled to their theory coming true? So just because you don't see it doesn't mean it didn't happen, okay? But yeah, like, there were some people being rude about it. There were people being more chill about it, too.
Yeah,
but, like,
yeah.
Hunter and I are not mad that our theory is wrong, because I don't even think our theory is necessarily wrong. Clearly, he wants Charlie protected, so I feel like there still is a Lilith connection, and they wouldn't do 7-year Exorcist, 7-year Lilith disappearance, 7-year Alistair disappearance without connecting
we're
those
mad
things,
because it's a major anti-climax and really diminishes
yeah.
Alistair as a threat and a character.
The
like,
other thing
that's what annoys us, not because we're wrong. My God, we're wrong all the time.
Exactly. And the other thing that annoys me too is people saying, but Lilith was so obvious. Isn't this more interesting because it's something we didn't expect? No, you should be able to predict a twist. So I hate that line of thinking, and I think it's so, like, that's the problem with people today, is that they want to be shocked and entertained and they don't care about the actual story, because that's like a sort of head-empty mindset to have, like, oh, well, I want to be surprised, I want it to be unexpected. I'm like, no, a good twist should be that you can see, right? Like, you can predict that it's gonna happen. Like, Odd Taxi, second episode, I predicted what the twist was. But that's because they had planted, like, a little crumb of dialogue, and I was able to figure it out, right? That usually, Shadow's house, the twist of Shadow's house, again, like, that sort of stuff, right? I'm usually very good at that sort of thing. And so it makes me mad when people say, oh, but then it's not as fun. No, what's fun for me is seeing the clues that the writers left in the story and collecting the breadcrumbs, right? And trying to, like, fit everything together. So I don't like that mindset. I think it's so, like, I don't know, it's just storytelling. And, like, those writers that change their plot twist because the people figure it out. Like, you know, you've heard that with, what was it, Game of Thrones, I think, did that? Maybe?
Yeah,
Or
possibly.
what was it? It was a big show that was airing for a while that, like, they admitted that they changed.
Rick and Morty, those guys admitted to that as well. That happens often. I don't know. I
Exactly. The reveal means nothing. Like, it doesn't mean anything to me. I'm like, okay, it's Rosie. Like, we don't really know anything about her. We don't know what this means. And I find that frustrating, because if they were at least, and she's a fallen angel, and she's, like, Charlie's aunt or something. Like, that's okay. You know? Like, if we got a little extra sauce, I just wanted a little sauce, you know? But I didn't get it. I didn't get the sauce, that's all. Yeah, exactly. Like, we talk about surprising yet inevitable on this channel in terms of, like, musical theater songs. I think that's true kind of for everything to some degree, right? I don't want to be surprised. Sorry, I don't want to be shocked. I want to be surprised, right? When everything comes together and the reveal happens, I'll still be surprised, but I don't want to be shocked, right? You can't be too boring and predictable, but, like, you can make even a predictable thing interesting, like Lilith, right? Like, you could have still, even if the answer was obvious, well, how did Alistair get involved with Lilith? That could have been still, you know, something interesting, the outcome, even if not the person. But this is like, there's nothing going on here unless, like, so people keep talking about the root of all evil, which was pictured at the beginning in the prologue story, where Charlie has, like, the storybook, and she's talking about how Lucifer and Lilith and all that stuff happened, like the creation of the world and whatever. The little avatar thing that she does, right? So, but here's the thing, the fandom knows about this person, but do we know?
Yeah.
No, we don't know who the root of all evil is. Like, I was looking at comments like, what are you guys talking about? Basically, people were saying that Rosie is Rue, who, that would kind of make sense, right? Rue, Rosie, root of all evil, right?
But then again, Rosie Rosie. Different one. Sorry, I was thinking about Mimsy.
No.
Yeah, Rosie being the root of all evil.
So, like, that's fine, but, like, we don't know that. So you guys
are
like
the idea.
Yes, Rosie's gonna be this character that we heard about on Tumblr 10 years ago.
I also like the idea that, like, Rosie is the root of all evil, and she's this, like, Southern belle in a picturesque American town. I like that. I like that as, like, a little, like, jab at, you know, that era and people who romanticize that era and the kind of baked-in ideology of that era.
We don't know that root of all evil's a real person. We only know that because Visby posted, like, a picture of her on Tumblr or something. It was like, that's her! And I'm like, what? I think what's gonna happen is that maybe...
I know writers that use subtlety. They're cowards. All of them.
I think that it's gonna be that she's, like, an angel, maybe like Lucifer, right? That she also fell, because her powers are golden, right? So there's something's going on with that, right? Like, her golden powers, kind of like, I need to go look at Lucifer's powers. I think that they're gold, right? But yeah, I do like, whatever, you know, the conflict here is nice. The reveal makes me sad. I'm just like, it's a little lame, you know? It's just a little lame, that's all. Like, can't I, or, like, you know, who among us has not thought something was just a little lame? Why can't I have that, chat? I mean, not you guys. You guys are fine. It's just, again, there was some, I had to delete comments because people were just, like, raging at us in all caps, and I'm like, it's never been that serious, guys. Like, it's okay. I was just really depressed about it. Like, I was just sad. My question is, though, about Rosie being actually
Trixie
Lilith.
Turner has, my money is Rosie is actually Lilith.
Yeah.
Eve is in heaven as fake Lilith. That would be a twist.
But my question would be, like, but why wouldn't she communicate with her daughter, though?
Yeah.
Unless she
well,
lost
she
her
did,
memory?
right? Because she did see.
Well,
unless
she
there was
gave her girlfriend advice, but Charlie's floundering on live television, bestie,
Yeah.
you know? You think that, like, here's my thing. If that was true, what I would want is Rosie goes to the hotel and gives Charlie media training, right? If that's the case, and Rosie's Lilith, because she lives in Cannibal Town. I don't see a lot of Vox Tech stuff here.
Down
Maybe she
Cannibal
doesn't
Town.
watch TV, right? Maybe she only gets her news from the radio. She's kind of like Alistair, right? That's fine. But if your daughter's floundering to this extent on live television, even if you're trying to be incognito, wouldn't you go over and help? Like, that's my kind of thing, right? So even if she, like, I like Eve being in heaven as fake Lilith and all of that stuff, but if Rosie's Lilith, I have some questions about Rosie's, like, lack of fucks to give, right? I know she sent Alistair to the hotel to go help Charlie, but, like, Alistair didn't give Charlie the media training either. So, like, you would think that if she was Lilith, she'd be more pissed about Alistair not helping her, right? Like, if she's pissed because Alistair's not listening to her and I'm the boss of you, not, hey, I sent you over there to go help my daughter and you're not doing it. So I would call that into question just because that would be kind of a plot contrivance. You know what I mean?
Well, because it's like
Vaggie not singing about how she's an angel and whatever it takes. Like, that would be the only reason for Rosie to talk this way to Alistair, unless, like, Alistair doesn't know
what do you
who
mean
she
you're
is?
not helping my daughter at the hotel?
Yeah, she would say that if she was Lilith, in my imagination.
But he also kind of implies, like, you made me go there.
Yeah, but he's not helping, so shouldn't she dress him down for being useless?
Maybe, I don't know.
You know?
He did, like,
he's been being useless.
He did protect the place, right? At least a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean now. He's been useless for, like, a couple weeks, man. He's been useless for a while, right? Man-Eater Jin. Love that. Ugh. But yeah, like, that would be my problem, right? Is that she doesn't seem to know what's going on at the hotel, right? Because assuming she's Lilith, right? If I were Lilith, I'd be like, you let my daughter go on television with Vox, you fucking moron? Like, I would be mad. She's just like, yeah, sweetie, I don't know, like, you know, in terms of you being able to fight an angel, like, that's a little, you know, you shouldn't have expected that. I made you the most powerful sinner in hell. Like, she's being focused more on Alistair's beef, right? So, I don't know. I like Rosie. Like, I like that, like, this is this is, Lucifer's sister, or whatever. Not, like, literal sister, but, like, whatever. Like, you know, she's an angel, they're related.
I mean, it's entirely possible that it's just bad writing.
Right.
And, like Rosie's just Rosie.
Or she's a bad mom. Well,
or Rosie is literally just Rosie.
Yeah.
Anyways,
if she is Lilith, it's a contrivance of her not saying things for the sake of the audience. Exactly. Thank you for saying what I was trying to say better. I like this. I wish they kept his little mustache. That's kind of sad that they took his mustache.
He had a little mustache?
He did. He had a little boop right here. He had just a little thing.
That's cute.
Yeah, I mean, he's, because that's like the little, like, you know how it has the radio thing? The mustache could have been the radio dial. Like, so that's too bad that they took that away. But yeah, like, I really like this, like, you know, sort of thing.
Him sweet-talking his way
I
into
love
a
how
group of mobsters.
Nothing was in the ashtray.
Oh yeah, they're just not even trying to get it in the ashtray, are they?
Yeah, so, you know, I really liked this, like, dazzling these yuppie producers. Like, I love how Rosie talks, right?
Was yuppie even a term back then?
Probably. But yeah, so people have mentioned it's interesting that Alistair, like, puts himself kind of willingly in the cage, you know, right? Like, this is just another type of cage, like the one we see him, like, overcoming so much. Yeah, you can say racism, Rosie, all right? That's like, I don't know. You know, that kind of bothered me, because I'm like, yeah, what's the, like, you know, unless there's other things, again, Alistair was an orphan or something, like, she's just dancing around it, and maybe that's in character for her, but I don't know, I found that a little bit, like, are we gonna, like, dissect that in any way, that Rosie, like, if we're not just saying racism, but okay, I can't believe they took away his mustache, I know, I liked it, I thought it was a cute, like, character reference, you know?
I enjoyed it.
But yeah, I liked this scene. See, this guy had the mustache, he got it, but Mimsy, like, this was nice.
I just like the idea that they were, like, friends genuinely.
Well, I think, too, like, this is a speakeasy, I think, right? Because they would have been during Prohibition.
It has, like, a kind of, oh yeah, New Orleans, so.
So, I think that, because people were like, oh, is this realistic that the clubs wouldn't be segregated, I guess? And I'm like,
New Orleans,
guys, are you stupid? Like...
In New Orleans,
yeah,
they kind of, like, they were, well, I think, like, New Orleans was kind of different than, like, most other cities, like, larger cities in the United States.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there were a lot of, like, wealthy and middle-class black people at
or, like, in
the
case, like, light-skinned black people, like, Alistair, which that offered you a fair bit more sort of upward mobility. I do think they still had Jim Crow laws.
Yeah, but this is a speakeasy. They're already breaking the law, right?
Oh,
so
yeah,
I was like, guys, we're already breaking the law, bestie.
That was also the significant part of the speakeasies, is that when everything's illegal, you can sort of just, you know, it doesn't really matter anymore.
Yeah, but I just,
like,
I saw on Twitter somebody saying, I looked up Jim Crow because of Hazbin Hotel, and here's what I learned, and I'm like, like, I get if you're not American, we're not American either, but, like,
I at least
imagine someone learning about racism because of Hazbin Hotel.
Well,
like, genuinely, that person was being dead ass, and I was just like...
Well, I gotta say, I was watching this cartoon about hell, and, you know, racism is a real problem.
Like, somebody looked this up to fact check whether or not they, like...
Yeah.
I don't even want to... Anyway, guys, please don't do that. Or at least... If you need to learn, I love people learning about things. Go for it, but, like, don't admit that on the internet, and don't use the AI summary that Google gave you either.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though, is that, like, it's kind of like when a bunch of people, like, there was a Martin Luther King Jr. Fortnite event, and all these kids were learning a lot about, like, a lot more sort of in depth about Martin Luther King Jr.
I saw that tweet. Yeah, see, Mystery Mew. Yeah, I know.
And it was just like, and people were like, on one hand, it's like people were making fun of these kids. Like, what do you mean you don't know anything about this guy? You should know about him. Like you shouldn't learn about him, MLK, from Fortnite. But a lot of other people reasonably were like, well, there's a reason why they're not learning about him or learning a more
That's just like
in-depth.
You're right.
Right?
But, and like, you couldn't torture that out of me is all I'm saying.
Oh, no. I also am embarrassed about things like that.
Like, you couldn't pry that information out of me for $1 million. I would not tell you that.
I will. Like, my embarrassing story of that.
Oh, God.
Which is not that embarrassing because it's I thought that the NAACP and the NCAA were the same organization.
Well, that's okay. It's acronyms. That's
right.
Fine.
But it was confused. I was like, why are these civil rights lawyers throwing a basketball competition every year? Like, I didn't think about it because I don't care about sports. So I That's not
the worst thing ever. That's just like, oh,
that's a little
Americans
bit embarrassing.
And their acronyms. And
I'm also a Canadian that doesn't watch sports, right?
So, you know. But yeah.
It is I just love the idea of, like, yeah, I learned about the history of racism of the country where I live in.
Hazbin Hotel, and I'm like, again, it's good, but like you don't say it on
Twitter. It's also
don't open yourself.
It's also
up to
the
that.
famous thing, and I think Eagles here is making reference to it. Like, you don't know who's 12 on the internet.
No, everyone is 12.
Yeah.
We talked about that one.
Right? Like, you're looking at that person, like, that's really dumb. They might also just be 12.
Yeah.
Like, and
that's
they just.
True.
They don't have the reference.
I think this person, though, had 26 in their bio, so, like, they could still be 12, but, like...
Who knows?
It's rough out here.
I've met some real dumb shit 20-year-olds, so...
I know.
I love how his, like, creepy little, like, things that appear behind him, the symbols, are hanging from the trees.
Yeah, those are the voodoo symbols. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, so... This guy was racist, and we killed him. Alistair did nothing wrong, you know? That's it, Alice.
Yeah,
you did nothing wrong.
You're right.
Hi, I'm a lot of
I'm Calxiyn here, and I support cannibalism.
Well, anyway.
Or I guess he wasn't a cannibal. I guess he was just a murderer.
Demon ritual. So, yeah, so I can't imagine how many rituals it took to get you through to the other side. So it kind of implies that Alistair was doing things like not just from Christianity. Like, he was trying out a little bit of everything to try to summon the demons,
I got
basically.
voodoo, I got hoodoo, I got things I ain't even tried.
Yeah, basically. No,
Yeah.
actually, because people were like, this isn't voodoo, it's just a pentagram. And I'm like, okay, but I think that they explained why it wasn't voodoo, and also Visvi already got in trouble for the voodoo stuff in the first place, so I think, like, she got criticized for doing the voodoo, so she stopped and used a pentagram, but now people are mad about the pentagram. Like, guys, we gotta give a little bit, like, you know what I'm saying? I think that it's fine that it's just a pentagram, like, it's okay. I like the demon radio. Like, I like that it came through the radio, because they talk about, oh, if you turn this radio, like ghost radios and stuff that ghost hunters use, and like the ghosts are talking through the frequencies. Oh, the same ritual? I thought it was different. I thought that it was like different rituals. Cause like, why would it work this time and not all the other times? Just cause you know what? Like Rosie was like, that doesn't seem important. Like she just put the phone down.
Voodoo, yes. Voodoo, like hoodoo and voodoo, they're just religious practices coming out of Haiti, connected to Africa. You know, all the zombie stuff and the horror movie is sort of, I don't know. You've taken this thing that it is just a traditional religion and turned it into a horror movie trope, which is unfortunate.
But,
right?
Yeah, like, I think it must have been different rituals, guys, because, like, why wouldn't it work the other time? Like, the guy wasn't fresh enough, you know? Like, he wasn't bad enough. Like, I'm sure it
bad
was
blood.
Different.
Like, goddamn it,
you know?
he was O, and we needed A negative.
Yeah, like, I'm sure it was
wrong blood, my bad.
Different, because, or maybe nobody picked up, which is hilarious. Like, that he just did the same thing every single time, and, like, that's insanity, though. I feel like Alistair wouldn't keep trying something that didn't work.
All I'm thinking of is the Scooby-Doo, oh, goodness, Hex Girl song. We do voodoo, we do voodoo.
Okay, so here's the sussy part, right?
Do,
Rosie answers this, and her magic is gold. I kind of feel like that, angels can communicate with Earth, and that's why they had that thing of we're locking down heaven, and that they're gonna explain that later, and so this is gonna be kind of evidence that Rosie is an angel. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Because, like, why were they locking down heaven, though, right? So I think that it's gonna be that angels send signs to people, and like, look, these are her hands, but these kind of look like wings, right? And they could be separated, you know, fallen angels, all that fun stuff, right? But yeah, I really like this. I love this. I mean, Hell can too in the context of, like, hell of a boss, but we haven't seen, like, that in terms of in Hell. We haven't really seen, like, I don't think we've seen people make deals with I don't think we've seen, like, it's not like Blizz is, like, making deals with Earth people from down where he's at. You know what I mean? So, right, I know we're all thinking about hell of a boss, but right now, we don't know if all overlords can do this, is my point. If we find out something contrary to that
Also, the
later,
idea that they are in the same universe and no one's ever mentioned about how, like, hey, Blizz, isn't it crazy how the angels come down every year and kill us all?
Well, that's because they're hellborn. So Blizz is hellborn. That's why they don't care.
Okay, so it's just not a concern for them.
It's only the sinners. Hellborn is fine for whatever reason. So maybe they just don't
How
care.
Convenient.
Yeah, I know, right? But yeah, I like this. I don't want to exist in hell as a tortured soul. Like, he was already planning for the future. He had his 401k. You know, he was putting that aside, right? This was his retirement plan. But yeah, like, that's what I'm sort of trying to think about, like, can all overlords do this, or is it only Rosie? Like, and if it is all overlords, that would be lame. So that's why I'm saying that maybe it's only Rosie, and that would be nice, right? Like, it's only Rosie because she's an angel. Like, I don't want every overlord to be able to do this. So I understand what you guys are saying, that there's no evidence that it's just Rosie, but there's no evidence that it's everybody else can do it either, because wouldn't everybody else be doing it if it was this easy? You know, why doesn't Vox start, like, again, talking to Joe Rogan in his sleep, like, or something, right? Prepping for the future. We don't know. They're not doing all that, so, I think there's something, oh my god. Something different going on here. What's interesting is that Rosie swirls around Alistair. I can grant you power beyond what your mortal mind can imagine, and we actually see the shadow created in the background. So the streets be saying, again, I love saying, that's my running joke with me and Arnold, is that I say the streets are saying, and he's like, Kaylin, what do you know about the streets?
When have you been in a street in your life?
And that's like our back and forth, right? I think that the demon, like, Rosie made the demon, and the demon isn't Alistair. Like, the demon is a manifestation of Alistair's powers, but it
Say
seems
the word
to be...
demon again?
Demon?
Demon.
Demon.
It sounded like you said...
Demon?
It sounds like you put another D in there. Demoned.
Demoned?
Demoned.
I don't know.
Continue. I'm losing my mind here. It's fine.
The shadow having lore, she made the shadow for Alistair.
Mm-hmm.
So she decided maybe what his powers were, you know? You must do something for me. We don't find out what that is. Right? And then we see him tangled more like Angel was tangled. Or I think it was Husk that was like this. And then Angel Dust had the chain around his neck. I can't remember. I don't know. But I think the shadow, yes, exactly. The shadow is the form that Rosie's power gifted to him takes. That's what I'm saying. So Alistair, as Alistair, has his own power, but then the shadow is the gifted power. I think that's, yes. You agree? You're like,
yes.
I'll agree with anything.
I think the shadow is a manifestation of his gifted
wasn't
power.
Enough.
No. I agree with you. The shadow is a manifestation of his gifted power from Rosie.
And if Alistair was doing voodoo again, as it is in this universe where it's kind of like not like real life, I think the reason why she said your soul is like one I've never seen before is because this would be like if Dr. Facilier made a deal with Rosie, right? Like Alistair has magic, right? Like, so Rosie has her powers, Alistair has his powers, so he's already dying with some of his own power. I think that's how he fixed himself, right? But then the shadow's like separate power. And again, if you guys got my reference to a deadly education earlier, right, we see this turn green, even though in the capture it's chroma keyed for some reason. Yeah, so like you see the legally distinct symbols. Actually, you don't see because our thing is transparent, but for some reason it's set on the green, so all of the green Oh, Husk had the chain. Okay, so it was Angel that had the wrap. But anyway, yeah, you guys can see maybe now, right?
The shadow of where the green should be.
You died in the most hilarious way possible. So I don't know why he kept killing after that, just for the love of the game.
Yeah,
I guess just
I
for
mean, you
fun.
might as well, right? Like, you know, he's a real passionate. He's a real.
Because like you already got what you wanted.
Lover of the murder game.
Why are we still killing people, right? This dog's eyes are like super like blue. I don't know why. I'm just.
It is an odd choice, isn't it?
Okay. No one is talking about how this is the deer in the headlights, and it's driving me nuts. Like, that's what he got caught like a deer in the headlights, because he got caught doing what? Dragging a body. And no one's talking about it.
I want to see the episode about the guy that shot Aster.
I
being
know.
like, oh my god,
Alistair,
sorry.
Oh
my god, I shot a man. What is that? Did I hit two of them?
Well, we talked about this in the reaction, but I was like joking, like, oh, that guy got pinned for Alistair's crimes, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, that would be awful.
As you know, the audience does it. Yeah, like that was kind of like an excuse. That is true. He did say he wanted to continue his fun. So you know what? That's valid. All right. I think Rosie organized his death, by the way.
It would be funny if she did that.
Like, I think that she used a stone to call up this guy and be like, hey, go into the woods, bestie. Like, I don't know. I don't think it, like, she told this man to go kill Alistair, but I think that she, with her angel powers, would, like, go into the woods. We, you know, influenced.
We
go hunt the deer tonight, right? Again, like, whatever powers angels have. But yeah, no one's talking about deer in the headlights. It makes me sad. I haven't seen one single person talk about it, other than me. Like, we've talked about how he looks like his deer form and whatever, but, like, I love that shot. It's so cool. I love it. I think Rosie's above being that petty. I mean, I don't think it's about being petty, though. I think it's just about, like, she needed him now. You know?
Yeah.
She had plans. She had shit to do. I like how their teeth are similar, by the way. I just noticed that. Like, they kind of have a similar form, I guess.
Yeah, they're both very sharp, which makes sense. I guess in retrospect, right? Like, because most people don't have sharp teeth like that.
Yeah.
Except for the cannibals. They all have very sharp teeth. So I guess that was a clue earlier on that they had something of a connection.
But, look, you can toy with me all you want, but I've been running all over hell on a fruitless crusade. What's the crusade?
Yeah.
We don't know.
Playing nice at a stupid hotel.
Now I'm lacking.
She asked you to be at the hotel.
Yeah. So, but like, we don't know what the crusade is. We don't know what the one thing that she asked him to do for her is. Presumably, again, I feel like it has something to do with Lilith, but then it's like, well, why does Rosie care? Like, what vested interest does Rosie? Also, right, Alistair died. Vox died 70 years ago. Alistair, we don't know, but we think that maybe they died a similar time. Like, you know, it was around the same time. The exterminations, here's the other thing. How do you guys feel about the exterminations only happening for 7 years? Because I feel like, I don't know how to feel about that. It's only been 7 years. Charlie's like, this is my destiny and my life's purpose, as if this cycle of violence has been going on for generations, and it's I'm not saying it makes it any better, right? People still died. That's not nice. Like, that's not great, but like, it was only 7 years, you know what I mean? So I'm like, huh? And how old is Charlie then? Right? She's like, this is my life's purpose and I need to save my people. And I'm like, this is something we talked about, a mortal immaturity trope or something, like whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Last video, and I talked about Ragni and Holy Terrors and that whole thing, if anybody remembers, and if you didn't, go watch our reaction and whatever. But like, it was only 7 years, you know? Like, it's kind of, yeah, Charlie, if she's over 200 years old, this is not her life's mission. She had life. She was out there living life, unless she was like a baby for 100 years. Like, I need to know how the aging system works, right? Like, I don't know, man. We'll talk more about that later. I thought that was a typo, but she said it, like, out loud, in the subtitles and in her like, it's not like Brand New Dawn, right, where maybe they fucked up the subtitles and stayed gone. But yeah, Rosie song, I really liked this. I liked the style. You guys know this is my shit. I don't know. I dealt with you fairly, been patient, it's true. I don't know why she would say true in this context, though, because unless she's saying, yes, I have been patient and I've dealt with you fairly, like, that's true, but not, like, this is still me being fair. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? I don't know why she would say that unless it's like, yeah, I have been fair, but I'm still not gonna heal you, you know? Because the true and the but don't make a lot of sense to me. I don't know, do you understand what I'm saying? Because we say, oh yes, Hunter, like, I've been so, you know, so magnanimous and kind, it's true, but now this time I'm gonna do something, like, shitty, right? Like, so it's kind of weird, so I guess that's what she's saying, but it was just, I don't know. You
normally bring it up as a transition into contrast.
Yeah, exactly.
And she never really contrasted.
I guess you're in my zoo is the contrast, but that's not, that to me, that's a little nitpick, but that I thought was a little bit like, that's not the contrast. The contrast is, yes, I've been honest and fair, and this is me continuing to be fair. I don't actually owe you. So, like, I feel like they wanted True and Zoo to rhyme, but you're in my zoo is not the best way to express that. It's more just like, yeah, I mean, I'm still being fair, man. Like, I don't owe you anything because you're still the strongest sinner. Like, I don't know if the zoo thing is the contrasting part relative to this, but I know what you guys are saying. Like, it's enough. That's just a nitpick that I'm like, every time I hear that, I think it's going somewhere else, and then we start going with zoo. It's like, it's not like, remember you're in my zoo. It's like, remember I gave you what you wanted. Like, I'm still fulfilling my end of the deal. It's not like you're trapped and you have to listen to what I say. It's like, factually, according to the terms of our contract, I'm still right. So that's why I don't like zoo in this context, and I feel like they just did it for the rhyme and there was a better way. Like, you are my pet, that's fine. Like, that's okay. You know, like, whatever. But, like, the zoo thing, I'm like, well, that's not really, that doesn't matter, right? It's not like a Huss situation, if that makes sense, where it's just like, oh, you'll do whatever I say. It's, I'm still giving you what you want, and you're still the strongest sinner, so there's really nothing I can do. That's what she should have said. Like, there's nothing I can do. Do and, true rhyme. That's fine.
It is weird the degree to which Alistair seems to be grinning and bearing it.
Well, you know, you're not dressed without a smile, right?
I guess so.
He does have this,
He has a couple moments there. Little Charlie Brown wiggle.
Right? But yeah, again, golden magic, that's pretty sus. I think, again, if she's not, I don't want her to be Lilith. I would rather be, because they call her Auntie Rosie, which I know is like, you know, just a term of endearment for an older woman. But like, I would like Lucifer, like this is like Lucifer's sister. I think that's fine. Because he's a deer. I mean, I get, like, guys, have you ever been to a zoo that has deer? Like, deer are outside. Like, the zoo is for endangered animals.
I mean, I guess that becomes more, I don't know, like, if you live in Canada, yeah, it's not that hard to find deer.
Like, do you guys have deer in the US? Like, are there deer in Animal Kingdom at Disney? But yeah, you're a debtor till the day you settle your account. That's fine. I like debtor. Debtor till the day, very nice. Settle. Debtor and settle somehow sound like a slant rhyme. Don't ask me how, I can't explain it to you. But yeah, I really like this. Like, this makes sense to me. This makes, guys, Rosie has not been to a Japanese zoo, okay? I don't think she's getting around that like that. But yeah, that's my one nitpick of a line is I'm like, I see what you're doing, but I don't, like, that could have been in relation to something else, you know? Obeyed demands contain my raids. I went off the air for years on your behalf. Why, though? Like, why would Rosie tell her, sorry. Why would Rosie tell him to do this? Like, I can't figure that out. Unless it was, again, Lilith empowering the masses with her voice and, like, shutting down Alistair was part of not empowering.
Presumably?
Maybe? But then, can't he still have his show and just empower people to not rise up or something? Couldn't he just have his little propaganda show? Like, why make him go off the air the entire time?
Yeah, it is. It's at the center. Well, that was the thing. We were like, oh, he disappeared for 7 years.
Yeah, Lilith has
went away
been gone
for 7 years. I still think there's a connection there, but it being all Rosie is just sort of disappointing, you know.
She told him to hide so she wouldn't die to Adam? Maybe? Okay.
Oh,
but does that mean that he has to stop his radio show? Can't he just hide in the bunker or something? Like, you know what I mean? Yes. I guess. Like, what's stopping during an extermination for them to find Alistair, like, just walking around on the street? They didn't put him, you know, literally, like, they didn't Sleeping Beauty him for 7 years. He was presumably doing something. I do like what you guys are saying, though. Like, I'm gonna protect you from the extermination, so I want you to hide this whole time until it's time for us to strike. Like, that's a good idea, but my question is more than, like, Alistair walked around during the last extermination, presumably, right? Like, the same one Carmilla was walking around in. Like, you know, I don't know about that. I don't know if that's necessarily the reason. Unless he was literally, like, in a bunker with Husk and Nifty, which is kind of funny. Vox would stalk him? I mean, I don't know if that's too much of a problem. I love the visuals here in this scene, I will say. Again, sussy. That looks pretty angelic to me, I'm just saying. My name inspires much less fear. I love how he said that. That gets me every time. The least that you can do is fix my staff. I liked that, right? And she said in due time, so she also didn't, like, say no, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the idea of I don't want you to accidentally die in extermination.
I like how they do this sort of halftime, like, don't you forget.
Like going on the stairs, yeah.
Which is sort of fun.
If he kept the show, it would have, to keep his reputation up. I see. So you guys are saying that if his reputation was less threatening, the angels wouldn't go after him? Like, is that kind of the idea? Like, just to make it seem like Alistair isn't a threat that you want to get. But, like, Vox lived through the extermination. Carmilla, like, the angels don't seem to target overlords.
Or the overlords can at least stow themselves away better.
Yeah, so, like, I don't know if that was ever a problem for overlords as opposed to ordinary people, you know? I do like this. I like his little gentlemanly bow. Obviously, I don't think he means it. But yeah, look at
Dancing skeletons. Well,
play ball or just play dead. So maybe that's what he was playing dead. Vox, we do see hunker down. Yeah, so like he didn't need to like go off the air for all that, did he? But I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, Lilith's voice, Alistair. That's what I was thinking. Like Lilith was Alistair was projecting her voice on the radio show, and that was a whole thing. But yeah, I love to theorize, guys, but I'm not gonna lie. I literally kind of don't have any idea. Other than I think, if anything, they took Lilith's voice away from her and she can't sing anymore. One of the episodes is gonna be titled Silence, I heard. So like that's really fitting if they literally silenced her and they took her voice away. Blah, 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 blah. Where did our screenshots go? Yeah, I like that Venom underneath as well. Only Charlie and Lucifer? That's true. I know that they're the only ones immune. I'm just saying that, like, you really had to make him go off the air, though. Like, everybody else is still doing their business, and nobody else died, as far as we know. See, like, what they could have done if they were going to do that, and they still might, so, like, you know, don't come for me. They could have made it so, like, a big overlord did die in the exterminations, and then that would be kind of a valid fear. Like, a character that we don't know, right? Like, yes. Carmilla's predecessor, something like that, right? So, you know, they could have done, because they say that Velvet's the youngest overlord, which means all of them have survived the excerpt, like, yeah, like,
quite a few of them.
So as far as we know, unless, again, a replacement was still with a person older than Velvet, but, you know. So that's my question about making Alistair hide in the underground bunker or wherever with the rations and the cans or whatever, like apocalypse survival. But anyway, I like the puppetry. I thought that was fun, and how he kind of gets, like, tangled and then untangled. Looks like you'll have to do this on your own, and he does it. He's like fine, but he's not like, I don't know, he doesn't like rage at her, if that makes sense. Like, it's not like, you know, he's mad, but he's not disrespectful.
He's like he knows he can't, I suppose.
The feminism re-entered his body. He did not call her the B word when he was walking around in the scene. See, and like, why is there a statue? I get it, it's the Pride Ring, but like, why would there be a statue of Lilith and, like, in Cannibal Town? Like, and it's the same sort of white, glowy as Rosie's pal. Like, that's weird. That's sus.
In memory of Susan, I wish she'd die again.
Right, so that was about Susan from, like, the Cannibal Town episode. But yeah, I'm just like, guys, something's going on, right? Oh, something else I wanted to say. So here's the thing. We didn't realize this in the reaction because I guess we're stupid. But I realize now, or maybe we did and we only realized half of it, but I realize now that what Vox is trying to do is make Vox stronger than him, Alistair, so that Alistair's no longer considered the strongest sinner anymore, and Rosie has to, like, legally fix him.
Maybe.
People are saying that's gonna break the contract. I don't think that that's enough to break the contract. I think the contract can only be broken if Alistair does what Rosie wanted him to do, or that thing becomes impossible. But I think that Rosie would only break the contract if he wasn't the strongest and she still refused to help. Does that make sense?
That. I also wonder if it's kind of one of those magical things where you really have no say over the wager, the bet, the agreement.
Yeah,
like magic forces it through anyways.
I don't think he's trying to break it. I think he's just trying to force Rosie to fix him. And if Vox is the strongest, then that's what we'll get. Sinners are asking, we recommend slowly approaching the creature. Okay, so the Black Hatter is a creature, so that's kind of weird. So yeah. Anyway, the new segment, I feel like, okay. There you go. They made it their whole thing for 7 years to kill as many of us as possible. So it's only been 7 years, man.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of crazy. Like, I don't know how to feel about that still, to be honest. You know?
I mean...
This is just about the horse, so Blizz took over, this, I guess.
No.
But yeah, like, I don't know what to think about that, honestly. Like, I just don't, like, it's, again, Charlie's like, my entire life. And I'm like, your 7 years of your 200-year life, right?
Yeah.
If you're already immortal, 7 years is not a long time. I think Huss knows. I think Huss would have to know, right? People thinking, yeah, it's been happening for thousands of years. Like, that's not, like, this is kind of sad. Like, it's a little lame. Right?
A little bit.
You know, unless there was something before but see, if hell and heaven were at war before this and just always at war, that doesn't make sense either, because nobody's mentioned that. Because I was gonna give them the benefit of the doubt and be like, well, what if heaven and hell were always at war? But that doesn't seem like it could be true.
No, the whole murder business seems like a fairly recent phenomenon.
But I meant a mutual war. Like, if Lilith was empowering the demons and they were always fighting with heaven, right? As opposed to, like, we're gonna come kill you and you don't fight back. Like, but no one's ever mentioned that, so I don't think that that could be possible. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, so the news thing, I don't think that there's a lot of us, oh my god, guys. I don't think there's a lot to talk about here other than, like, Charlie being stupid again, like, oh, something out of context, like, I hate Coolsville, and, like, whatever.
Yeah,
right?
they straight up did the Coolsville thing, which is a little bit on the nose, and they do make it humorous, but it's, I don't know, at this point, it felt to me like we're verging in on idiot plot, where I'm like, Charlie, you're not that dumb, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, maybe it works for other people, maybe it's like, oh, she's just so good-natured that, you know.
It doesn't work for me. Like, that particularly doesn't work. The writing is so fan fiction, like, why is it a romance now? It was always a romance. What are you guys fighting about in here? Is Vox gonna speak up on this matter? Okay, so now they switched over to Charlie. I don't know what they were talking about. If you don't like it, then don't watch it. It's not for you.
Oh,
like,
that's a classic fan fiction defensive move.
Oh, fandom, you mean? But yeah, like,
or fandom in general.
Gives me bad vibes. I was bleeding out on the floor and she ran past me singing. Yeah, that's true. She was started that right after the extermination.
She would do that.
So yeah, like the text messages or the live chat is crazy. I
also like how it cuts to the same bar that it did in the the pilot.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
They're all snobs because the dad's an ex-angel. Even though he screwed it up, of course, she needs to exterminate her hairdresser. Lucifer, come get your response. She's running her big mouth. These people live in luxury. That's right. You're right, bestie. They never had to worry about exterminations, even though heaven hates them. Where does she get off? Right? Hitler coded. They're talking about Gallows. Did she say she hates Yeah, Lilith would never, guys. Lilith would never. Okay.
Lilith would never.
I never liked them apple fucking. Okay. Yeah, the dad's a snob thing is there again. Right, so I think they're reusing some of the same messages to look like there's probably more than there are. I wish Velvet would come out and something her on stream. I just got to hell and I can't believe this scrawny bimbo's the princess. She doesn't even look scary. That's funny. I really like the live chat messages. But yeah, I feel like that this was just too... Again,
it was too dumb.
I already explained why. I wish that they at least tried to make her smarter than this and it failed. Let's talk about Nifty.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom quickly.
Sure, I will take over Nifty. Oh, that's hilarious. The green is not coming.
I do like Nifty. Nifty song gets approval from Hunter.
Okay, Hunter approved. Yeah, so like, this like, oh, just pretend the camera's a roach, I think is kind of stupid. Like, she said it in such like an infantilizing way. Like, she could have just said like, you know, more so in a show business sense, like, oh, imagine the audience in your underwear. But like, this is kind of, that was kind of weird. Like, she's not a child. Like, she's a grown woman. You don't need to talk to her like that, you know? No! Brandon as Katie Killjoy sucks! Oh no! I mean, I don't have a strong opinion on it one way or the other, but I do understand why you would feel that way, right? Like, it kind of feels like a gag, like, oh, it's Blizz's VA, like, as opposed to it, like, having been a character choice. Do you know what I mean? In terms of this song, yeah, I kind of feel like this is filler. Some people are saying that this gives us more insight into Nifty's inner thoughts, and that's fine. I wouldn't say filler, I would say fan service, because, like, did I need this? No! Like, do I need every single character does not need to be, like, have main character, treatment. Like, every character should have main character thoughts, if that makes sense. Like, everybody is a full fleshed out human being. It's not like there's NPCs in the world, right? But, like, you don't need to, I don't know. Like, I know Nifty's part of the main cast, but, like, it's one of those things where I feel like people wanted this because it's like, oh, but we have to give a song to every single character and they have to have this rich inner life, and, like, I don't know about all that, you know? Like, I would have been okay with Nifty just kind of being a static, like, don't shows still need static characters? I don't know. So that just kind of, like, I don't get it. I know that every character is somebody's favorite character, but that's why you write fan fiction like the rest of us, you know? You don't need official sources, right? But, like, I don't know. I'm kind of split, because people will, like, argue with you that Nifty's, like, a main character, like, she's part of the core cast, and I'm like, yeah, but I don't know. I don't know, man. And also, this didn't tell me anything that I don't already know. Like, I guess you could argue, oh, but now we know that, like, Nifty believes in Charlie's dream. I never thought that she didn't, so I don't really, like, it's fun, but that's what people are saying, that, like, that's the justification for the song, is that we didn't know that, but I did not know that. I never thought, like, Nifty seems like a very happy, optimistic person, so I never sort of thought, where did this fly come from? I never sort of thought that, like, she didn't think the hotel would work. Yeah, so in terms of me analyzing this song, I don't think I'll be able to ever do a video on it just because part of the lyrics are in Japanese. And, like, you know, Japanese songs tend to have there's different rhyming conventions in Japan for most, songs, just because, like, of the nature of the language. So you need to do this in English too, but this is gonna sound silly. I promise that I know what I'm talking about. I just can't explain it that well. Like, you have to rhyme a lot of the word for it to be considered impressive, because so many of the words end with, like, similar vowel sounds and stuff like that. Whereas in English, yes, we have that too, right? And we sort of talk about, like, oh yeah, like, you can't just rhyme two things together because they both end with a D. Like, you need, like, at least a good chunk of it, right? To be considered a rhyme. But, like, it's just different. I can't really explain it because I'm not, like, you know, I'm trying to learn Japanese, but, like, I couldn't explain this to you in, like, a proficient way, so dude, just trust me, it's a bit different. You have to rhyme most of the word together for it to be considered impressive rhyming. So, like, you'll notice that, like, when a lot of songs are translated into English, officially, like, say it's Uma Musume and stuff just, like, doesn't rhyme. When the songs are translated into English, they don't care about rhyming. They care about the ending sound being similar to the Japanese ending sound. And the meaning, kind of. So they will not, like, a lot of Japanese songs will not follow, like, a regular rhyme scheme. Because it's more about the vowel sound that was used, at the end of the phrase. They want it to sound similar. But yeah, I thought that this was cute.
Oh, the little sort of cheapified version.
But yeah, so I can't really analyze this because I don't speak Japanese and I don't know how good the lyrics are, right?
I do love the contrast between, like, the really upbeat, poppy Japanese and the trash, asshole. I love it so much.
I
really enjoyed it.
But, like,
well, because here's the thing. It was sort of because they had been doing a sort of trend with some of the comedy songs where they just have, like, here's a bunch of list of things that stuff we're doing. It's so funny, right? Yeah. And they did that kind of once or twice. And so this is one where, like, the joke is slightly different, right? Just, like, the joke is Nifty being so sweet and bubbly as she's describing horrible things. Yeah. And her not understanding, so her doing it in Japanese and then trying to be very sweet, but no one understands her, and then still hitting people with the gross stuff.
Can you grab me that water, Hunter, if you don't mind?
Here you go.
I know, I'm so, like,
liquid.
I don't know, I'm just turning into a puddle over here.
Whoa.
Like, I'm just, no, not like that. I'm just, like, I feel dehydrated, like I'm sweating it out, you know?
Okay.
Anyway, sorry, didn't mean to give all of you guys that image. What was I gonna say? Here's the thing, I know that she can sing. I don't want to say better. I'm not saying the singing here is bad, but this is kind of like another patter song where it's like da 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 da. Like, we're going, like, we're on the same note. We're going up. We're going down. We're not going up. You know, like, there's nothing vocally impressive here, and I know because she saw, like, like, when he sees me, such a good song from Waitress, and I'm like, she's not getting to show her vocal ability, which is a complaint I had about Vox, but then they fixed that. There's a lot of talk singing going on. I know musicals have patter songs, but again, I wouldn't say that's talk singing, but like, I don't know, it's just the same, like, it's a lot of, I guess you had the Hotel of My Dreams, that was a little higher, but like, it wasn't like crazy vocally, like it was a lot of sort of, we're saying this so fast we can't really do an impressive note right now or else it'll sound nuts.
Basically, yes.
Because we're not holding anything. It's fine. I'm gonna give that like a nifty score. I talked about that in the reaction because I don't feel...
Nifty out of 10.
Like, I can't give that a lyric analysis if I don't understand some of the lyrics, right? Like, obviously most of them were in English, but like, those were the important ones where it talked about like her inner world or believing that the hotel is gonna work. So I
really liked it. I think it's kind of that and the reprise of Don't You Forget are the ones that stick out the most to me.
Yeah.
I think.
Nifty out of 10.
Yeah. Nifty out of 10.
I've been listening to all of the Vox songs.
I wonder why.
The last couple days. Okay. This is where, like, guys, I actually care now. I didn't care for the last...
Locking in.
4 hours. Now I'm like, let's go, right? This is the exciting part. Vox exploded this person. I don't know if you noticed.
I did not.
He landed right on top of the person that was standing here, which I thought was awesome. For what do I owe the displeasure? And he flicked that guy's chunk off of him. I thought that was great. I like this because this is, yes, I have been listening to Stayed Gone. I still don't like the rap talking. I have beef still, but I have been listening to it just because, okay?
For personal reasons.
Yeah, did I strike a nerve, like, respectless? I thought that was kind of fun. Look at this, and I love, like, the streets, like, look at the streets and, like, the, you know, it's
contrast,
down the middle,
right, yeah.
and, like, look at his eyes, like, oh my god, it's just so great. So he thinks it's still about the hotel, right? I'm bored of hearing your look at this. It's not even clever, slander, clever, I don't know. Anyway, this ends now. Yeah, so they were in the middle. Here's my thing, okay? I did point this out, and then people were like, well, with Angel, it's different because it's like, Angel is his property, but I'm like, I kind of don't believe that Valentino's not a jealous person. You know?
Well, clearly he's very, like, wrathful and dislikes when, I don't know, is he jealous?
I'm surprised he's not mad that, like, they interrupted their, again, private activities to fight Alistair in the street. Like, I'm surprised he's not a bit more, like, Vox is clearly still in love with Alistair. Why are you okay with this? You know? I don't know. Some people said that maybe they have an open relationship because Valentino goes around and does whatever he wants, but I'm like, I don't know about that, though. Because I feel like that
who knows?
It's like work and pleasure is different, but like, or work and personal is separate.
Yeah.
But like, this is personal, like with Vox. This is not work anymore. I don't know, man. What do you guys think? I was the one you commented on a few days ago. Oh, maybe I was.
I kind of get the impression that maybe both Valentina and Velvet plug in his HDMI cord, if you know what I mean.
Oh my god. But yeah, like, do you guys, like, I don't know, can I get, like, a poll about Valentino jealousy? Like, do you guys think that, like, I don't know, is he just chill outside of work, I guess?
I'd hope. Yeah, I mean,
you'd hope.
You'd hope. They seem to genuinely like one another.
I
right?
don't know. Though, sometimes I'm like, I feel like that Vox is just doing it because it's a warm body, like in season 1 anyway.
I think he has a lot of warm bodies.
That's not my shipper brain, okay? I'm just saying. Like, there's another
They don't
scene
love each
where
other.
Vox is, like really
Alistair
annoyed
and
with
Vox
him.
love each other.
So I don't know. He probably treats people he views more equally different. Yeah. I think that you said that, Trixie. And I'm like, I agree, but I'm also like, I don't know, though.
Holly V. Thruple.
Because I'm just like, I just can't imagine him. If Vox had feelings for Alistair, I can't imagine him being okay with that. But maybe he is kind of stupid. So maybe he just doesn't realize it, that that's what's going on. He thinks it's still about work. Maybe. I don't know.
I feel like it must not be work for them. They must just like genuinely enjoy each other's
that's what
company.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying
so,
like maybe
all the other stuff is just
maybe
he
Val
enjoys it.
Thinks that on Vox's side it's a hate relationship. Like he doesn't think Vox has any feelings for Alistair. So he's just oblivious, and that's why he's not jealous. Because I feel like he would be jealous if there were actual.
Well, I don't think they are. So.
Huh?
In the show proper, I don't think like Alistair and Vox or any
No,
of them.
but Vox does. It's definitely one-sided.
Vox has something of an obsession.
Well,
yeah.
he's blushing at the end of the reprise, though. And a couple other times. I'll show you. Listen.
Wow, you've really been paying attention then, haven't you?
But yeah, I think.
Oh boy.
Maybe, yeah, so maybe you guys are right. I just think that, like, maybe it is that Val, because he was like, you're not gonna believe this, but I don't understand. Like, he said that in another episode. So maybe he's just kind of dumb and he just doesn't realize, like, that there's something deeper going on here because he doesn't feel any love himself. Like, he thinks it's all just, you know. Like, Valentino probably doesn't have those deep feelings, and so he doesn't imagine such things are going on in anybody else's brain, you know? Anyway, I don't think Vox would want that public. I like the shadow in the background. Yeah, so the other thing I noticed, you know what was crazy? His shadow powers are a lot like Vox's chords, and I'll show you in the scene. So, like, that's a nice thing. Even the way he fights is like Alistair. I'm just saying.
Have they used those chords in the fanfiction at all?
Listen. Okay.
I will say this. I really enjoyed the fight scene between the three of them. I like how we have. Oh God! When they gored that guy, that legitimately bothered me when I first watched that. I like how they all have such weird magical powers because they're all so like weird and different. Someone's a moth, someone's like a shadow demon monster. The other one's a walking TV. Velvet's the most normal, and even Velvet like shoots social media apps at people in a giant. Like, I love how like funky and weird it is. Everyone's individual magic powers, and I like. And it's a lot of fun to see them all go after each other. It makes for very inventive, interesting fight scenes.
But yeah, guys, this is this is the radio static section of the stream, so if anybody wants to timestamp that, go ahead. But yeah, I really like the fight scene here. We can't show too much of it just because, like, there's, you know, like, there's a lot of frames and whatnot. The fuck-ass
Fuck-ass Bob.
I thought that was funny.
I love
that. I love that, like, literally
she
calls them puppets. Like, I thought that was cute. I wish she would sell her spit in a bottle.
Oh, no.
I thought that was awesome. She only has 12,000 viewers, though. That's not great.
What's, like, the highest concurrent viewers?
Oh, over 100,000 for sure.
Really?
Like, oh, for what?
But, like, in
Hololive breaks 100,000. Like, I feel like that, like, obviously there's, like, you know, Ninja and, like, whatever.
Who's, like, what's the
know.
Oh, God, that guy.
Oh, yeah, I hate him, but anyway,
I learned unfortunate things about him recently.
But, like, 12,000 is not a lot. Maybe she just went live, though, because they just started fighting, but, like, that's not a lot of people, you know? Anyway. Yeah, so, like, the shadow stuff, I love this goop over here. I thought that was really cool. Yes, I did know that Vox had the shark pet. The abusive relationship thing, I don't know if they changed that. I read that in the fanfic that I was, reading. Yeah, a sudden stream starting without warning. That's true. Maybe she gets more later. But yeah, I love, Vox is just awesome. Like, I love these shots. So I took screenshots of them. Those are really nice. Anyway, you were very homophobic and I don't like you, right? Like, that was kind of funny. Yeah, collateral death count. Which I thought was funny because no one's gonna permanently die. But still.
Oh, 9 million, it would seem.
Well, who was that? Do you know?
I buy?
I don't know who that is.
I don't know who he is either. He's, a streamer.
Okay. I love Nifty going over to get Angel, but I am gonna kind of speed run past some of this. I do like how, like, Angel was showing Husk pictures like nothing happened, because that feels probably how Val and Angel's fights usually go, which is sort of like, you start talking to each other and no one acknowledges, like, transgression, like, you know what I mean? Like, no one acknowledges what's happened and you just sort of move on. Oh, I missed. This was crazy.
Oh, yeah, where he cut all the things out?
Yeah, hold on. Let's go back a little bit. Yeah, so, like, see how his cables, like, grab the shadow? Like, they kind of work the same way as, like, his shadow tentacles or whatever you want to call it. Nifty saving Al was cute, but was that part of Al's plan? I mean, I think they're, like, contracted to come get him, so maybe?
Yeah, because they're under his control, right? So...
Yeah. So I think he probably knew, or he probably didn't plan for it, but he knew it was a possibility. Yeah, I loved this. I thought, like, this was great. This is the level of toxicity. This made us both, like, recoil when we saw it. Like, that was brutal. That was crazy. But it's good. I love it when people hate each other. You know? But yeah, I love Husk having, like, bullshit sort of magic trick powers. Like, that was really cool. And, like, against Velvet, like, this fight scene was really,
I kind of
fun.
wanted, like, I don't know.
Like, look, he turned into a card, and then he popped out. Like, it was just really awesome. And then
Part of me
Nifty.
wanted to, like, turn into, like, a giant monster, or, like, Nifty to turn into a giant monster. But no, Nifty is small and mighty and stabby.
But yeah, I think that, like, I don't know if Alistair planned on making a deal with Vox. I think he just wanted to be beaten enough so Rosie would fix him, but then Rosie kept not fixing him, and so he was like, I don't know, man, we gotta try something else. Nifty's an overlord theory? Wouldn't somebody mention that, though? Well, didn't Vox say that didn't Huss say that he used to be an overlord, and then he gambled, and now he's not anymore? Right? So, like, she could be just like him, you know? But yeah, I loved her, like, magic circle, like, what in the free reign and the emojis, like, that was awesome. I think making the deal was the plan. I don't know, though. I think that he would just get a little beat up first and see where that takes him, and then after that didn't work, he would get into the
Yeah, that was the type of thing, right? Where it's like, oh, you could have just not gotten to a fight and then done all this stuff anyways. Like, what does getting to a fight do for you?
Yeah, like, did you have to get... Right? Because he could have just walked up and surrendered.
Yeah.
Didn't he?
I mean, it would be less entertaining.
Couldn't he? Right? So I know they wanted a fight scene, but I imagine he could just call Vox and make a deal, right? Because now he's saying, wait, call off your goons, right? So I think that, like, the fight was plan 1, and then the proposition was plan 2.
Yeah.
You know? But yeah, like, or maybe when Nifty and Huss came over, he was like, uh-oh, we're winning too hard, we gotta do something else, right? But I don't know if it was necessarily, I think this was plan B. I think he wanted to get beat up a little bit. If he walked up, that would be way too sus. But this is already sus, and Vox doesn't care. Vox is willing to overlook the sus. He shouldn't have taken this so easily. You know what I mean? He planned to lose the fight to make it more believable, maybe. I mean, you guys are valid. It's just a different, you know, interpretation.
That's his move.
Like, that's okay, right? But I kind of think that, like, it was a test. Like, he was just trying different things. And he thought that this would be enough for Rosie to fix him, and it's not, you know? But yeah, I love this. I just love this scene between them, like, let's make a little deal. Yeah, so I like, is that supposed to be him?
I guess
because that's supposed to be Velvet. It wasn't easy. I think it was easy. He was like, that's it? That's all I have to do? All I ask is in exchange is 2 itty-bitty conditions. Can we talk about the conditions, though? Like, not laying a hand on Charlie is a little, vague, where, like, Vox could get somebody else to lay a hand on Charlie. Like, that was kind of a weird, like, he should have knew that had loopholes.
Irrelevant little nobodies. These loser babies.
Right, so that's all 4 of them, right? And more important, look at how he, guys, like, he just went for the chest. And more importantly, you're not to lay your hands on Charlie Morningstar. See, that's my thing of, like, that's, like, his physical hand. Like, there are loopholes. There are genie, monkey paw loopholes to that, so that kind of stresses me out, right? Because, oh, you said not to lay my hands on Charlie, but I can use a gun. Like, how strict is hell's wording? You know what I mean? So I'm a little bit like, that's kind of stupid wording, Alistair, but I think he said that before to other people, so maybe that's fine. But yeah, he's like, that's it, right? So like he's not being suspicious enough at all, right? And he touched him.
And
Think
every
of the
time we
headlines.
touch, I get
Right? He's like,
feeling.
he doesn't care. Like, he's like, yeah, sure, that's it. He doesn't realize that this is like, I feel like Alistair has cards that even we as the audience can't see.
Maybe,
you know?
but then again, like, I don't know, I guess so, but it's like, I kind of assumed that about him the entire time, and then seemingly that wasn't the fucking case, so...
I guess.
Who knows?
I think intention plays a factor. Okay, I'll allow, I'm gonna co-sign. Okay, Radish, I'll stamp of approval. No plot holes today. That's what I did earlier. I don't know if you guys saw.
I like how they
She
have him in the
changed her
Hannibal
outfit
Lecter
again.
mask.
Yeah, so they're in the news station now, right? And so this is when Charlie's like, I'm the princess of hell! What's going on, Alistair? No! I guess we're gonna have some rescue Alistair plotline next episode.
Maybe? I'm
Would
not
you
sure.
agree?
I don't know,
I
actually.
feel like Charlie will want to get him back, like...
Yes? Yes.
Even if Nifty
Maybe,
and Husker, like,
but he kind
they
of
made a
disappeared
deal.
anyways.
Like, you know, Charlie saw this with her own eyes. You know?
I don't know. If we get that and not, like, Vaggie and Charlie having a sit-down.
Maybe it extends to
Maybe a
Box's
bit of
other deals.
both.
Okay. I like that. You're approved too, Mr. Lee. Good job. That's an interesting idea. Like he couldn't hire a hit on her. Like, it has to be everyone who Vox controls. I think that that's fun. I love this, like, lame little parade that they're all like, they couldn't, I guess it's short notice, you know?
He has a sash that says, I win. That's wonderful.
But yeah, I loved this scene, and Alistair, like, Alistair has no tail, like, that was pretty funny. And, like, yeah, people are gonna be mad about that. Like, that's what I mean by, like, referencing Twitter stuff, but
yeah.
Anyway.
I don't know, like, obviously Vizzy came up online. She's kind of chronically online.
Yeah, I got cocaine!
Soda milkshakes. So
great.
my.
But yeah, I love this, like, he got him a straw, but he can't drink.
I like
And
how
look, it's
pissed
blue
he looks.
and it's their colors, Hunter. You're telling me someone did this on purpose? I'm just saying. Anyway.
I'm not against the old man Yowie. Historically, I've always been very much so in favor of the old man Yowie.
Alistair made a deal with Charlie too for a favor. That's true. That is true, right? Ratings through the roof. Yeah, okay, so again, we might just be dumb.
Also, rectangular nipples. We mentioned that last time.
I didn't realize that they had just finished their other activities in here.
And his, yeah.
I thought he was just chilling, because you can barely see, like, because it's
the
black
rope,
on
that's
black
true.
on black.
That's
like,
true.
I had no clue.
But the fact that he also has,
on.
like, nipple tassels, like, not nipple tassels, but a nipple chain, and is smoking a cigarette post-coitus.
Like, that's just, you know.
And then there's him and his...
He can always have those all the time. Some
Are we
people
not
wear
allowed to
piercings
say
all the
what
time.
kind of chair that is?
No, I don't.
Really?
I don't think so.
Huh.
I don't want to. I don't want to risk it. I don't know. Like, Hunter, this isn't. It's hard to believe, Hunter, but these aren't jokes that I make regularly, so I don't actually know what
You don't make that jokes talking about Twisted Wonderland?
Oh my god, we almost did during Genshin yesterday, but
Oh
that's another story.
What was happening in Genshin?
Basically, there was this girl called Farina, who's the Archon, the Hydra Archon, was meeting with this other bad bitch, Arlecchino. And the Traveler came into this meeting, and Farina's like, oh, well, you know that I always like to take my meetings with more than 2 people. Like, it wouldn't be a party unless there were more than 2 people at the dessert table. And I was just like, I had to stop myself. I had so many jokes. You guys, go watch my Genshin stream from yesterday when Farina and Arlecchino were having the meeting. I had so many jokes that I wasn't allowed to.
I really liked the idea. I like the idea of Aster having to watch. Alistair. Oh my god, I got it right the first time. Did I mention I'm tired of Alistair having to watch whatever horrible debauched nonsense was going on between that television man and that Mothman?
Yeah, him blowing the smoke in his face was like an asshole move. I have a whole PowerPoint about what?
The special chair, the throne.
Oh my god. But yeah, like...
The couple's chair?
Why is he so, like... I don't know, man. Why is he so, like, fit? Like, is he going to the gym? Like, what is... Like, is he flesh or is he robot? Like Ironwood, you know? I don't know.
The square nipples are throwing me off.
Anyway.
Like, if I ever saw that guy, I'd be like, why would I ever take you seriously? You got square nipples.
Hunter.
He's biting his lip.
He's biting his lip, Hunter.
That is so weird.
This is what I had to show you today. This is why guys, this is why I take screenshots of, like, by the frame, okay? Frame by frame screenshots of the entire episode. You're telling me something's not happening right now?
Thinks that something's happening to you. I don't. And he's like tied up and he's pulling him close. I can see it.
You could have had all this without the public
This is what's doing it for you?
Well, like, it's just, I wanted to see them. You know what it was? It was the backstory, which we'll probably get to in a minute.
Okay, yeah, presumably.
The backstory, because it's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. They could just clarify the misunderstanding and they could be happy. It's not just ship. It's the truth. I love this little, oh yeah, it's not like you've been doing that all day. Yeah, like he knows his favorite drink from New Orleans, Hunter. Like, they know about each other.
I do believe Sazeracs are like an old Southern kind of...
Yeah, like they know information. They know, like, personal, intimate details. What's my favorite drink?
You don't... Wait.
Not alcohol. I'm saying, like, my favorite thing, like, if I was going out somewhere and I wanted to drink something.
Because I know the two types of alcohol you will drink.
No, not alcohol. I'm saying anything.
Okay. Orange juice?
No, I can't drink orange juice anymore.
Right, yeah.
Guys, you guys are like 5 minutes behind. Misunderstanding.
Milkshake?
Huh? No.
Milkshake.
I meant with like dinner or something. Cal was born into Lulu. Guys, okay, misunderstanding may not be the right word, but what I mean is that Alistair did not reject him out of malice in his heart. Alistair rejected him because of Rosie. Like, that's why he did it. He did it because of Rosie, and he did it because he didn't want Vox to depend on other people, because he didn't want Vox to end up like him, right?
What's
and
your
then
favorite
Vox did it
drink?
anyway. Oh, well, with dinner I usually have, like, apple juice. Like a child.
That's cute.
But I like a fuzzy peach margarita. Like, that's the
okay,
only
so
other
that's
thing
the
that
other thing. I was gonna say you have like the Lone Star margarita and then
mudslides.
mudslides.
But yeah,
so
I don't really drink.
I knew what to say about those of like
Okay.
alcoholic beverages.
That's fine. I don't know yours. If that, like, I know.
I also barely drink.
You
so.
drink water. Sometimes, not in my house, apparently. I gave, guys, please understand, I give Hunter water. She just doesn't drink it. I've gone through like 10 glasses.
Do I see water in front of me?
Well, this was yours.
You never said. You just
yeah,
put
I gave
there.
it to you, remember? I said, I'm gonna put this here for you.
Well, I didn't listen to
and
it.
And I reached over. Like, I reached over your lap and put it there. Were you not listening?
I've been going through a lot recently.
I know. Anyway, you know I've waited 70 years, guys. 70 years of yearning. Okay? See, and he's so jealous. Like, he's so mad. He's like, you would go over there and be subservient to Charlie, but, like, you wouldn't make a deal with me.
Delulu is the Salulu. So says
And
Trixie.
the radio demon gives up what little dignity he had left to help out with it. Yeah, see? This is what I mean when I'm saying that Vox was a little too eager and desperate, because he could have made it, like, oh, on another condition, like, counterpoint, you have to listen to whatever I say. Right? Like, he could have done that. Like, you have to answer whatever I ask you. But then he didn't do that. You know what I mean? So,
yes.
like, Vox was way too, like, Vox, if I were Vox, I would have been like, okay, amendment. You have to answer any question I ask truthfully to the best of your ability. Right? But he was just like, that's it? Okay. Like, he was too excited about it. You're giving Al too much credit, guys. This is my media literacy. I'm gonna understand, like, I'm gonna show you what I mean. He's tipping his chin up with his foot.
It's horny. Look, I get it. I get it.
This is crazy.
He's tied up.
I didn't notice all these things.
He's like biting his lips. Like they knew what they were doing.
I didn't see any of this in our reaction. I only saw that after watching it again.
But other people saw it. Other people saw it. It's bait. They hate each other. They're obsessed with each other. They're clearly being weirdly horny at each other. It's bait.
But yeah, I love how, like, Vox doesn't think, and I love that. I love that. Yeah, I know it's the point, Radish. I think that you're saying that about Vox not, like, amending the deal, right? I know, and I love it. I think that's awesome. Like, I think that's great that, like, Vox wasn't thinking, you know?
Vox wasn't thinking. Vox wasn't thinking.
I guess being a brat is kind of your thing. That was funny. Vox sure cares, but you're saying Alistair does? I'm saying in the flashback. He might not care anymore, but let me cook, guys. You guys, we haven't even gotten there yet. Okay, let me cook. You'd be nothing without those two. You haven't changed. You're still relying on those around you. Why would he care? Like, why would he care about that? You know?
Yeah.
If I were Alistair and I didn't care at all, I would say, like, you have 2 other people working for you and you're still weak and you're a fucking baby. He's pointing out you should be, like, he's kind of being a, this is a more pull yourself up from your bootstraps sort of thing. Like, you still rely on others and you should be strong enough to do it by yourself. It's kind of a different sort of thing, right? If they really only hated each other, wouldn't the thing to taunt be that your enemy needs extra help? That's not what Alistair's saying. Alistair's saying, like, you still haven't gone at it alone, you know? Like, that's kind of different, especially with the old context, you know? Don't want to be reminded of how desperate you were for attention. Back then, you and I were as close to equals as I imagined. Yeah, in front of the V's, too, or at least Valentino. I don't know where, Velvet is. Back then, oh, I read that already. But yeah, it was almost impressive, right? And I respected you. And then you went and ruined it, right? Like, this is about respect. It's, so, clearly he, like, that's care in its own way, isn't it? Like, it can't be pure hatred. You don't care if your enemies are ruining.
You know what it is? It's that clearly Vox just had a crush on the guy, and he got burned, and he didn't really, like, work out his feelings appropriately. No,
I agree. But I'm saying for Alistair, I think he enjoyed their friendship is what I'm saying.
Yes.
Let me clarify, because maybe you guys didn't understand what I meant earlier. I don't think Alistair has romantic feelings for Vox.
Well, no.
I think Alistair valued the friendship, though. I think he found the friendship in the rivalry
compelling.
Fun, right? And so that's kind of what I'm getting at. Not like he has secret feelings for Vox. I think that he actually enjoyed the friendship, right? And so there is an element of projection where I was friends with you and, like, no friend of mine is gonna be, like, reliant on other people. Like, it's kind of like that sort of thing, you know? Like, watch it, like, oh, you're my friend and you didn't take my advice and, like, all of that sort of stuff, you know? And obviously this is hypocritical because he got power from Rosie, right? And so I think it's like he saw something in Vox that Alistair can never have because Alistair is stuck in this deal. But then Vox threw it all away to, like, work with the V's.
Yes.
Kinda, right? So Vox kind of had what Alistair always wanted and they had a good thing going, you know?
Yeah, you could say that. It would sort of not, it would be hilarious if this becomes doomed old man Yowie.
And it's like, you found me inspiring,
we thought it was
which is also like,
going to be.
He found Alistair inspiring, but Alistair needed outside help, you know, and so that's like the other thing too, right? Which I love that. I just love, but see, this is what changed everything. Seeing little Vox.
Oh yeah,
really
and he has his little hat, and he doesn't have, like, he doesn't have his Wi-Fi signal yet. He's still like a CRT.
Exactly.
Oh, sweet patootie.
And, like, he was just so cute. Like, look, and they're getting drinks together. So at this point, they weren't fighting each other. They were canonically friends, at least, right? We can all agree on that, right?
Or like he was fangirling about him.
But see,
seemingly.
Look, he's blushing, Hunter.
Oh, is he?
And that happens at the end of the episode too.
Oh.
Can you see the hue is
That's
different? I'll
very,
go back
very...
to a different
Okay,
scene.
yeah. That's
now.
very, very faint.
Yeah. See, look at like,
okay.
We're getting in closer.
I see it.
People
I see it
know
now.
us. They love us, right? So, like, look at his little face. Look at him. And this is probably the most genuine we've seen Alistair smile, by the way. Like, this isn't his, like, you're not dressed without a smile.
Yeah.
This is, like, his like, genuine
Villainous smile.
How does one go about changing their head? Don't worry, guys. Don't worry about it. With new overlords popping up every day, right? Before you hit me with you're pretty new yourself, look at him, guys. He's so cute. What is this? That is
a
cheek
monocle?
or a monocle?
Oh, it's his
monocle.
monocle.
He's mimicking him.
He turned into him,
That guys, that's so cute.
They love each other.
I'm more forward thinking, right? So, like, this is like the proposal. It's in your best interest to hear me out. I'm listening, right? So, like, this was like a nice little mutual sort of thing, right? guys, I don't think it was condescending though, because look, he's smiling at the barkeep now with his little fake smile, right? That was without the teeth. Look at like his little electricity hunter. With your incredible power and my massive influence, we would be unstoppable. Cigarettes are good for you. Wait,
you heard it here first, kids.
The same thing he was drinking at the beginning of the episode in this flashback?
I feel probably.
I mean, I know alcohol doesn't look that
it's like brown liquor,
different,
right?
right?
Is that what a Sazerac is? What does a Sazerac look
I don't think so. This may just be like whiskey or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, he's touching him. Here's the other thing though, right? Alistair usually recoils when other people touch him, but he let Vox touch him. So, I'm just saying, he let him touch him. So there must be, again, I'm not saying Alistair's secretly in love or anything, but I am saying that, like, he didn't immediately be like, oh, that's weird, you're touching me, you weirdo, you know what I mean? Because he does that to literally, I think, everybody. I think even, like, the only reason why he didn't do that to Rosie is because Rosie and him were in the musical number, you know? But, like, in the flashback, you see he doesn't shake Rosie's hand. He doesn't want to touch her.
Yes.
Right? Like, even the phantom golden light of Rosie, he doesn't want to be touched, right? So that's suspicious, guys. I will say, that's a little sus. That he didn't have, like, some weird face when Vox was touching him, okay? This is not shipper brain, okay? And if anybody says so, just remind them that I just got here. I got here, like, 3 days ago. It's not like I'm, like, crazy shipper brain, like Delulu since the pilot came out, okay? I only just got here and it was because of this episode and, like, the subtext. Yeah, Nifty. I think...
Delicious, delicious subtext.
Yeah, so Charlie, Mimsy, Nifty. So those are people that, like, he's, I would say, friends with Mimsy. Right?
Yeah.
So here's the other thing. They did that anime thing where you cover the eyes, right? When you cover the eyes, guys, it's because you don't want, like, the character is saying something that's not true. And we see this a couple times during this scene, right? Right. So let's talk about this. This is where I'm kind of like, I have a couple different interpretations going on here. I think that the reason why he said this, oh, also, do you see how his TV gets all staticky?
Oh,
he's embarrassed.
Oh, that's cute. Little details.
He made way too much of a big show about that. Like, this was a little exaggerated. You need me to join your team. I thought you might be approaching my level. Hypocrisy in 4K. Right? But, like, look at his face here. I feel like, to me, this is like, how can I bullshit my way out of this?
I don't know if I buy into that.
That's the expression that I see about that.
I don't know. I feel like he's just kind of an asshole that doesn't like other people.
But that's a weird sort of expression, Hunter. Like, you don't say that if you're having a good time. Like, the eyebrows are turned up. He's kind of like,
He's a
shit.
weird guy. He
I know
makes
he's
weird faces.
But, like, I'm just saying... As an actor, I'd categorize this in a worried sort of expression. That's just me. Like, he looks worried to me. I'm just saying.
I read that as smug and condescending.
Now it's condescending, because now he put his mask back on. But, like, it's the in-between of the frames, you know? Like, now he's trying to be, I think. He's trying to put it back on. But, like, that, I think, was very telling. I can't remember Alistair making faces like that before. And, like, the fact that they just... Like, they're showing sort of weird, like, he's biting down on his chin. Like, you know, it's just sort of a weird shot that makes me think of dishonesty. Like, I don't really want to say this, but I have to.
I don't know. I don't buy that personally.
No, but here's my thing, right, Hunter? I feel like it's that he's in a deal with Rosie. So if he makes a deal with Vox, and we are presuming, as we have the whole stream, that when you deal... Like, when someone else has your soul, all of the people underneath you are contracted to that one person. Like, all of Vox's employees are under Vox, right? So wouldn't Vox also fall into being under Rosie if they made a deal to be partners? With our logic that we've used in this stream. Which we don't necessarily know if that's true, right? So wouldn't it seem logical to say then that Alistair is rejecting him because he doesn't want Vox to be under the deal with Rosie? Now, whether that's genuine care or like, I can't let you find out my dirty secret, I feel like is up for interpretation. But I think it's definitely because of Rosie in some way.
Capacity, yes.
So can we agree with that? Have I argued well enough for that?
Yeah, that could be part of it. You know, it could also just be he's a bit of a dick who's just weird around people, right?
I mean, but like...
That's also, here's the thing, I think these are both fine interpretations.
Yeah.
Right, but I think that's also like, kind of consistent with his characterization so far.
Alistair tends to be, how do I explain this? Alistair tends to be a bit more, like, media trained. Like, I know we keep joking around media trained this stream.
Well, around Charlie, he is.
Well, that's kind of what I mean, right? Like, this seems like... This doesn't seem like the media-trained response. But this seems strained in some way to me. It wasn't fun to be mean, and it wasn't easy. It didn't look easy to me.
Look, the other yaoi stuff, I generally agree with you. I can kind of see it. I don't know about this one, though.
Good point. Charlie made a deal? Probably. I don't think Rosie knows, but I think...
Or clearly he had something going on with Charlie.
I think if Husk and... I think that if Alistair was indisposed... Rosie could call on Husk and Nifty. We have no evidence of that yet, but yeah, I do think that, like, if Rosie had to in an emergency, that she could commandeer Husk and Nifty. Because Husk knows you're on someone else's leash, right? So that kind of implies, why would Husk know that? Alistair wouldn't give that up willingly. So there could have been a situation where Alistair was out of commission for 7 years, and then the contracts went to Rosie. Because in the pilot, Husk is gambling, and then Alistair kind of abducts him, and, like, I think that they say that Husk hadn't seen him for the 7 years or whatever, so maybe that's why Husk knows that Alistair was on a leash, because any contracts that Alistair's had made, like, went to Rosie. Because why would Husk know that? Like, why would Husk know about Rosie? I think Alistair told him. No way, though. There's no way. He would never willingly give up that information.
I don't know. I feel like I feel like Husker is something of like a man about town. I feel like he knows people, and I feel like he knows information.
The streets told him?
Yeah, these streets told him.
But the streets shouldn't know either.
Well, I mean, perhaps the streets in Cannibal Town.
Do you guys use Discord at all? I mean, we have a Discord server, but like... You know, I saw the thing earlier about, like, oh, do you guys ever talk to fans in TikTok Live? No, because we can't moderate that, right? If somebody starts throwing out racial slurs, like, there's no way for us to control that, so, no. But I think it is kind of a show of mocking him. I feel like that maybe he does also see it as pathetic, and there's truth to that, but it's only because he thinks of himself as pathetic, too. You know?
Perhaps.
So I'm not saying that it's not entirely... Like, I'm not saying it's entirely fake, right? But I think it stems from Rosie. And he may think, yeah, you're genuinely pathetic because you were doing fine and you shouldn't ask for help, but it's only because he thinks that about himself, and he regrets, I think, getting into the deal with Rosie, too. So I think it's kind of complicated, and I think it was, like, half show and then half, like, you triggered my trap card sort of thing. Like, the fact that you said those words and I'm stuck in this deal made me react that way. So I feel like that's a good middle ground, that it wasn't entirely...
Alright.
Are you okay? It wasn't entirely... Like, I'm not saying that Alistair doesn't believe this, if that makes sense. I think Alistair does believe it, but I don't know if he would lash out to Vox that way if it wasn't for Rosie. Like, this was a nuclear response. Like, this is kind of a DEFCON response, like you're destroying the friendship forever. I don't think... So I feel like he does feel this way. He is like, hey, you don't need anyone. Like, there are no friends in hell. Like, it was like like this is a nuclear way to end a friendship that you found mostly entertaining, and you could keep having your fun if you tell him like, hey, no, you don't need anyone. You're doing great, buddy, by yourself, and keep the seething, you know, to yourself. But I feel like Vox saying those words brought up the memories of Rosie, and it started to ring the I'm a fraud alarm, and like, he can't find out I'm a fraud, and so instead I'm gonna go nuclear, right? So I guess that's my argument. It's not that it was all just pretend, but it was like, you didn't have to do all that. You know, you didn't have to go nuclear on him. I think, like, the reaction is such a heel turn that there's something more. It's a bit of column A and column B, as Hunter would say. But I guess you guys, like, I know what you guys were saying. Like, oh, he thought he could be an equal, but instead he's a clown. But, like, for me, I'm like, no, he wanted to be a clown. But you can tell your friends that they don't have to go to clown school. You know what I mean? It wasn't like he was already a clown. He was just considering clownery. You can still talk your friends out of clownery. Alistair considered clownery too, right? Like, you know, you can be, like, you can say be better. Like, he didn't make... Okay, I guess here's another thing. If Vox had already made a deal with the other Vs, I would agree with you guys in terms of what you guys are saying of, oh, he actually meant it and he found Vox to be, like, that pathetic that he blew up the friendship, because that would already be agreeing. All he did was ask, right? You know, so I feel like that's, like, again, it would be different if he was like, oh, I think that we should make a fourple? What's a thruple?
A quadrille?
A quadrille?
Quadrille?
Anyway, it should be me, you, Velvet, and,
Quadrille.
and, Valentino, and we're gonna call ourselves AV, like the AV club, right? Instead of the Vs. The AVs, right? So, I think that if that were the case, I would understand where you guys are coming from, in terms of like, no, he thought he was that pathetic, right? But this was just like, hey, we should be a team. We should work together. It wasn't even like that they're owning each other's souls or anything. It's just like, we should hang out.
We're just
buddies. Don't all the overlords help each... That's the other thing. Don't all the overlords kind of help each other sometimes?
Because, like, seemingly, like, his Velvet like, came over to the one meeting and was like, this is stupid.
Like, Carmilla and Zestial are friends. I'm sure they help each other out.
Presumably.
Like, it's not the
or
same
they have
as owning
shared
souls, right? Like, the overlords see each other. It's not like all the overlords hate each other and they're always fighting. So I don't know if the partnership is that crazy. You know what I mean? So that's just my opinion, though. But here's the thing. It depends on the context of the rest of the show, I think, right? Because I'm operating under the assumption that Alistair would find, like, Vox would find out about Alistair's contract, which may not be true. And Alistair thinks he's better than the other overlords. Well, he better start getting to work, man, because it's Zestial that had the song with Carmilla, not Alistair. But yeah, I think that it remains to be seen. This is how I interpret it now, based on theorizing about Rosie-related context.
If we didn't even get to the song and you've wrung this much out of it.
I know. Well, I'm just, you know, I wanted to say my piece. Okay.
Okay.
Velvet probably didn't exist. That's true, that's true.
She
but
is
like,
the youngest,
you know,
right?
I had to explain myself because some people were like, no, Cal, Alistair's just an asshole. But like, is life really like that most of the time? Most of the time people, even like, you know, bad people are not bullies just to be bullies. There's some deep-seated sort of thing going on where they want power or control or something, right? So I'm just saying, like, I don't think Vox asking for help would have been the giant... Maybe, oh, here's the other thing I saw. And I think, Radish, you reminded me of that, so I'll give that to you. Another good point was that Mimsy only goes to Alistair when she needs something. And so the reason why Alistair reacted that way is because Vox gave him that same energy of like, oh, maybe you didn't actually enjoy being my friend. You just wanted to use me, like Rosie and like Mimsy and like all these other people. So Radish, I think that that's an interesting interpretation too, that Alistair, maybe the reason why Alistair was mad is because they thought that they were equals and then Vox just wanted to use him like everybody else. Right? Because he uses the Vs. Like, let's be honest. They're not all equally pulling their own weight here.
Yes.
Vox is using the Vs more than the Vs are. Well, they are benefiting from Vox, but Vox is like, it's Vox and it's Preminger and Nick and Knack. It's not like they're all on equal footing, you know? So, I think that that's another fun interpretation, that the reason why he got upset was because he was like, I thought this was a genuine sort of, you know, fun little thing, and now you're asking me to go into business with you, and I'm gonna lash out at you because you're just like everyone else. You know? Or assumed Alistair was lacking, that's fun too. But I think there's more than just being a dick. You know? Like, exactly. Like, I thought we were equals, and you're just like Mimsy. You're a bottom feeder. And this is, you know, sharks and blood in the water and whatever.
Well, he does like sharks, doesn't he? At least Fox does.
So, yeah. So basically all I'm saying is I think it's not just Alistair being an asshole. There's a third thing. And it might not be the first thing I said, but I think it's at least that sort of like, oh, you're gonna use
the
me
classic
like
Calxiyn carpet bomb
I
technique.
know. Well, I'm just saying.
I'll say every possible permutation of a thing that could happen, and I might be right about one of them.
I want to give people options, though.
I know, that's true.
I want to give people just throw in.
What? Sorry, what is?
I want to give people some options, right? If you don't like what I said, here's something else. You might like that better. I want to give people choices, Yeah, and so we don't see the tantrum after either. Like, this is still missing information that I think is interesting. I did really have to put you in your place, and you didn't do it successfully because guess what? He just chose 2 other people anyway. And now you have me, but you still rely on others for your power. See, so that kind of gives credence to the second idea that it was more, oh, you're just using those people, right? And you still rely on other people like always. I think that this is sowing discourse. I think that Vox is gonna ditch the V's at some point. I had that theory, remember, because it was trust me, not trust us. Your gesture's giving non-PG Vox. Hunter has a pretty smile. Oh, that's nice. Okay, so now we're getting into the song, sorry.
There we go, it's okay.
I did give you a sandwich, so I hope you're
I'm
okay.
Hunter. I'm just,
Next time we'll stream earlier,
here's the thing, it's not your fault, it's okay. I got like 3 hours of sleep last night, or 4 hours of sleep. It was brutal.
Okay, so let's go through this. I like how he said, "Gonna make me cry," like on the soundtrack.
Wanna make me cry.
I'm bawling about the past I could have been. You definitely are, but you know what? Alistair knows it too anyway. I feel like, though, what's interesting is that Alistair's like, you still need me like you did before. So I feel like Alistair kind of needs to be needed, but he needs to be needed in a sort of like, you need me because I'm better than you kind of way, and the hotel wasn't giving him that. I got a team. I got a dream. So he's just giving him the whole evil plan. I love this song. I think this song is awesome. I listened to it too many times. Don't ask me. You're in my house, with my rules, in my room, with my tool, so not including the
his
bees.
tool.
Oh god. And worse, you're at my mercy. I like worse, merce, like the front of that alliteration. Cursed, right? So it's not a perfect rhyme, it's just like the first chunk of it. Love that. That was great. Worse, you're at my mercy. Cursed to watch me take it all. So there was some nice stuff go. Nice.
God,
Nice.
the amount of casual bondage in this episode is truly off the
You've
chart.
gone ass up. You're deep fried. I didn't know what to think about this because I keep thinking he's gonna say my last fuck, as in like I've given like my last fuck to give.
Oh, yes.
But this makes sense. Like I'm not saying this doesn't make sense. I just keep expecting, like, anyway. At last, your check is cashed. I'd laugh at how you look so small. So you guys can kind of see at the beginning. Oh, I should do a video on this song. Guys, imagine, I was like, guys, no video this month. We have so much to do, and Hunter and I have to go see Wicked, and it's too much work. Yeah, I know, you forgot,
Wicked, aren't we?
On the 19th, write it in your calendar. So I'm like, this is so crispy, though. This is nice. Yes! Alliteration. This is why you guys came here, not for insane Vox Alistair shipping. Oh, man. And look at him touch his nose. Like, what's happening?
Little honk on the nose.
Oh, we've run out of screenshots.
Uh-oh.
Oopsie. Sorry, guys. That's Soliana and Udine back there.
Oops, poopsie.
You guys want to see? That's okay. I don't think there's anything on my desktop that's, like, weird. There you go. That's all you're getting. Anyway, let me,
no, I don't
fix
see
that.
anything.
Oh, no, Cal. It's your stash of Vox and Alistair fanfiction. Yeah, that's Soliana and Udine back there, if anyone's curious. Arnold's exposed my desktop on stream a couple times by accident. Oh, shit. Whee! Crispy chicken? What?
Crispy chicken? What? Oh.
Oh, maybe the syllables?
Okay.
You're on my string. Loved that. You can try to squirm and struggle, but it wouldn't do a thing, right? Squirm, struggle.
He's a little too into it. He's like squishing the face.
Oh, I thought that this was gonna be upset, by the way, because I think obsessed is supposed to be Don't You Forget. Oh, that's why. I thought it was gonna be upset because upset, forget, like the T at the end. But yeah, so I keep hearing this, and again, not bad. I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying it's not what I was expecting. You're so obsessed with me. I knew you'd need me here to be your unwilling audience when you lose your marbles in Act 3. So I don't know if we still have that same crunchiness. Maybe it's new need, right? That's fine, you know? But he had more crunchy stuff going on, like the worst curse, whatever I said before. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. At the beginning, where they sort of like, they're kind of like front-leaning rhymes.
Yeah.
Alliterations.
You're huffing glue if you think I won't end this tale a ruler, so that's kind of an imperfect thing.
Huffing glue is such a wild...
Well, they needed glue and a ruler, I guess. I'm just like you, except I'm smarter, sharper, brighter, newer. This is another one where I keep expecting them to say cooler. I don't know why, but I think it's because of ruler back here. But this is fine.
Yes.
Again, not wrong. I can deal with the slant rhyme. I think they're fine. It's just I keep expecting to hear cooler, and instead I hear newer. But I guess he can't say he's cooler because he's not. I guess he's not.
I guess
then they call him a loser. In a couple minutes. Oh, I don't know what kind of shot that was. So I'll keep your smug ass alive. So this
that
is
was actually
important to know.
some of your fan art that they had to censor.
Oh my
God. It auto-censored.
To show me you're not a loser, right? So loser kind of right with the newer everything else. Look at this! Like, what were they doing, Hunter? Look at this! What were they doing?
It's definitely there.
Like,
I'm not denying it.
I'm just asking. Like, I'm just wondering.
Don't you forget, you ain't one. I like how he puts a little bit of stank on.
Yeah,
you
nice.
ain't one. Yeah.
Look at him. What are we doing? And
Flexible.
he goes like, he's like swinging the rolling
One more time.
chair.
One more.
He's like, he goes back and forth. I'm like, what?
I don't think I'm that flexible.
No, you're not. Please be careful. You can't do it. Don't.
You're
gonna fall.
I won't fall. My neck's not that long.
Oh my god. Anyway, just you still need me like you did before. I think is funny. Just cause like I feel like Alistair does need to be needed and nobody needs him at the hotel and he's also kind of sad about it. Like obviously, primarily it's the stuff about getting his shit kicked in by Adam and Rosie won't fix his weapon and all that. But like I feel like he does need to be useful, if that makes sense. And like he's not. He sucks right now. So I feel like he is getting something from this, you know? Like I feel like Alistair kinda likes that Vox is so obsessed with him. You know? Sorry,
someone Gunner. Hate and love are different sides of the same coin. So are sex and violence. Food is in there somewhere. That's hilarious.
But yeah, this is like toxic, like codependency. They need to hate each other. Alistair needs Vox to hate
They're
him.
just
like,
a little bit like, Valentino was correct. Like, why don't you just fuck already? Like,
right.
that's
And
what they should be doing.
I loved this. This was funny. Look, what is happening here? Why are they getting so close? Why do they focus on how close their feet are to each other? Yeah, electroshock. I mean, that's not nice, but like, anyway. No more Al the High and Mighty now that I flipped the switch. I loved the shadow. I thought that was great. Though the radio is gone dead, you know, liked that. That was nice. The show must go on, right? That's something that Lucifer also says.
Show must
and that's
go
in the finale,
on.
right? But by gosh, Charlie, the show, it must go on. He literally says that, so I think this is great. Look at this. This is so cool.
Very Doc Ock.
And like, again, I noticed that this is like what Alistair uses to fight. You know, but it's just technology tentacles instead of the. By the time I had my fun, you'll wish that you had stayed. Guys, like this is crazy.
What is that?
The abstractness of like he's walking towards him, he's in the chair. Like, this is just nuts. Oh, I forgot to mention something. When Alistair gets the idea when he's sitting on the bench, you can hear the Stayed Gone leitmotif play. So that's fun. Because that means he was thinking about using Vox to break out of his deal with Rosie, basically. I love when they do that. You know, when you use the song to convey what the characters are thinking about. So I don't know if you guys noticed that, but like in the bench scene, that the leitmotif plays quite frequently, actually, like more than I thought. Because I felt like that was my problem with season 1, is that the score didn't include those that much, but it feels like that they upped it for season 2. But yeah. See, so he's blushing again at Valentino's comment.
Aww.
See? So
they're gonna fuck by the end of it.
You've
kind of convinced. Well, not that obviously, Alistair's ace, but like
emotionally.
They're gonna do something so homoerotic.
I think this was already...
That having gay sex would have been less gay. We're
this
getting
is already there, I think.
Honestly, you're kind of right.
So, at least, have I convinced you that Vox has one-sided romantic feelings?
Oh, I kind of feel it.
Yeah.
You know, now that you're going through it bit by bit.
Because you did it earlier. At the beginning of the stream.
I just didn't think that much about it, you know?
Yeah. So we convinced Hunter. Again, Alistair, I don't know.
I think whether or not they intend to do that, the homoerotic subtext is definitely there.
They gotta intend to do that. They can't be,
Yeah.
I think it's definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like, again, they may just go, the crush was unrequited, but I don't know, man. Here's my thing. I want them to be happy. I want them to take over the world together. I want Alistair to be like, I just didn't want you to find out about my deal with Rosie, and I'm sorry I pushed you away, but he never apologized because he's too prideful for that. But like something equivalent, like when men apologize to each other, you know, and like everything's cool now.
It's okay, bro.
You know.
And then they bro it out, presumably.
I just want them to take over the world, you know? And so it's like, it doesn't even need to be romantic. You know, is that delusional? Maybe it is. Maybe, but I don't know. Because if Vox kind of like I said, abandons the V's, they could have something later where it's like, maybe they do end up working together.
Yeah.
I don't know. Even if it is just temporary, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I still feel like there is, I don't know, the idea of Alistair, like, meaningfully working with...
In a relationship. Well, like, here's my sort of brainchild of this, okay? Alistair, let's assume that Alistair...
I agree with Trixie. Like, Vox, like, the V's just need to be all domestic together. Like, they, you know, you have everything you need at home. Don't chase after deers.
I mean, Valentino's kind of...
He's a terrible person.
He's not great. Vox can do better. That's all I'm saying. Sorry. So
like a serial killer?
Here's my brainchild for how something happens here, okay?
Yes.
I think that Alistair's mission that Rosie contracted him to has something to do with Lilith, even though the timeline for that kind of doesn't make sense anymore, because Lilith, like, Alistair died 70 years ago, and Lilith's only been missing for 7. Yes. I don't know if it's kill Lilith, I don't know if it's whatever, but, like, Rosie has a task for Alistair. If Vox does make it to heaven, Alistair could use that opportunity to go to heaven and look for Lilith, or whatever he's supposed to be doing right now, right? And so I think that the working together will be, like, a sort of convenient, like, not because it's like, oh man, I want my good friend back, Vox. Like, it's not gonna be sweet, I don't think. But what I'm saying is I think that Alistair will realize, you know, it's kind of like that Cinder thing when Cinder's like, you taught me a lesson. If you want something done, you can't do it alone. Like, you know, what Cinder says when she learns the power of friendship, but the other way around. So, like, I kind of almost imagine that for Alistair, that Alistair's like, yeah, I guess I couldn't have gotten to heaven by myself. I guess I did kind of need Vox, ? But then he goes off and, like, does whatever he's supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't think that, like, it's gonna be the slow burn that they're gonna kiss, fall in love or anything like that. But I do think that there is a good chance that, like, Alistair kind of realizes, wait a minute, if I want to work, or if I want to get out of this deal forever, I do kind of gotta work with Vox, and working with Vox is like a lesser evil at this point, because I'm already hypocritical, and I already sold out, so I might as well work with Vox, even in a temporary context, to get out of the deal permanently. You know? Is this all we're talking about? Peanut, you are 5 hours late. Whatever you're saying that you wanted to talk about before happened 5 hours. Is this all we're talking about? Yeah, in relation to the scene where it happened, yes it is. But if you want to go back to the beginning of the stream, go ahead.
We'll post a VOD later.
I mean, the VOD's already. I'm pretty sure that they could go back now.
Oh, or they could.
I just find that so funny. I'm like, guys, we've been streaming for 5 hours. What else do you want us to... But yeah, I mean, I think that Vox is gonna get to heaven. do you think Alistair's gonna come up there too?
I don't know.
Because Alistair's the hostage right now, so he's gonna take him with him, at least.
I don't know if the show necessarily ends with everyone getting redeemed. Because the idea is that you still
but I
have
mean get to heaven to break in.
Oh, maybe?
Right, because that's what they're trying to do, right?
Yes.
So remember how you had that theory
He might need the help, yeah.
We'll trick Emily into opening a portal, then we're gonna go through it? Do you think, like,
maybe Alistair could do that? I don't know. I feel like Emily would be more suspicious of your average sinner, though.
Well, it could be sort of a hostage thing, though. Hey, if you want Alistair back, you have to do this for me.
Unless they kidnap Emily.
Well, that's what I kind of... Well, I don't mean kidnap Emily, per se, but, like, for example, if you want Alistair back, you have to call that angel down and show me Pentious, right? Like, kind of what you had said was gonna happen in episode 3, but then it didn't. Like, they trick Charlie into getting Emily through the portal so the V's can kidnap Emily and, like, go to heaven, kinda. Using Alistair as the bait in this situation. Because honestly, guys, I don't know. Like, I don't know where we're going with this. You know what I mean? Like, there's, 4 episodes left. Loot is nowhere to be seen. Vox wants to go to heaven. So, like, what is gonna be the end game big battle for, like, the end of this season? I think it has to be Vox and the V's go to heaven and they get kicked out. Like, I feel like that has to be Cherri in the hotel help.
Or they have some kind of way to get to heaven. Maybe.
Yeah. But I feel like there has to be
Or there's some
beef.
maybe there's some big reveal regarding Alistair or Lilith or something there, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But I'm just saying there has to be.
Because I feel like if we're invading into heaven and we've got signed up for 4 seasons, that feels like more at end of 3 for me. Them invading.
So you don't think they're gonna make it?
I think that they're gonna make it. It's just that it's gonna be at the end of 3 because I feel like that, like the war in heaven.
No,
that's
I mean,
like a season 4.
Next. Like, you don't think they're gonna make it by the end of this season?
I don't know.
Then what have we been doing the whole time?
I don't know.
Because, like, loot, like, why would they start setting up loot
or
stuff
maybe,
now?
Or maybe.
You know?
Or maybe. Unless there's, right, I don't even know what the loot thing, well, maybe it ends with Loot killing the seer and, like, they're gonna go down and genocide everything up and then things happen and then, we're attacking.
Seer
yeah.
Stuff. But do you really think they'd end on, we're attacking hell again? Like how we did last season?
Well, here's the thing. I don't know what the other options are necessarily. Because, like, attacking heaven, it's like, okay, if you do that, then what do you do for the next 2 seasons? Like, what do you go on top of that, right? So I feel like it needs to be kind of incremental.
That's kind of sad, though.
Maybe. I don't know.
Like, because, like, heaven is bringing the fight to hell? You mean like they've done every year for the last 7 years? I know what you're saying. You're right. Like, you're right. Hunter's right. I'm just sort of like, that's, like, it doesn't feel like we've made a lot of progress in that case.
We had some funny songs.
Didn't they say the V's are gonna get wrapped up this season? I don't know, though. Like, the V's, like, kind of
Who the fuck knows? Everyone's like, hey, do you think X and Y is happening? I don't know. I've never watched a single stream VizzyPop's ever done.
Yeah, you guys
Maybe they've mentioned the entire thing in there somewhere.
Right, so I don't know. Oh, there was something else I wanted to talk about just before we go.
Is that the end of the episode?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. There was just one more thing. Do you think that, like, Vox is kind of sad that he didn't get into heaven? Because he was, like, a televangelist, right? So,
or
like,
he was a cult leader.
Presumably he believed in God.
I don't know.
Do you think he's kind of, like, sad that, like, God's real and he ended up in hell, you know?
Maybe that's your idea is that, like, the televangelist would be fun. That would make sense. It might be, like, I don't know, the idea that we were talking about that earlier, right? That he actually wasn't that bad.
Well, we said that he was, like, the dork behind the camera and he wasn't the cult leader, but what I mean more so is, like, we haven't really had a religious character end up in hell, and I don't know if Vox was just in it for the grift, you know, like, I don't know if he was just grifting, but I think as crazy as, like, fundy and evangelical people kind of can be, I feel like that they do believe in God. I feel like most of them do believe in God.
I feel like a lot of the people that are, like, pushing it, like, a lot of these televangelists are, like, wantonly like they're kind of willfully ignorant, right? Because a lot of them preach like the prosperity gospel, which is the idea that like monetary wealth in this life is representation of like God's favor, which is just functionally
not true.
Not true if you look at things from like a Christian perspective. That is like there's like 16 different ways that that's wrong, and they need to have known that, right? Because they probably read the fucking book. They just don't care because they want money.
That's true.
Those guys, I think, are full of shit. They're the people that buy into them. I think they actually believe that. They're also maybe dumb. But you know.
But it has to start somewhere. There's always ground zero, but like, what if you got into doing more, like, televangelism because of the televangelism? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think you probably start somewhere genuine, but you end somewhere very grifty.
It's like the Mormons and how they go recruit other Mormons. Like, basically what I'm saying, I know what you're saying, but like, if Vox saw the guy on TV and, like, believed the guy, like, aren't there still probably people who get into it thinking that that stuff is true and then become, like, replacements for those people that they once saw on TV? But I don't know enough about, like, the American television. Like, I've never seen one of these things.
A lot of those guys are very clearly, like, grifters. Like, they're very, very clearly, but it's just, like, capitalism is as much a religion in America as Christianity is.
True.
And they are able, like, people buy into this idea of, like, upward mobility, like, whether through magical thinking or through, like, this belief that, or through, like, actual, like, belief in, like, the possibility that God will just give you money.
Right,
like, it's all very silly.
Sort of thinking that it's not all, like, and wahaha, I know this is all fake and I'm fooling the masses for the money. Like, I just feel like that there are some people that believe.
I think a lot of people who are like run churches, whether they be priests or whomever, or any religious organization, a lot of those people do genuinely believe in it.
Yeah,
but
and
like,
so that's
but those
kind of
people
what I'm thinking about,
tend not to make that much money from it. I don't know. I'm sure there are some people that like you have a certain amount of what's it called? When you hold two contradicting things
I know
true
what you're
in your mind. I can't think of the word right now. But I think a lot of them have that.
Because that's what I'm sort of thinking about. Like, we haven't seen, like, a priest down
Cognitive dissonance.
Like, we haven't seen any other religious, characters yet.
No.
I mean, that may be something in the future, but, like, so Vox is, like, possibly someone who believed in God. And,
maybe.
You know, I think that that's an interesting sort of thing to think about. Cognitive dissonance? Yeah.
Cognitive dissonance.
Because that's like, I don't know, that's just kind of interesting to me because like Alistair practiced voodoo, you know? I don't know about the voodoo, system and stuff like that, but like, you know, we don't seem to right now have, like, we haven't seen, Angel's not carrying around a rosary, even though we assume he's like Italian or whatever, right? So like, that's sort of what I'm thinking. I'm like, well, Vox was probably religious in life to at least some extent. I don't know. Kind of weird, right? Imagine finding out God is real and you're in hell.
I would imagine it'd be pretty, like
that's
awful.
kind of fucked up, man. You know?
Yeah, probably.
Like, a lot of people kind of comfort themselves into, like, oh, but I don't believe in God, right? And so, that's it. That's the end-all, be-all, and it's not gonna happen.
Cognitive dissonance is when you kind of hold two contradictory things in your head at the same time.
Yeah.
Or you don't want to believe a thing that you can see is clearly true in front of you, so you sort of lie to yourself again and again. Sort of like denial. In a way. But I think cognitive dissonance is mostly the juggling two contradictory things.
But yeah, guys, I'm gonna say that we're gonna give 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes to 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes to ask us whatever you want if you feel like in the 5 hours we've been streaming, we didn't talk about something that you wanted us to.
Do you think that Vox going from the RGB cables to the HDMI cord is a sex change for him?
I think it's like gender affirmation. It's like fixing your receding hairline.
Do you think if he had like a headache and you gave him a good whack on the back when he was still a CRTV, like that would fix him? And
that
he'd feel
works
way better
for me
afterwards?
Sometimes.
Like when you give yourself a good whack?
Yeah, for a migraine, sometimes. Have you ever seen those like the clips that you have for your hair, people like stick them on their eyes, like over their eyes to get rid of their migraines.
Oh, I've seen people get like a special like inner ear piercing.
Yeah.
And apparently that helps with migraines.
Have you seen, guys, that's not related to the show. I'm counting. I will count the time. But I think that we covered everything.
I've seen the Mario movie.
I've seen
fine.
it too. It was all right.
It was charming.
But not related, not relevant.
I remember when it came out, I remember thinking that like, oh, what happens to Vox after the finale?
I don't know.
He turns into a, oh, what is that? What is that thing where you like put your head in it? Oh, what were they called? Like the
VR?
No, not VR, like old-timey VR.
Oh.
It was the viewfinder, Viewmaster, you would put your head in it and you would just get different cards and you'd like flip the cards out. I forget what that was called. I don't know what you're talking about. It's basically like a really, really old... Oh, I can't think of the word. It's like a novelty toy, basically. I kind of know that worked in the same way as a sort of mini television, and I think Vox is going to turn into one of those. Okay. I think it's called the Viewmaster. I kind
of wonder about that. Oh, he's going to get eaten by his own shark thing, but like I can't make that work because shouldn't the shark obey him? Like I haven't figured that out yet. I don't think the V's are going to die. Because, again, they set up the angelic steel thing, and, like, now it's like no one can kind of die without angelic steel, and that's kind of complicated.
Would you want Valentino, would you want, Angel Dust to kill Valentino?
Yeah, why not?
I'd be down for that.
That'd be fun.
Who do you think should kill each of the V's?
I don't think Velvet deserves death. I don't think she did anything that bad.
I don't know. She seemed pretty rough.
I
think if Nifty did her in, that'd be pretty funny.
I think that Velvet, I support women's rights and women's wrongs. Do you think they're redeemable? Like, in the context of the show where they're gonna go to heaven? I think, like, we talked about this hell is empty, so, like, yes, I guess, but, like, personally, yes, but, like, in terms of the context of the show, we haven't figured out this, guys. Like, how do you make up for murdering someone? We haven't gotten an answer about that. We know what Pentious had to do, but, like, Alistair killed people and ate them. I don't know what the natural thing is for that. When is your next stream? I kinda enjoyed it, only a little bit. We'll be probably not Saturday again, but we stream every weekend. I'm not sure what day it'll be. You have to give birth. That's what I said earlier. It's true. Or adopting the orphan, but they're all barren because they're sinners, but that's a whole other story. So orphans, adopting orphans. Do you think Alistair will make a deal? I think that I want them to work together so bad to the point of delusion that I'm willing to buy anything at this point, even if it's just Alistair wanting to be entertained and he thinks that it's fun. If he falls in the tank, the shark might eat him, but it's his shark. I feel like he could swim with his shark and his shark wouldn't eat him, you know?
Do you think which of, like, are you familiar with the concept of a Tumblr sexy man?
I think Vox is the Tumblr sexy man.
Do you think so? I can see it,
He's giving me Onceler. Like, Alistair is kinda not, I don't know.
Honestly, I could see people getting really into them.
I'm sure Alistair was made to be the Tumblr sexy man, but it didn't fully launch. But Vox was the one that was like the genuine Tumblr choice by the audience. Because I get such Onceler. I can't explain it. I can't. But I think that's it. Hunter's tired.
In the
it's 7 o'clock. I don't think I'm gonna stream Twisted Wonderland tomorrow. I'm gonna go read my Vox Alistair fanfiction in peace.
Every Fizzy Pop character is a Tumblr sexy man. Tiger Leaf, you've really gotten to the head of this.
Go watch our reactions. I'm sorry about the My Little Pony goal. That was kind of depressing. I'm sorry, you guys. But like I said,
if we make the goal longer next time, we might be able to get this whole
culminate all of the wish super chats together. Yeah. But otherwise, it's time to go. We've done enough. I love you guys, though. I'm sorry if we seem like we're running away. But I had a great time. I love talking to you guys. These streams have been so much better than on the Calxiyn channel where we had like 10 people. Yes. And it was like only 10 people. But I had a great time. I love being delusional. It's my favorite pastime. So I will continue. But see, guys, I'm delusional because of the text, which is different. I only started to become delusional because I was reading the subtext.
Yes.
So it's not completely without merit. We just have to see how it plays out.